We are here at the last day of the group stage of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia. Again, it's Big Eels alongside with Infinity, ready to bring the awesome battles for today.
Yeah, and I am accelerated because jumping into today's matchups here in Day 6 of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, we're down to set foot in the last day for the group stages where we are going to see who's proceeding into the playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking of who's going to be proceeding into the playoffs, some teams really did secure already their playoff spot on day number 5, and some of the teams yet are still chasing for their victories for today in order for them to get that spot. And speaking of that spot, let's take a look at our tournament calendar for PUACL. So currently we are on day number 6, and we still have our day number 7 here in January. And for February, we'll be having our winter tournament for APAC East and APAC West to determine who will get the spot for PUACL finals in March at Japan.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon Unite action that will happen. I mean, starting from last year, November, wherein it was Southeast Asia League that started, and then we're jumping to go into the winter tournament. And as you have mentioned, the finals in Tokyo for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone wants that spot. Specifically, the winter tournament is open for all. But right now, we're going to be diving into our draft rules. It's the same mechanic. We're going to be having the ban phase and the picking phase. And of course, our preparation phase lastly in order to gear up your battle items, your held items, in order to formulate their strategies to going into their battles. Specifically, it's going to be a tough time for today since it's playoff spot we're talking about.
Yeah, this is very standard PKOs. I think for the viewers watching at home that has been tuning in and has been going through and watching Pokemon Unite ACL 2025 time and time again, this is pretty much standard. You have the batting phase that will be alternating from both teams, and the picking will be the same. Now for the game rules, this is very familiar as well. The general rules would be a traditional 10-minute matchup in Teoskai Ruins with no use limit and no level limit. But the thing of a big difference that we have right now today here in Day 6 is that there is no Pokemon that are banned.
Oh my god, this is quite interesting because during day number 5, as far as we can remember, Darkrai was banned during that time. Same thing with Tinkaton. But right now, they're going to be back on track. Same thing with Hoopa, who did have a restriction on how players could use it. And right now, they can use it already into their maximum potential.
Yeah, and now we're jumping into the viewers giveaway as well. So for the viewers watching at home, the community watching at home right now, they could potentially win a lot of prizes. One of which would be a ticket to the Asia Champions League finals in Japan. And of course, every single day, every single stream that we're going through here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, we're giving away 9 prizes every match day. So 5 of the Pokemon Pikachu keychain, and then you have 2 jerseys and 2 anniversary original puzzle.
Yeah, and make sure to don't miss out our QR codes later on and to decode the secret word, because that is your key in order to win the grand prize again, which is the ticket to ACL finals. So make sure to scan the QR code and, you know, drop your full name, in-game name, the channel that you're watching, and your message to the pro teams who are competing, of course, in this tournament. Make sure to share it, of course, to the viewers at Facebook. Make sure to share it publicly for your entry to be counted into this giveaway. And of course, our forms will be closed as our match number 5, or the final match of the day, will start officially.
Yeah, and of course, with what we've mentioned a while ago, with what we've been talking about, the grand finals for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 will happen in Shinjuku, Sumitomo Building, Triangle Square in Tokyo in March 29th to March 30th of this year.
Very excited for this one. A lot of teams have already prepared, specifically our 10 teams competing here in SEA League. But let us not forget that there are also teams outside this league waiting, and they are waiting, of course, for the winter tournament, APAC West, which does include Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. The champion team will be booking their tickets, of course, to Japan, and will receive flight tickets and accommodations, of course, that will be shouldered by the game. So make sure to join in. And it's not just West that we also have one for East.
Yeah, you have APAC East, wherein it's pretty much the same prize pool. You have $5,000 for the teams that will be battling for it, with the lion's share of them going into the top one spot, alongside a possibility of earning a spot in the Pokemon Unite Champions or Asia Champions League 2025 Grand Finals in Japan.
Yeah, everyone is so excited already. And of course, frequently asked questions. Each team must consider five members, and of course, 3 members must be a local citizen of the APAC West or APAC East. So right now, winner advances again to PUACL 2025. One from the East and one from the West. So that means the champion team will get the ticket. And of course, again, flight tickets, accommodations, our shouldered. And of course, to attend Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League in 2025 in Tokyo in March.
Yeah, a lot of exciting stuff. I mean, the teams that will be going and filling in the slots for the grand finals will be flying on to Tokyo, and that will be the location of where they will battle it out. But here for the tournament rules in the group stages, as we have mentioned prior, that today would be the last day. So single round robin across the board, best of 3 matchup with 10 teams in the tournament, but only 8 teams will qualify for the playoffs. And today will be the day that will determine and will dictate on who those 8 teams are going to be.
Yeah, very true. And of course, for our playoffs next 2 weeks, we'll be having a double elimination format, still a best of 3, and 8-team tournament bracket from the group stage. Top 4 teams, of course, will qualify for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals in Japan.
Yeah, so much stuff being in store for the teams that will be batting it out here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Unfortunately, for those 2 teams that will not be able to qualify into the top 8, they will still have another chance in the winter tournament that we have discussed a while ago. But right now, here in the Asia Champions League 2025, let's talk about a prize pool wherein it's a cumulative, I think, over 50,000 USD overall, where in the first place will garner the overall lion's share of 20,000 USD, followed up by 10,000, and followed up by 7,500 for the second and third place.
Yeah, we also have 5,000 for our 4th, 2,500 for the 5th and 6th. 7th will get 1,500, and of course our 8th place would get 1,000 US dollars. That's a lot of lion's share, just like what we said a while ago. And of course, having the prize pool, why don't we take a look on what is already happening? Who's on top of our tournament so far? Again, because we have 10 teams, some of them already got their spot for the playoffs and will just play a matter of fact for seedings for today, but some of them still chasing for the dream, making the dream alive. And here we have it: Paper Rex, Grimidite Esports getting 16 points, Onyx Rise 15, and Evo's Onyx as well. On the other hand, Talon getting 14, and all of them are qualified already for the playoffs.
Yeah, and remember, today's matchup will only be a 5 series. It is going to be Miran Sejong up against Elevate. You have Talon up against Alter Ego, BRU up against Evos, Blacklist up against Sonic, and PRX versus Full Sense. So pretty much this is the last time that these teams will be able to accumulate points and reach the top 8 to go into their respective seeding. So it's all hands on deck and best foot forward for today's matchups.
Yeah, and we also have here our most picked Pokemons. We have Urshifu at number 1 right now. Specifically, the Dark-type Urshifu has been very handy for the teams competing here in the tournament. But on the second place, we have our Umbreon. Third, it's going to be the Blissey. Fourth, Miraidon with a high-risk and high-reward Pokemon here. And lastly is going to be Garchomp.
Yeah, very stacked Pokemon in terms of those composition. And priorly, for the first few weeks, we saw that Hoopa rise to the occasion and become one of that most picked Pokemon. However, due to the prior weeks that we had, specifically last the day 5 of the matchup, day 4 of the matchup, wherein there was a couple of hindrances for the Hoopa, it was not picked as much. So I believe today things will change. Just because you have no bans already for the Pokemon, everything would be able to be picked up by any of these teams.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the maximum potential of every single teams right now. But for today at least, we're gonna be proceeding into our match number 1, Miran Sejong versus Elevate. It's South Korea versus the Philippines, and I do believe that this is a very important match for Miran Sejong, knowing that they just need to win a single game in the best of 3 series, and they will get already their spot into the playoffs. And Elevate, on the other hand, unfortunately, they won't be proceeding into the playoffs no matter what would be the results of this game, but still, they want to finish things strong here in the tournament.
For sure. I think Elevate, in terms of that power, has that mystery in mind in terms of that composition. So we'll expect something there coming in from Elevate in today's matchup. But MSJ, we're talking about Miran Sejong. For Jejong, the top 3 most picked Pokemon for this player would be Garchomp, would be Metagross alongside with Blaziken. So pretty much for MSJ, this is that all-rounder player for the team.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we also have our guy from Elevate, who has been rising in all the way to the top, but quite interesting that we get to see a lot of all-rounders being picked. But on the other hand, it's going to be Niva here, while Leafeon and Absol, only the Pokemon that he has been using for the tournament so far.
Yeah, and in terms of that aspect, they really want to go aggressive into that early game. This is what Viva, or well rather Elevate in general, has been constantly doing over the past weeks. They're picking up the Leafeon, they're picking up the Absol. These are early game aggressors in terms of that Pokemon composition. But coming down into the caster prediction, ooh, it's going to be hot. It's going to be clean sweep for MSJ.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a clean sweep, at least for the caster's prediction.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of casters were proven wrong the past few days, but we'll definitely see what would be the result, at least for today, because a lot of people are expecting Miran Sejong for them to qualify, or rather to get this playoff spot, because they're just, you know, the runner-up of the World Championships during 2024. So a lot of people are really expecting that this could be the blowout for Miran Sejong in this tournament.
I mean, in terms of historic experience, Elevate does really have a huge array of experience over that. So we'll see if they can put that to the test coming down into game number 1 of this series, with bans coming through swiftly. Miraidon, you have Hoopa, you have Psyduck, and you have Mimikyu removed into the Pokemon pool.
Yeah, but might tell you that Sableye is really wide open for Elevate, wherein they really like to utilize the Sableye strategy, wherein you just have to formulate a lot of space for your team in order for them to score freely, and at the same time, ruin their main rotation. But the prioritization of Miran Sejong will be into their attacker. That's going to be the Mewtwo Y, really efficient and reliable attacker all the way to the backline, and consistent overall.
Yeah, and I love this. Coming in from Elevate, they know that Sableye is open. It's not going to get picked up by MSJ. So now they have to prioritize those defenders, those frontliners. The Blastoise is going to get picked up as well. And very interestingly enough, is this going to be that damage wherein it's going to be that Spin Toys, or is it going to be a little bit of that utility? But with this in mind, Miran Sejong will answer back with an Urshifu, one of that stronger picks, one of that top picks here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Yeah, and quite interesting is that, I mean, we do have the Urshifu already, but still, they managed to pick up the Buzzwole right now. And Buzzwole does deal a lot of damage, especially when you have that superpower moveset on your favor. definitely it would be hard for you to gain a lot of mobility. So pretty interesting picks here from Ren Sejong, but let's not deny that Elevate, they do have two defenders on their team. This could be a Surf and a Hydro Pump composition from the Blastoise,
Yeah.
and then a follow-up mean look from Junior Absent to isolate or to, lock up one member from MSJ.
Yeah, and now Miran Sajong's composition is already locked in. Elevate has done this before. No supporters whatsoever can happen once again. Umbreon going to be a little bit of that utility instead of that front line. But with this in mind, Elevate is just going for a coin flip in terms of this composition and maybe surprise your opponents coming down into game number 1. But I love what MSJ is doing in terms of their comp as well. Yes, it is a one defender composition, but nevertheless, they still have that Eldegoss in terms of utility, and Snorlax can push back this dive composition coming in from Elevate, with Blastoise wanting to go for Surf to jump into the back lines. Garchomp could go as well alongside with Zacian. So Miran Sajong has their composition to be a little bit beefy here in game 1.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Miran Sejong really does have a powerful early game compared to Elevate, who's going to be relying a lot during the late game. So that has been the main handicap that's going to happen here in game number 1. But I might tell you, they do have Inteleon at the side of Elevate, so definitely that late game potential will be great for them, especially with the Azure Spy Vision that we have been seeing for day number 4, as far as I know. They did use a lot of kit in order for them to gather the information they need, especially for the final stretch to reveal the location of their opponents.
Yeah, and it's all about having the capability into utilizing the Inteleon for those snipe shots, for those long-range distance pokes, because they definitely need it. They have a lot of frontliners already with the Blastoise, with the Umbreon, alongside with other Pokemon that can really be that bruiser for the team. It's all up to Inteleon to do the huge chunk of damage. So all eyes on Inteleon on what he can potentially do in terms of those team battles.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, snipe shot will be one of the key factors for this team in order to get this victory. But I want to tell you that there's actually an Urshifu from Miran Sejong that could just actually go in for a sneak attack and potentially take him down with a throat shot very easily.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see as we are jumping down into the game itself. Early game matchup here for Miran Sejong. It's that early game advantage into the bottom side of the map because you have that multi-evolution Pokemon coming from Tempest that still needs that double evolution for War Turtle to go into Blastoise. And similarly, you have the likes of Garchomp as well, which takes a bit of time for Elevate to ramp up.
Yeah, and this is going to take a lot of time for Elevate compared to Miran Sejong, so definitely has to be patient a lot here. But Miran Sejong definitely would have to be over-aggressive, but right now, the ones who's aggressive is actually Elevate. Miva leading the charge with the Zacian. And right now, this is going to be tough here for Miran Sejong. They don't want to be behind as much as possible.
Incredible response coming in from Miva for Elevate. They know that their side lanes are pretty much on the weak side of the map, considering of how much experience and how much AOS energy points they need to be able to reach that ramp up. But now Elevate trying to go for that 3v3 in the bottom side, but Altargus and Swablu's, those wild Pokemon are already gone, so need not to fight.
Yeah, definitely you have to reassess every single situation. You just have to secure a lot of wild Pokemon. Same thing with the energies that you have on your pocket. And right now, look at the shift of attention here from Elevate. They really want to be aggressive with that Zacian on their hands. So this could potentially take down the potential of Miran Sejong at this early stages, knowing that they're very strong in the early game.
Yeah, and now we'll see, as pretty much this is very standard. 2 minutes into the game, it's all about stacking North Coast experience, and Elevate still has to ramp up. They're still able to match the experience of MSJ at the very least, but so far, these early game prowess of Miran Sejong enables them to really just do this, just go into the central area and fight it through and through, but Elevate takes one already.
And that's actually a good mean look coming in from Elevate, making sure that they get a knockout onto that team fight. But right now, it's going to be a one straight. Umbreon was taken down during that fight as well. So definitely, it's very equal. But Elevate, on the other hand, still up on the scoreline.
Yeah, it's just the perfect timing coming from Elevate, especially Miva, jumping at the right moment to deal damage into the backline. So it's like, Miran Sejong, yes, you can take the wild Pokemon, you can take the experience, but we're going to take it back. We're going to take something else in trade for that. Elevate in danger at the bottom side.
Oh, that's actually a good heavy slam, but Tempest managed to get away with it and secure the Citrus Berry for that healing capabilities. But right now, the top side is not looking good here for Maren Sejong. Look at that back line, very powerful from Lewis, just doing the snipes here, the basic attacks in order for them to get the advantage. Ward, on the other hand, will go for the heavy slam, trying to defend the gold zone, but there is not enough damage for Maren Sejong for them to defend things up in the bottom side.
And that will be the tier 1 goal zone for Elevate, taking it first, coming down into the top lane. MSJ answers back with an objective for Regice into the bottom side of the map, but it's not going to be enough as Elevate answers back with a handshake as well, getting that Regieleki on top lane to put on a lot of pressure into the top side of the map. And so far, Elevate is leading the charge quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit, and this is actually a great start for them, knowing that they're actually gonna rely a lot into the late game, and doing this in the early stages of the game is quite phenomenal. And Maren Sejong right now, they just have to throw down those XPs that they have, avoid them from leveling up, and definitely they are gonna be controlling this game a lot.
Yeah, and just look at the positioning of Elevate. I love this. It's pretty much a vertical line across the board. Where in Maren Sejong, you cannot enter this line. You have Umbreon setting foot into the middle central area. You have Garchomp and Zacian just setting foot on top side as well. So if ever a fight occurs, if ever a battle occurs, every single one coming in down from Team Elevate could jump at the right time and pound. So that is something that we have to look at, how MSJ will answer back, because so far they are at the numbers disadvantage.
All right, now look at this. Elevate, you're doing the charge here all the way into the central area. Inteleon is going to be taking down one here into the casualty, and that surf in from the Blastoise would be enough for them to force Maren Sejong back away a lot here. But look at that, who's going to be leading charges? Heavy slam, it's going to land once again, but they managed to back off immediately, knowing that Maren Sejong could actually control the rhythm of that team battle.
This is what we have mentioned a while ago. Just a minute, just a second past, Elevate his positioning is really, really amazing, and Maren Sejong was just surprised in terms of that favorable engage coming in for the side of Elevate. So this is something that Maren Sejong really has to look out for, because as we have mentioned a while ago during the pre-show, during the start of the stream, during the start of the matchup, wherein Elevate really has that mystery aspect in them.
Yeah, this is quite a mysterious one. But right now, look at those snipe shots landing all the way to the Regice. They have to be very careful on that side of Maren Sejong. But look at that Hydro Typhoon all the way into the middle of the bottom. And that would be a secure for Maren Sejong once again. And Elevate keeps on collapsing on this team battle despite having the mean look. But right now, this would be a handshake in terms of goals, but quite efficient for Maren Sejong to secure the goal zone at the bottom path.
Incredible counter engage coming in from Maren Sejong. Specifically, I'm looking at Ward. Those body slams, those knockups were phenomenal and were pretty much the key winning set move from Maren Sejong in that team fight in the bottom side. And now Elevate, a little bit of that underhand coming down into this matchup as they are fighting up against 4 people. Zacian tried to do something, but they lost one, and MSJ now down 1 member.
Oh, that's actually a great reveal from Lewis using the Azure Spy Vision. And not just that, that's going to hurt a lot. That's going to do a lot of damage coming in from their team. And every single member from Maren Sejong keeps on falling back. Another knockout for Lewis. And that is actually a big threat for Maren Sejong, dealing a lot of damage with the snipe shots.
And now Elevate is on the upper hand. 2 tier 1 goal zones already removed for the side of Maren Sejong. And the point difference is pretty much double the amount coming into the side of Elevate. So they have to just keep that up. They have to stop any sort of trade in value and trade in AU's energy points for the side of Maren Sejong, as we are 1 minute away before the Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, and for sure they would want the objective as well in the bottom path for them to have enough sustain or an additional buff later on when they do engage a lot of team battles. Specifically, they're going to be trying to, gather a lot of things, a lot of energies for the final stretch. And Elevate doesn't need to fight them, but they just have to watch out. They just have to play tag against Maren Sejong.
Yeah, and now 4 seconds before the Reggie bottom comes up, and this is what Elevate and Mirren Sejong wants, but instead, they're giving it away for a better positioning. This is really clever. They're putting Snorlax on top side of the map, considering that Elevate still has that time to go in for Reggie Olecki. And you have Blastoise just playing defender here into the top side of the map. Surprise attack comes forth. But so far, no knockouts are coming through for the side of Elevate as Reggie Olecki is still pushing. So this is really amazing as 2 minutes have been there already. Surf to run back away. Mewtwo Wise damage is not going to be enough. And so far, Rayquaza is now up.
Oh, Mirren Sejong needs to rush things down here, but look at that. Elevate is complete all the way into this pit. So there has to be a miracle that would happen here for Mirren Sejong. But they're going to be engaging the team battle. Look at that snipe shot all the way into the back line. It's going to be supporting a lot of damage for Elevate, but it is the Gushifu leading the charge for Mirren Sejong. Azur's spot vision to reveal everyone else. One is going to be hitting the Rayquaza, and Elevate, all that's left is their defenders, but Mirren Sejong gets the last hit into the Rayquaza, and they're gonna be dunking in the points.
What a play coming in from Mirren Sejong. Elevate, you can be aggressive as you want. You can get all the points in the early game, but we are going to strike back. And Mirren Sejong, with that Rayquaza fight, winning it and winning the objective as well, they secure the buff and they get 200 points over against Elevate.
Yeah, right now this is gonna be tough here. Elevate still does have an ample time. They need to do an opening in order for them to go in for the goals, but right now the hope is just getting dimmer and dimmer. They lost their defender right now, and that's another 100 points all the way for Mirren Sejong. So definitely Elevate is losing their opportunity to turn the tides in the last minute of the game.
And this is pretty much mission impossible already with 355 point advantage coming for the side of Mirren Sejong. This will be really difficult for Elevate to return back into that advantage. And so far, MSJ, especially Spirits, on those key movesets into the Rayquaza fight, even up until now, is doing so much values, giving so much values for Mirren Sejong in those team fights, and Elevate will not be able to answer back.
And that's actually quite a great plan coming in for Mirren Sejong. In order for them to counter out the Zacian, is actually leading the charge with the agility a while ago. And they have that block from the Snorlax, who would prevent everyone else from charging in. So that's actually a very clever strategy here for Mirren Sejong in order to protect their main attacker and their all-rounders as well, not letting them get inside on their formation.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And we have mentioned this, right? That Spirits, I believe, deserves that MVP, considering just how much utility he's able to provide coming down into the last Rayquaza fight. If you saw how Spirits was able to do it, those smackdowns, those utilities coming down into those battles and just isolating these members coming down from Elevate, gave MSJ the member advantage for the Rayquaza fight, and after that, they got the objective, they got the win.
Yeah, and that's actually a phenomenal win here for MSJ, making sure to turn the tides. And might I tell you that in terms of overall composition, they actually really did excel up against Elevate, because Elevate, yes, they do have two defenders, but I feel like the synchronization of the team is not that much very visible, because just imagine that yes, you do have the moon loop, but where's the additional setup from the Blastoise? Yes, Blastoise does have a lot on its kit. It has Hydro Typhoon, it has Surf that could actually eject Button even further later on to provide a surprise attack, but the synchronization is not just there for Elevate, and the follow damage as well, because Inteleon has a high risk, high reward in that snipe shot.
Yeah, and pretty much the composition of Elevate, if we're gonna look at it, their set plays is very dependent on those Unite moves, right? The Hydro Typhoon, we also have the Moonlight Brand, along with the Livid Outrage to really enter onto those team fights and be able to provide huge impacts against your opponents. But the thing is, once you already used up your Unite move, where else are you going to look at? Surf is not going to do a huge amount of utility. Hydro Pump's not going to do the same thing in comparison to maybe like the Ice Fang coming down from a Mamoswine or a Trevenant, if we're going to look at that moveset, right? So really, the thing about what you have mentioned in terms of synergy, they really have to stack on top in terms of those Unite moves to provide that combo attack to really change things up in a 5v5 team battle. As for MSJ, they're pretty much lagging behind down to the early game, but good things amazing for them. What's amazing for them is that they're really able to strike back at the last minute, and once you get the Rayquaza, you're pretty much set in terms of dunking those points and getting a huge lead.
Yeah, and see, that's actually quite opposite of Elevate a while ago, because Elevate is very reliant on their Unite moves, but Red Sejong just needs the heavy slam off of Snorlax and the block in order for them to set up the fight or retreat back into the fight. So definitely a lot of kit is still on their hands. They just need the minimal amount of cooldown on their moves in order for them to engage or at the same time back away from the team fights. And it's not just that, they also have the Eldegoss that could actually give the buffs for their team.
Yeah, and that's what we mentioned a while ago, right? In terms of utility, they have so much. They have a lot of possibilities of moves that could set up the play, right? Especially that Snorlax in the middle of that matchup down into the bottom lane objective for the Regice, I believe, was it? That Snorlax's body slam went insane. It just went in for a triple knockup, 4 people knockup. Really amazing stuff. And then Buzzwole coming down into the late game as well. Dealt huge impacts. So those are some of the things that we really have to look at coming down into game 2.
And yeah, coming down to game 2, definitely we could already confirm that Red Sejong has actually secured their playoff spots, or we're just going to be waiting if they're going to be getting the 7th or the 8th seed at least for this tournament, because that is only their tight spot here in the tournament, because they're going to be getting, I do believe as of now, they do have 13 points because they won a game, and eventually if they get this victory in the overall series, they're going to be getting 15 as far as I know. So that at least would be the sum here for this, actually, the story of Miran Sejong. And right now, Elevate just has to finish strong here because unfortunately they won't be proceeding all the way into the playoffs.
And now jumping into Elevate's composition, they went in for the likes of Psyduck, Mimikyu as well. Really amazing addition coming in from the team. Expectedly, this will be more towards the side of a damaged Mimikyu, just going in for those shadow close all day long, alongside with a Slowbro. So something that we have seen quite a bit, because traditionally what we have expected are the likes of the Snorlax or the likes of that Trevenant that's really strong in the front line, but Slowbro is a good addition for Elevate with that Unite move in mind.
Yeah, actually, the Slow Beam is a good kit, specifically if you try to go with the Telekinesis as well. That's actually a Slow Beam without a damage, so definitely that's a lot of kit, and you could definitely dominate your pathing later on. But what I'm interested more is that they do have Mimikyu on their composition, because this Mimikyu could actually go for the Shadow Claw, as you said a while ago. But might tell you that Trick Room is actually a great kit in order for you to have a great mobility and at the same time deal a lot of damage with the Shadow Claw.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking about like Elevate's pathway for Mimikyu, right? Because now they're going in for a little bit of that Glass Cannon comp, wherein it's pretty much very squishy in terms of composition with that double attacker. And with that said, I'm thinking if Mimikyu is just going in for the likes of Shadow Sneak alongside with the Play Rough, just because of that distance closer, and could be that surprise factor up against Miran Sejong, considering they already have the likes of Glaceon and Inteleon. So that's something to keep in mind on what Blank will be doing down the road for game 2. And now for the likes of MSJ, very traditional composition once again, and now Hoopa's coming down into the mix.
Oh, this is very, very interesting. Miran Sejong really does want to have that total control into this matchup by having that Hoopa with the fast rotations that it could provide later on into the game. But might to tell you that at the side of Miran Sejong, they don't have a speedster that could actually dish out a lot of damage up against Elevate, knowing that they have a squishier composition here, given that they have Inteleon, Glaceon, and Mimikyu only double attackers. That's going to be a setback as well as an advantage for their team. So this is going to be a high-risk, high-reward composition compared to Miran Sejong, who does have a much more well-rounded one.
Yeah, I'm excited. So we'll see if Elevate could try to answer back, could be able to really have another point and bring this into a marathon, bring this into game 3 as we are jumping to game number 2 and Elevate. There's one more chance for them to bring this closer for a win.
And definitely this would be a lot of expectations already from Miran Sejong. They have secured their spot here, so definitely everyone is expecting for them to finish strong. But on the other hand, Elevate still standing strong here, standing firm, definitely wants to counter out this game as well.
So far, Miran Sejong quite dangerous there as the first KO will come through for the side of Elevate. Not as impactful as we can really expect down the road in the middle of the game or the late game. This is just a small hiccup for the side of Miran Sejong. But so far, this is a good sign for Elevate. They really just have to keep up and really have to sustain their advantage in the early mid-game up until the very end, just like they did in game number 1. An exception for that Rayquaza fight where we all know what happened. So it's pretty much just stacking a lot of points, stacking a lot of advantage, and bringing it into the late game and sustaining it.
Oh, Swablu's and Altaria secured as quick as 5 seconds here. And Elevate trying to put up the pressure up against Miran Sejong right now. It's 4 versus 3, but they have to back away because it's just goal zone hugging here. But Surf back was the answer here for the Psyduck as he gets taken down into the casualty, into this team battle. And Miran Sejong trying to advance even further in this matchup.
And now Miran Sejong will be able to really put in a lot of pressure now. If we're looking at the positioning, this is very, very aggressive going into a mid lane invader, and Miran Sejong is stealing away a couple of those while away from Elevate and now receiving a better experience and better AOS energy points stacked up for the side of Miran Sejong. This is what they want to see, especially considering they also have the Hoopa. So down the road, we could expect those 4-man rotations for MSJ to occur, where Hoopa is going to play on the weak side of the map just to be that safeguard for the team on those Tier 1 goal zones.
Oh, look at that. Miva so quick in rotation, and that's gonna deal a lot of damage for the crossover at the side of Miran Sejong. And right now, they're gonna be backing away a lot here. After that combo that Glaceon did, that was actually freeze dry as far as I know, and Icicle Spears. Definitely a huge damage for that one.
Yeah, for sure. And now Miran Sejong still holding through into what we have mentioned a while ago, playing a bit safe. Although this might be an exception. Spirits are already very low, and Elevate is catching up.
Oh, that's a lot of catch-up right now. 30 points on the other hand, all the way into the bottom path. That's actually a great diversion play here for Miran Sejong. And they're going to be applying a little bit of pressure here, all the way to the top path. Oh, look at that ambush coming in from Jae-jong as he is trying to dominate overall. And look at that opening that was made with a computer crush in order for the teammates to score up. But Player Up is going to be there as well from Blank, trying to deal a lot of damage. But it's going to be the Hoopa taken down here for MSJ, but it's not quite done yet. They're still in for the chase. Snipe shot's not going to be landing here against Jae-jong, so definitely could still survive another set of battle here, and that Mimikyu is going to get another knockout for their team.
And this is what we mentioned, especially coming down into the moveset of Blank. It's pretty much just that Shadow Sneak alongside with Player Off, considering they already have double attackers. And so far, Elevate, they want the Regieleki, they want to close out that distance, to close out that gap, but Miran Sejong answers back.
Yeah, answer back immediately, and actually that was actually Ice Shard instead of Freeze Dry. But right now, Freeze Dry, the Frozen Evolution is gonna get taken down here. But look at that telekinesis all the way from Ward. Ward is gonna be using the movement a lot here to avoid the snipe shot. That's gonna deal a lot of damage, but still managed to land it, and that's gonna knock out Ward immediately in the top path.
Elevate still trying to look for the footing as MSJ definitely has the better end, has the better lead at this point, but Regieleki still yet to be conquered by any of these two teams as MSJ goes aggressive, Blank in danger.
Oh, Spirits dealing the damage here, but Sabine with the follow-up after that Mega Evolution. Lou is on the back line trying to deal a lot of damage, but not going to be quite enough yet for them to get the footing here. And that Regieleki is looking good here for Miran Sejong. And Ward does need to block off a lot of members from Elevate because they do want to get that objective. But sad to say, Elevate managed to keep it alive as there's 5 vision to reveal the tall grasses. And that's actually a lot of damage coming in from Elevate with a snipe shots and the icicle spears from their main attackers.
And now it is Elevate who's able to get the Reggie Alecki, put down on Terra 1, goes on and dunk it through and through. Really amazing stuff coming from Elevate, playing that sustained battle up against Mir and Sejong, and now they have the 30-point lead. Mir and Sejong now is focusing their eyes, coming down into the bottom side of the map as the Reggie bottom is still up and running.
Oh, and they do have to set the footing here once again. This is an additional attack buff for Mir and Sejong if they can keep it alive. And the members are just lacking here from Elevate. They do have the snipe shot all the way into the backline, but this is going to be the leading charge here coming in from Mir and Sejong. They need that Crustle up and going, but Mewtwo takes down one attacker from Elevate. They just need to chase down, look for the Inteleon, but who's going to be at the price? That Slowbro is gonna get taken down as well. They just need the last hit and they would get the buff here, and Junior Absent is gonna be sent back into the base.
And Mir and Sejong still going in to play for that defense. Overdunk of over 30 points into the bottom side of the map there as Mir and Sejong closes down the distance. Playing very, very close in comparison to game number 1, wherein the big difference is wherein Elevate got a huge advantage. Now Mir and Sejong going aggressive here. They have Sidong into the backside, turns over, and Mir and Sejong pivots 3v1.
Oh, 3v1, very unfortunate for Junior Absent. Full power II was pop up, but the rings and bound as well will be there for everyone from Mir and Sejong to support every single teammates of them, and they're gonna be getting a knockout once again. But that Slowbro with a quick trade-off. Look at that serve from inside the Azure Spy Vision, but Spirit is gonna be going in for the aggression. Icicle Spears will be landing here, but Neva on the other hand trying to go for a knockout as well. And Spirits, what a phenomenal putback on his footing.
Yeah, and now Mir and Sejong Elevate playing a bit standard here. Remember, 50 seconds remaining before the Rayquaza comes up, and every single one of these teams and every single one of these players have to play it safe. But now it's Glaceon goes down. Very unfortunate, and Mir and Sejong says, thank you, Glaceon, for actually having the Reggie Alecki be shut down to half HP, and Mir and Sejong just takes it away. And so for Elevate playing defense here, 30 seconds before the Rayquaza comes up, this is very unfortunate for the side of Elevate because positioning wise, Mir and Sejong will have the better end.
Yeah, better, and definitely because of that Regieleki secured from Mir and Sejong, making sure to buy a lot of time for them to get a lot of space here all the way into the forest. So definitely that is what MSJ is trying to look forward to. They do have the compute and crush ready on their favor. No raise and bound, by the way. This would be, oh, actually it was available already during this time, perfectly calculated. So this is actually a tough time for Elevate despite having the lead in terms of numbers.
Okay. And Mir and Sejong, the Rayquaza being started quite a bit, already being touched upon by the side of Elevate. No one knows who's the advantage right now because how close this game is.
Oh, this is going to be very bad. Slowbro at the side of Elevate is actually quite on the low HP, but look at that! Very beautiful slow beam! But the rings and bound was pop up immediately, and that's going to be the surf in coming in. But look at that backline. Sabine is all the way at the side trying to knock out the Inteleon, who's going to be dealing a lot of damage all the way into the backline. But the Buzzwole Spirits, once again, being the MVP, takes down 2 members of Elevate, but the Inteleon is still up here. They could go for the snipe shot, wait for the perfect timing, but it is going to be chased down by the Mewtwo at the side of Mir and Sejong, and it is just Junior Absent that's left alone, X-Scissor, to put up a lot of space to close out the gap, but it's still alive. Rayquaza is still up, and that Mimikyu is already inside all the way into the pit. This is going to be a very tough time for Mir and Sejong, as a lot of them are quite low here. They don't have the hyperspace hold to go back and in immediately, but Tempest would be taken down in that casualty. But Neva is still up, trying to buy a lot of time, and Mir and Sejong only has 30 seconds to score and get the lead.
Uh-oh, 13 points advantage to the side of Elevate, so they just have to sustain it. They need not even able to get that Rayquaza. They're still gonna win it. Rayquaza is down low already. Mir and Sejong trying to deny it out of them. Very low. Who's gonna take it down? Who's gonna take it? It won't be Elevate, and they will secure the Rayquaza.
No need to score, but of course they will try to go for the score differentials right now as they get the clutch victory into this game number 2, and we will be having a deciders match in this series.
a fantastic showing coming in for the side of Elevate. Their composition, this double attacker, quite squishy of a comp, was able to work on the hands of Team Elevate, and they're able to bring the series into the long distance, to bring the series into Game 3. I feel like it really just speaks volume on how much historical experience Elevate has in terms of that pressure points. They might be on the losing end of a series, but they're still able to find a way to put this to a long distance.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that Glacian actually did a lot for their team, knowing that Icicle Spear is a sure hit, compared to a snipe shot wherein you really do have to aim very carefully, and all it does is just for the pokes, compared to a liquidation compass or a liquidation moveset coming in from an Inteleon. It's actually more of a sure hit, so definitely what they formulated is have one for the sure hit and have one for the pokes. That's actually a great decision coming in from Elevate, because everything boiled down in their supporters and in their supporter and defender as well, making sure that they provide an ample backup in order for that Inteleon to deal a lot of damage all the way to the back line by just hitting the snipers.
Yeah, and the thing is, I have to tip my hats off to Inteleon. I have to tip my hats off to what he did, especially down at the Rayquaza fight. It's not as impactful as we can expect, right? On getting the Rayquaza, getting the objective for the team, but what happens next is really crucial for Elevate, is the bot time from Inteleon. If you're looking at a position, Inteleon is just going in tier 1 gold zone on top side of the map, not really doing anything, but he bought a lot of time for MSJ not to get the Rayquaza. Mimikyu is up, Glaceon is up. That is the time where MSJ was able to beat down the Inteleon and was able to start up the Rayquaza, but until then, it did not suffice, because the HP bars of every single one coming from Mir and Sejong is not enough to sustain themselves for that whole Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, and speaking of that, it's just a matter of time that Elevate managed to deal with it, and actually that was quite phenomenal, because they weren't taken down by Miren Sejong as a pack. They were taken down, they were collapsing one by one. So whenever someone gets sent back into the base, there is someone that could actually buy a lot of time still. And Miren Sejong just hesitating to secure the Rayquaza, because there is a potential steal that would come in, especially from the Inteleon and the Glaceon that has a sure hit with the Icicle Spears.
Yeah, and it's just really good. It's a really good play coming in from the side of Elevate. The dream is still alive, the hope is still alive, and it may not be enough to sustain themselves coming down into the top 8 position, but it doesn't matter. This is a statement, this is a signal that they can do it too, that they can go in and match up against the best of the best here in Southeast Asia, considering we still have that winter tournament coming up next after the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League group stages and the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a statement that everyone has been looking forward to. A lot of fans were waiting for the redemption of Elevate. They were currently on a losing streak into this tournament at least, but right now they are trying to redeem themselves and make sure that they take the victory, of course, into the last day despite not advancing here. And definitely we'll be seeing them into the winter tournament for APAC East.
Yeah, and I'm really excited, because the thing is, like, who's going to go into Tokyo? Who's going to be that grand finals champion? Going to really be the pretty much a representative of Southeast Asia in terms of that esports scene, to be the best of the best. You know what? If they can't, if they can't catch them all, just be the best of them all, right?
Yeah, actually, I love that statement coming in from you, Infinity. Love that clarity. I love the concept, but definitely the one that is waiting for us right now is game number 3, the deciders match for this one. Again, Miren Sejong already garnered their spot for the playoffs, so it's just Blacklist International and Full Sense that is fighting it all out for the top 8 spot. And later on, it's going to be seeding factors only, but right now, this is a lot of pressure for Full Sense. What they need to do in this tournament is to win up against their opponent later on. That's going to be Paper Rex, and Blacklist International just need only a game to secure their playoff spot.
Yeah, and such a crucial matchup for Mir and Sejong. If they want to be able to secure themselves into a bit of a safety net for that top 8 position, they definitely have to win this. Because if not, if Full Sense win their battle later on, Mira and Sejong has to say goodbye for the top 8 position. So really reiterating the importance of this series for the side of MSJ, not really for the side of Elevate, but really for Mira and Sejong to come clean into the top 8 spot. But for now, we're jumping into game number 3 here as we have the pick and ban swiftly going through. Umbreon, Mewtwo, Y, Miraidon, or Shifu removed already.
And here's the thing, it's actually much more of a same composition that they're trying to hover here into this game at least, because every single strategy was working for both teams, and it's just a matter of fact that Elevate has a better execution from the early up until the mid game, because actually every single duration of the game number 2, they were actually in total control. Yes, Mira and Sejong was actually able to bounce back a lot of times, but definitely Elevate has a better tone before the final stretch, and they were able to extend and play the time by just playing tag with their opponent.
For sure. And now, going into the picks and bans very swiftly here for the side of Elevate, coming into a bit of the same essence, right? You have the likes of a defender in the front line, which is Blastoise, you have the Mimikyu, and then going in for the likes of Glaceon, but instead of the Inteleon, they're switching things up a bit, just going in for the Cyrilege instead.
So right now, they're going to be relying on the sure hits instead of the powerful snipe shots coming in from the Inteleon. So this is actually very wonderful. At the same time, we all know that Cyrilege could actually deal a lot of damage. Actually, Bitter Blade is much more powerful right now as far as I know, but Psycho Cut does deal a faster damage overall. So I'm quite curious how can they actually maximize this Cyrilege later on, but might tell that they also have the Mimikyu. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be sticking with the Flame Rough, but definitely Shadow Claw is a great kit as well. But right now, it's Tempest back here with the Blastoise. I'm quite worried about this one because the Slow Roll was working a while ago, but definitely they would have to rely once again with the Hydro Typhoon for their setups later on.
Yeah, and that's actually something that I've been thinking as well. Like going down into this competition, considering that they went in for a double all-rounder, which is the Mimikyu, and alongside with the Cyrilege, I'm thinking Mimikyu has that possibility of just going in for the Shadow Claw and the Shadow Sneak, just because of how much damage it can provide for the team, alongside with the likes of Glaceon and the Cyrilege, in addition to that with the Revenant Rent. So that's something to keep in mind. That's something that Elevate could do, specifically if they really want to go all in terms of that damage. But once again, you had the Blastoise coming into the competition to be that frontliner for the side of Elevate. So it's all up to the positioning, timing of those Unite moves that will be crucial for the side of Elevate for them to be able to win it.
Yeah, they have to be able to win this one. This has to be the statement for Elevate right now. But we talk about the composition once and for all, and definitely conclusion for this one is a great start for MSJ, knowing that they only have that Metagross into their evolutionary state. But Elevate, on the other hand, would have to climb up all the way into the levels. Yes, they do have great early game with the Glaceon, but let's see if that Cyrilege could catch up into the lane.
Yeah. So far, it's playing a bit safe here. It's playing and stacking onto those experience and stacking on those AO's energy points, and this is applicable for both sides. You have Elevate, which has a multi-evolution Pokemon with Blastoise, and you also have the Cyrilege that needs a bit of time to be able to reach that point of power into reaching that Cyrilege final evolution. And for the side of MSJ, they have the Metang to go into a Metagross that also takes time. So really, these two teams have to keep an eye out onto the aggression, to the rotations, and the positioning of each other.
And speaking of the positioning itself, I love how everyone is already positioned here for the Swablues and Altargas all the way to the top hat. And look at that! Spirits managed to get blank out of nowhere, and that's gonna be the last hit coming in from Chobo. And very phenomenal start here from Ren Sejong, trying to start things strong here. But look at that! They're gonna be diving in all the way into the forest of Elevate so far.
Yeah, and so far, just playing very aggressive here from Ren Sejong. That confidence is top-notch here. Double KO coming right through for the side of MSJ in trade for one. Really, really amazing stuff. So what they're doing now for the likes of Miran Sejong is literally not giving any breathing room for the side of Elevate, not giving them any experience, not giving them AOS energy points for them to be able to scale into that perspective of power, especially for Sarah Ledge, still only reaching level 5 now, and the Squirtle still taking his time to be able to reach that second evolution and that final evolution. So really, Elevate has to ramp up in terms of experience gaining in this game.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you're a Blastoise, you wouldn't want to be a Squirtle still on the 7th-minute mark of the game. As much as possible, you want to be a War Turtle already all the way into the 8th-minute mark of the game. And right now, Tempest is having a bit of a struggle in making that one happen. And what a nice toss here coming in from Spirits. Junior Absent gonna get taken down once again. Those Shadow Claws will be connecting up against at the side of Neva. So definitely, they do have to respect this one immediately. But another great toss coming in from Spirits as they score a lot of goals here all the way to the top path.
Yeah, and this is the power of the experience difference that we're saying, right? If we're looking at Miran Sejong, level 9 already for the likes of Metagross, level 9 already for those evolutions. Really strong powerhouse right now for MSJ to be able to landslide the competition in game number 3 and Elevate. Their mid laner is still at level 8, their attacker is still at level 7, and this is really hurting their team fighting prowess.
Oh, Unite move was actually dished out by the Buzzwole, but sad to say, the Ultra Swollen Slam not going to be quite efficient for them to get the knockout, but in return, they actually got the Registeel all the way to the bottom path, an additional attack buff, so right now, they could actually force this fight once and for all, but they are lacking in terms of numbers, but the Espeon right now is going to be here. Psychic Solaire to lift up everyone else, but Surf Back was the answer for Junior Absent, but he cannot back away quite on time, and that is going to be 2 knockouts, make it 3 knockouts here at the side of Miran Sejong, and they're going to be scoring a lot of goals once again here in top path.
A tad bit too late. I was thinking that Psyduck is going to go in for the catapult to jump in and dunk into denying the 38 points coming in from Metagross, but it's not going to be enough. MSJ going for that fight. Double KO already for the side of Elevate.
Oh, Shadow Claws are actually landing. Play with me. He's going to seal off that Hoopa once and for all. The block is actually connecting for that Metagross to back away from the team battle. Great execution for War to save up a member on their team of being avoided to sent back into the base by being knocked out. And right now, shift of attention once again to Elevate. They managed to get a lot of shot down XPs here, but still Miran Sejong has a lot of lead in terms of numbers. But right tell you, Mimikyu so far catching up.
Yeah, amazing sacrifice there coming in from Snorlax. If Snorlax did not do that, this would be meaning a lot more casualty to the side of Miran Sejong. And so far, Miran Sejong is in a really good state. They are on, I believe, a 140-point lead up against their opponent, or well, rather, 180? Was it 140 to 180? Math doesn't matter. Miran Sejong matters, and Elevate matters. And so far, 1 KO already for the side of Miran Sejong as Blastoise goes down.
And look at that, they are just trying to ambush the forest here from Elevate, not giving a breathing room, just like what you've said a while ago. And right now, Miran Sejong is trying to climb all the way into the top path, making sure that Regieleki would apply a lot of pressure up against them, but they can actually rid the rhythm here for Elevate, so might as well trade the objective. Regirock will get an additional defense for their team, and potentially engage in team battle once again if they get it.
Yeah, Regieleki now being contested here. You have the Unite move coming in for the Hoopa, but the answer back in from Elevate as well, with the Blastoise trying to deny it out them, but Miran Sejong will be able to take down the objective. Now following suit, the Mimikyu trying to deal damage into the backside, but Metagross will bring him down for a 1-for-1.
And actually, right now, Tempest is trying to buy a lot of time. That's actually a great serve, but there's no follow-up damage coming in from the Glaceon as they try to shift their attention onto the Regieleki that was marching all the way into the pop path. Tempest was blocked immediately by the serve, and that's going to be the knockout already in the bottom path. That's going to be an additional score, but Elevate has to defend that Regieleki. Bought a lot of time for Miran Sejong to bounce back.
Ooh, the Psyduck, really unfortunate fate there with Miran Sejong just playing with him. He may not be Mimikyu, but he can still play with players right up into that mid lane. But for now, we're looking at Regirock being the eyes of the prize here for Miran Sejong, really locking it in, getting that objective, getting the better end up until a couple of minutes time, a couple of seconds time for those team fights to occur wherein MSJ has and can sustain their advantage.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, look at this. It's gonna be the side that trying to surf in. That's actually a very brave decision coming in. But Tempest does have the Hydro Typhoon here. You cannot sacrifice it immediately in the 3-minute mark of the game because that's going to be the final stretch later on and they're going to be lacking a lot of utilities. But that is the goal of Miren Sejong. Make Elevate use every single Unite moves that they have so that they would get the upper hand later on into the final stretch.
Yeah, Miren Sejong still holding it. Their positioning into more towards that bottom side of the map here as Elevate is still trying to hold on, waiting for time here. Ooh, that was really close up there coming from Jijong in terms of a dangerous position. But Miren Sejong still holding out. Elevate as well in a similar way is holding their position on top side. A huge chunk of damage coming through on side up.
Whoa. And actually, this is actually wonderful for Sabine managed to get the buff all the way into the last minute. That's an additional cooldown here on his side. And right now, Miren Sejong just have to play this one very safely. But there are the ones actually backing away. But look at the back line. That Buzzwole is going to be doing a surprise attack anytime soon up against Elevate.
You have to look at Tempest on how the Unite move is going to occur because this is pretty much Elevate. This is pretty much Tempest's opportunity for them to win it. So it's all eyes on Tempest here for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, they need that eject bot on Hydro Typhoon, but look at that full power. But the Hydro Typhoon is going to lift a lot of members.
Oh, Elevate got it.
Yeah, they got the Rayquaza right off the bat. They managed to get a lot of KOs right now. Rings Unbound is not going to do a thing here. And Elevate smiling at everyone as they're going to be getting the lead once and for all in this game.
And this is what we're talking about. Those Unite moves coming in from Blastoise specifically, coming in from Tempest, will dictate if Elevate wins it. And once those Unite move, once the Unite move coming in from Blastoise, the Hydro Typhoon, connected on to 3 people in the Rayquaza pit, it's over for MSJ. It's Elevate who takes it down, and it's Elevate who takes game 3 of the series.
Elevate right now, smiling at everyone, making sure that the doubters will be proven wrong as they did a lot of upset towards the fans, towards everyone else watching their game, and this is going to be them. But still, the score lands here for Miren Sejong to close out the gap here, to get a lot of scores, because they do need that score differential once and for all for their seedings. But right now, this is going to be a total blowout here for Elevate. Unite move has been popped off by the Glaceon, making sure that they cannot score again and again. Hydro Typhoon once again in the last 10 seconds. They actually want to knock out every single members of Miren Sejong as they take this series and ending their season with a victory.
Amazing stuff coming in for game number 3. How Elevate really just switched things up right under the foot of MSJ, of Miren Sejong. So really tipping my hats off to how Elevate played that reverse sweep in the first series of day 6 here in the group stages. So Elevate really deserving of this win here in this series so far. Really unfortunate that it took quite a bit for them to really find their footing, as we saw right now in game 2 and game 3. But overall, deny MSJ's win here in this series puts Miren Sejong in a dangerous position in the top 8 position.
Yeah, and here's the thing. We have been talking about during game number 1 that Elevate doesn't have this synchronization the moment that they lost their game in game number 1. But here's the thing. They managed to catch up immediately, make sure that every single Unite move was in sync, and at the point of time, whenever they use it, it's going to be a blowout already up against Miren Sejong. That is what happened during that final stretch. They managed to get that Unite moves going in their favor, and potentially, they managed to gather everyone else, take them down, send them back to the base, get the Rayquaza, and of course, get the victory.
And now it is pretty much Elevate who takes the win. And you know what? I think the caster's curse are real.
It is real. Like, just imagine, Trevenant wasn't even present in the game yet, curse move is being used by the casters. Caster curse, 10 out of 10. We're proven wrong at least for today.
It always happens like that. No, coming down into the predictions, every single caster is gonna predict some team or the other, but it matters to like who has the most votes. And then coming down into the game itself, coming down into the series itself, it's going to be the opposite team to win this. So really fascinating stuff. But what else is fascinating is how Elevate won that cleanly, fair and square up against the likes of Mira and Sejong, able to find a composition that works for them.
Yeah, definitely, and I love how Elevate really did elevated their strategy here as they actually finished this season's very strong for their team. But again, sad to say they won't be advancing into the playoffs, so definitely we might be seeing them, of course, into the winter tournament for APAC East. But Miren Sejong is going to be advancing even further in this tournament by getting that playoff spot. So right now, we are just waiting for the single team, one team that would qualify. It could be Full Sense, it could be Blacklist International, but we'll definitely see that one later on as we're going to be heading into our break. And of course, after that, it's going to be game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia 2025. Still, it's Pikios and Infinity ready to bring the action towards game number 2. It's going to be Alter Ego from, of course, their home country up against Talon.
Yeah, it's a battle of the fittest, or well, rather, survival of the fittest from these two teams. As we saw a while ago, Mir and Sejong up against Elevate came down into a 3-game series. And so far, if there's anything, Talon and Alter Ego, these are some of the best teams that we have here in Southeast Asia. And I could expect this to go into a long-distance marathon between these two teams. But with their performance recently, Talon Esports and Alter Ego pretty much tie on that leaderboard in terms of that series win and series loss 4-4.
Yeah, actually, but in terms of score differentials, Alter Ego is actually really step ahead of them. But we cannot deny that Talon has been also doing a lot of job here, making sure to secure their 14 points in this tournament. Both of them are sitting in that specific number. But right now, it's going to be a different story here. They're going to be playing in for the seeding, so definitely this is very important, specifically if they want to match up a specific team, because, you know, I do believe in some stories that a specific team is quite confident taking down a specific team as well.
And for the key player, for the likes of Alter Ego that we have seen perform absolutely well, it's going to be Shingdi, wherein the top 3 Pokemon pick would be Mimikyu, Dodrio, and Serena. And now Serena is also not banned, so we could expect that maybe Alter Ego is going to pick it up this time around.
Yeah, and quite interesting in this matchup is, of course, we also have Mike, on the other hand, has been using a lot of Leafeons and Urshifu recently. Garchomp is actually the third option, or the last option coming in from Mike, but definitely you would love him to be an Urshifu because he has been dealing a lot of damage, dealing a lot of wonders for Talon, and definitely a key player indeed, in my opinion.
Yeah, so we'll see how Mike will be performing this time around. Whew. Look at that caster prediction. I don't know. I think this would be, you know what, the one that dictates if caster's curse are really real. Because if Talon wins, or actually I don't know, because this is a bit of that variety of a pickup.
It's actually well distributed compared to game number 1. It's 6:4, 60-40. So that's actually not bad, but you know, still feel like Alter Ego really has a big pressure here up against Talon. These two teams have been going head to head for the past couple of years in Pokemon Unite, and definitely they know each other for quite some time. And right now, this is the back on track matchup that we have been waiting for. Right on, banned immediately here by Alter Ego.
Yeah, just huge respect. I think Miraidon has a huge capability into dealing a lot of damage or closing down distance depending on what moveset you're gonna go for. So Alter Ego just banning it away, huge respect onto Talon Esports, but also Inteleon. This is a bit more interesting because if we're gonna consider it, like Mike always goes in for the likes of Leafeon, Talon loves to go for those double evolutions such as the Umbreon alongside with the Leafeon, maybe a Glaceon or Espeon as well into the mix. So that is one of the expectations that we have for the likes of Talon. But so far for Alter Ego, it's all hands on deck. A lot of Pokemon are still open, but Mewtwo Y will be locked in.
Oh, definitely. And we might actually see the Hoopa strategy once again from Talon that they have been doing for the past couple of seasons in Pokemon Unite. Definitely would have to look forward into that, as well as the Umbreon. You know, we all love that combo that they have been doing over and over again, and it's so hard to beat that kind of strategy. But right now, it's going to be Garchomp and, of course, the Umbreon that was set foot here by Talon.
Yeah, and this is what we have called out on. For the side of the likes of Talon Esports, they really love to go in for their Umbreon. This is one of their comforts ever since a couple of years ago. In the hands of maybe Rubik's or even Kai as well. These are a bit of that flexible Pokemon for the likes of Talon. But for Alter Ego, they pick up the Blastoise alongside a supporter. So this is pretty much set for them in terms of a standard. One attacker, one defender, and one support already locked in.
Yeah, and do feel like that Alter Ego would be having here a speedster later on based on the gameplay that they have been doing over and over again. But right now, it's gonna be Kyle locking in the Snorlax double defender composition. I love what they're trying to do right now. They also have the Psychic Solaire coming in from the Espeon. They do have a lot of setups right now, and the damage still would be pretty much reliant into Mike. But let's not forget that Dilo on the backline would be efficient as well, given the fact that they could actually keep him going over and over in every single team fight, so knowing that Xingdi with the Queen's Ascendant might actually lock him down.
Now, Ledge and Serena, we called it that Serena's not bad away already, and they are going to pick it up. And now they have the Ledge alongside with it. But for the likes of Talon, they went in, as we have predicted, that double evolution for that early mid-game type of setup, and then they picked up the Greninja right after.
Wow, correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the first time that we are going to be seeing Greninja, at least for PUACL. I'm not quite sure, but I feel like the days I've casted, I feel like this is actually the first time. And given the fact that they do have this Espeon on their favor, they could actually go for the surf composition here instead of the water shuriken. So I'm quite interested how is going to be this Greninja utilized by Talon.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because the thing is, like, Greninja, from what we have seen so far all throughout 6 days of Pokemon Unite actions here in Asia Champions League 2025, statistically speaking, there isn't really much win for the likes of Greninja. It's, to be fair, really a difficult Pokemon to play with in terms of composition. So it's something we really have to keep our eyes on for the likes of Talon, and how they're able to use the Greninja in their composition, how they're able to mend this together alongside with the team, with the Umbreon, alongside with another evolution for them to really make big impacts in the game.
Yeah, they need that huge impact all the way from the early game. So it's actually very a 50-50 in terms of composition. Everyone can do everything. They have the mid game, they have the early game. Everyone can actually step up, and it's just a matter of how they play the time. So that's going to be the action that we're going to be seeing here in Alter Ego up against Talon. Let's see who's going to be getting the front seat in their tie scoreline.
And Talon Esports, what we could expect coming down into the early game is that Talon is going to definitely have the bigger edge, right? Because they have the Umbreon, they have the Espeon, they also have the Greninja, which is coming down into a bit more XP requirement with that multi-evolution Pokemon. But nevertheless, they still have that prowess with the Umbreon and Espeon. For the likes of Alter Ego, it also takes a bit of time with Serena, with the Blastoise.
And this is gonna take a lot of time here, specifically. So right now, it's more actually waiting for the Swablues and Altarias right now. The reason why Alter Ego is trying to overextend here all the way into the bottom path. But might tell you that Talon is somewhat gonna be focusing all the way into the top path. They read the rotation already coming in from 94, and they're actually gonna be taking him down here. Look at that, very low on HP, not gonna be sent back into the base, but they managed to secure the Swablues and Altarias, and they're eyeing on the prize, and that's gonna be the Gold Zone's score conversion for Talon.
Yeah, Talon 57 points already. This is also one of the expectations, right, on how aggressive Talon can be. This is something we have discussed and we were talking about before the show and the stream started, how Talon's is characteristic. One of the characteristics, at the very least, is to be very aggressive in their playstyle, in their gameplay, along with those evolutions being picked up consistently time and time again. So this is one of the expectations, that Alter Ego has to play it a bit more safe here. Up until the middle of the game, we're in. Blastoise is already there, this arena is already there, and the Unite moves are up and running.
Up and running indeed, but look at this, all the way into the central area. It's going to be tough. They're going to be fighting all out for the Swallows and Altarias. Where Shuriken is going to be landing all the way up there, and they're going to be taking a lot of damage still. That rest is quite efficient for Rubex to set up a boundary up against Alter Ego.
Yeah, and the Snorlax as well, really good coming from down. All just because you have to think about it, right? How Alter Ego wants to play this is that Ledge is gonna go forward, Blastoise wants to come through, you have Serena as well, which is a bit of that short distance type of Pokemon to go into those team fights. And Snorlax, if ever they went in with a block, or if ever they went in for the likes of that Body Slam, it's gonna have huge effects in those team fights.
Yeah, there's gonna be huge effect here, but right now Shady left alone to defend the top path goal zone. That's actually a lot of damage coming in from the water shuriken, and Shady is pinched all the way. Luckily gets the citrus berry to give a second chance for himself, but sad to say that goal zone is gonna be taken down by Talon. But on the other hand, Alter Ego, great trade of objectives here from the Regirock.
And so far, going in for the Regieleki as well, it's pretty much a trade. You have Talon getting the Regieleki on top side of the map. Not as big impact because you have Alter Ego that can defend it quite quickly with the tier 1 goal zone already down. But nevertheless, this puts in a lot of pressure onto Alter Ego's side, and Kai's in danger.
Very danger indeed, and has to back away. Luckily, luckily that was a foul play that could actually give a lot of ability coming in from him, but that certainly is going to be unfortunately up against Greninja, and he is going to get punished immediately. Look at that Unite move coming in from Sync 1, actually taking down Zirei again and again, and that is a lot of goals converted at the hands of Talon. But right now, 94 is going to be going in for the trade, but that block... Ooh, Ran, that's a lot of damage, actually, making sure to take down with him, but not going to be quite enough here as Talon cleans up a very great trade again and again against Alter Ego.
That was so close. That was so close. If the, I believe, was it the Espeon? If the Espeon did not use the Unite move, he would have gone down. So it was really just a perfect time coming from Talon, using up the Unite move there to save himself with that extra shield, with that extra barrier. And Alter Ego, really unfortunate that Sir Ledge died. And so far, Alter Ego is now keeping up on that level difference. A while ago, we were talking about it, how Talon had that edge, had that advantage. Rubik's in danger.
Ooh, this is gonna be very tough. Look at that. The backup is not gonna be quite enough here for Talon, but Rubik's is still up and going. Power Nap has been popped off once again, and Sync 1 perfectly timed. That Shuriken is gonna be getting 2 knockouts on their favor, and actually get this objective once and for all under 10 seconds, but they have to set up the distance up against Alter Ego.
Yeah. And now it's Talon having that advantage already, is trying to go in for the Registeel, gain that better edge, gain that better buff, but Alter Ego also contesting it.
Oh, this is going to be very tough. The position has been switched up immediately as Alter Ego is going to be getting the last hit here. Sync 1 is going to be using the Psychic Slayer together with the Hydro Typhoon at the other side, and Alter Ego looking for an opening. Yep, they don't seem to get an opening for the knockouts, and that is the Regieleki applying the pressure in the top path as well.
Yeah, and Talon Esports really just going in for that push now as Ikura trying to go away. Alter Ego, you have to push back coming in from block. Kai is going through as well. Really amazing coordination coming in from Talon Esports as 94 is forced to retreat.
Force retreat immediately, and they're actually taking the buffs here from the fours of Alter Ego. This is actually not looking good for Alter Ego if they kept on going, and Talon is going to be counter controlling this game, and they're going to be losing a lot of resources.
There we go. A pause for now.
A pause for now. A breather indeed, because it has been a non-stop action in this game.
Yeah, for sure. So far, this is going to settle down a bit, buy time for both these teams. I'm not really that sure yet what a pause entails from both these teams, but so far, what we are seeing is Talon had a very huge lead. 114 points advantage coming from them. You have 2 minutes before the Rayquaza comes up, so this is sufficient time for Alter Ego and Talon Esports to really meddle in and balloon their advantage quite a bit more and get a good positioning. So it's really just up to how these two teams will be able to execute with that time frame.
Yeah, and actually they do, Alter Ego, they do have this arena into their hands, so definitely they could actually lock in a single member here for Talon. They could actually lock in the Greninja if they do want to, because Greninja has been a huge threat all the way into the backline. And the range, it's not quite phenomenal with a Water Shuriken, knowing that you have to get in close with your double team in order for the Shurikens to land immediately into your opponent. And if they get that kind of opening, definitely this arena could step up. But here's the thing, the Snorlax, it's giving a lot of pathway for Talon for them to attack and confidently deploy every single moves from the backline.
For sure. Now we'll see. As we are currently still waiting, and just as soon as we said that, we're back into the game.
back into the game, and Talon is cooking a lot here. Alter Ego not having enough resources for them to get up in order to bounce back immediately, but in terms of levels, they're actually quite on par still with Talon.
Now Alter Ego going for the top lane and trying to set up a fight, trying to set up a play here. Snorlax with the body slam alongside that bluff, buying time here for Talon Esports.
Ooh, that's actually a wonderful block in order for them to be pinched into a single location. But right now, that's going to be the Psychic Solaire lifting a lot of members. But the Revenant Red must also pop up as well to deal a lot of damage for the side of Alter Ego. And right now, Talon, the only members left is going to be Snorlax. But that is going to be the team knockout for Alter Ego. And they're going to be overcapping this goal zone with 41 points.
And Talon Esports, unfortunate timing. You have Sarah Ledge at 94. Going into that backside, the Revenant Red was perfect alongside with a Blastoise follow-up on that Hydro Typhoon. Really netted Alter Ego that bigger advantage and bigger lead in that team fight alone. And Talon right now with a 114-point advantage just prior in a couple of seconds time. Alter Ego just answered back with the lead.
See, what could be the possible answer back here? Right now, there's going to be a very tough time here for Talon, and I cannot see things quite very clear here and very unfortunate. But, see, what could be happening? There's actually a knockout happening here. But, on the other hand, it's Talon still trying to control the rhythm a lot here, Infinity.
For sure. And now 7 seconds. Rayquaza will come up. All about positioning. Talon is able to bring down 94, along with Mewtwo Y. This buys a huge amount of opening for them to start up their Rayquaza or turn around and battle Alter Ego.
Alright, Hydro Typhoon, pop off immediately, followed up by the Psychic Solaire. And this is actually going to be very huge for Talon, as they're the ones going to be getting the majority of the knockout. Ziri all the way to the backline, trying to deploy a lot of damage. Quintessential must pop up as well, making sure that D-Land is going to be taken away immediately. And look at this turnaround, that's what's happening. Alter Ego, despite losing in numbers, managed to get 3 knockouts, and Talon needs to do a reset.
Snorlax still up. Garchomp is going in for the catapult. They don't have time. There's no time. Rayquaza is there only, and now you secure.
That's actually very wonderful for Alter Ego. Not quite sure who initiated things up, but they were actually able to sustain themselves despite losing in quantity in that duration and making sure the Talon would collapse. This is this advantage of having 2 attackers at the same time. It's a double-edged sword, so definitely you cannot tell what's gonna happen next if both of them gets taken down.
Yeah, and now Talon Esports just trying to sponge the damage from Alter Ego's side, but at this point it's pretty much going to be impossible for them to push them away, with Alter Ego already stacking 350-point advantage up against Talon Esports at this stage. It's going to be so difficult for them. Now it's all about thinking about the next game, what type of composition they're going to go for, what side are they going to choose. Is it going to be the purple side selection this time around, coming down into the following game? Because remember, the best 3 in Alter Ego, if they win the next one, they secure the series.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, Alter Ego, known for doing the upsets here, known for being the aggressors. But Talon is also aggressive, but not gonna be quite enough for this game at least. Alter Ego taking down the first game.
Amazing stuff from Alter Ego's side, with a huge drastic turnover from that last 3 minutes into the game. One team fight really just dictated Alter Ego's huge deficit into a point lead. And so far, Ice's those Unite moves are phenomenal. Time and time again, those Hydro Typhoons up against multiple members coming from Talon Esports, along with the utilization of that eject button, is spot on.
Yeah, and not just that, Ice was also dealing a lot of damage. Almost 1/4 of their total team damage is what he has been deploying. So aside from the setups that he could actually provide for their team, a lot of damage are still being deployed, and that is actually making Talon suffer a lot in terms of team fights. Yes, they managed to get the setup immediately, but it's not just a setup that we have been seeing, it's actually the total damage as well. And if they don't have that Psychic Solaire from Dylan already, definitely Alter Ego is already unstoppable in team fights.
Yeah, and just look at, I want to tip my hats off to Rubik as well. Those body snaps, those buy time that he consistently does for the side of Talon Esports just save themselves quite a bit of lives there. Coming for the side of Talon Esports. So really the utilization of those body snaps, the utilization of those blocks, as we see right now, buys a huge amount of time, just buys a huge amount of capability for them.
Yeah, and we might be seeing the same composition here for both teams because Talon, it's just very unfortunate for them to not be able to sustain the last team fight all the way to the Rayquaze this bit. But that Greninja specifically was working in their favor, making sure that a lot of damage all the way to the backline would be deployed by their team. So definitely, we might be seeing the same case scenario, but might to tell you that Hoopa was wide open a while ago, we might see it once again.
There's a possibility, right? There's always that possibility of a run back. Although I'm not particularly a fan of a Greninja going into the same composition because there's a lot of options in terms of attackers, right? And maybe it's still open for either side. So that's something very interesting as well, alongside with the Urshifu not being picked up by any of these two teams. So really, game number 2 would be a surprise on what these teams are going to go for and what type of composition they want to really just put on edge coming down into the next matchup.
Yeah, and as far as I know, aside from the matchups that we are seeing, at least for today, there is a lot of community fans who's actually watching here into our live streams, and they do want to send their messages here, starting it off with Aquaria, and excited to see the Paper Rex and Full Sense matchup. There we have it. We also have our one and only supporters from Isen. So Isen, Jimiru, Leons, and JNXR, who's actually waiting for Blacklist International, their brothers, to go head-to-head later on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stacked matchup that we have for today. There's really quite a bit of games that we have in our hands. Well, it's 5 series. It's just games. We're gonna think about it, but nevertheless, this is the final matchup. This is the final set of games that we have here in group stages that really dictates quite a bit. So it's stakes on the lines for each and every single one of these 10 teams here in the group stages are really important.
Yeah, really important indeed. And we are just waiting for the second game to commence anytime soon. So again, this is just a matter of seeding, but still a lot of actions are being shown here by both of these teams. So Alter Ego, on the other hand, is one step away towards that victory. Additional 3 points on their bank, but let's see if Talon would let them get the higher seed later on.
Yeah, is Talon, Alter Ego, if they can win it. I mean, it's a best of 3 series. Talon Esports could definitely still take a dub here, could still take a win if ever they win game number 2 and bring this to a distance and win game 3 as well, similar to what we have seen in series number 1 for that earlier sweep. Because as you have mentioned there, PKUs, the battle for these teams that are already sure into coming down into the top 8 position, it's all about playing for seedings. It's all about playing on who your opponents are going to be jumping down into the playoffs.
Yeah, and definitely these teams, they're eyeing on someone specifically. They do want to get that specific seeding because they might want the hard way, they might want the easier way, and definitely they're actually assessing in terms of numbers what would be the best option for them, because there are teams that, you know, for quite some time they cannot seem to find a solution for them to have a victory up against them, no matter how formidable of a team you are, because some of the teams here, specifically the ones on top, definitely might be taken down by someone who's at the bottom of the standings.
That's a possibility. If we're gonna look at it in a bigger perspective, that's something that could possibly happen. So right now, as you're waiting for game number 2, as you could expect, what we have coming down into the following games would be Buriram United Esports up against EVOS, you have Blacklist International up against Onyx, and then you have Paper Rex up against Full Sense. So that's the 3 of the series that we're gonna go for after this series of Talon Esports and Alter Ego. That we have mentioned already that Alter Ego is on match point, 1 game away to taking the series down.
Yeah, that's actually quite true and very exciting. But might I tell you that the next matchup would be for seeding purposes once again. That's BRU and Evils, just like what you have told a while ago. But for Blacklist International up against Onyx, Blacklist does need a single game to secure their playoff spot as well and close down the doors up against Full Sense. Because Full Sense, aside from getting that victory up against Paper Rex, they do need Blacklist to not get a single game here up against Onyx, their opponent, later on. And aside from that, they still have to force that score differential, so they have to stack up their goals later on, score as much as 1,000 goals if they really do want to secure that spot later on.
Yeah, although to be fair, it's going to be difficult for Blacklist International to really just take a 2-0 matchup against Onyx Rise.
Yeah.
Onyx has performed in the prior days, in the prior series. They're currently sitting at one of the top positions alongside with BRU, alongside with Paper Rex. So that's something to take note of. But Blacklist International, you know what? If you can really beat them down and take one of the, I guess, kings here in Asia Champions League, it's always welcome, right? It's always welcome, and it's a statement to make in Asia Champions League 2025, especially coming down into the playoffs in the following weeks to come.
Yeah, 1 out of 3 games is Blacklist. That's all they need here, actually, for them to secure the spot, just like what happened to Marin Sanjong a while ago. They just need a single game for them to secure their spot all the way into the playoffs. And definitely, for sure, it would be difficult for Blacklist if they actually cannot win this game once and for all, because there might be a case that they might be getting the 8th seed, and definitely that will make them face who's going to be the strongest here all the way into the group stage. But again, it's not just number, it's going to be dictating who's going to be the strongest in this tournament.
Oh yeah. It's numbers. Actually, I mentioned a while ago, numbers matter, but it really does matter. Just show up for the viewers watching at home. That is important. It definitely is. So statistics-wise, right, how these teams have been going for those pick rates, those ban rates, really important how these are going to be playing out, especially for the likes of Talent. If you want to go technical, right, you really have to look at and study what these teams play consistently, what they have the most wins on in terms of composition or in terms of Pokemon. So that's something in the eyes of the players and the teams and the coaches behind the scenes. But for now, jumping into the game once again, here for Alter Ego and Talon Esports, from what we have noticed in game number 1 is that Talon Esports is really an aggressive team. There's one of the teams that really want to go dunk points time and time again, and really just forcing out this team fight. So that's something that we could expect still. Coming down into game number 2 and still dunking and relying on the likes of Umbreon and those evolutions to have that early aggressive power spike.
Yeah, here's the thing. Talon really does love a lot of balance towards their team. They want that early game advantage. They want that late game advantage as well from their team. And that's how they distribute their roles. Just imagine they have 2 attackers, a set of 1 for the early, 1 for the late game, which is the Espeon and Greninja specifically. Same thing with the defenders that they do have. They always opt to get one that would set up the field by the use of the Unite move, and one would use the setup in terms of the move sets only. So there is actually not enough breathing room for them in order to lose a lot of options later on into their games.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what the adjustments are going to be. Greninja, maybe once again, 2. We really don't know like what Talon is thinking about in terms of composition, what type of attackers, what type of all-rounders pick up. But I think one of the set expectations really is that Umbreon is going to still be that priority for the likes of esports. Mimikyu could be an option for them if it's left open. The likes of Leafeon is something that they can consider as well, considering how Miva constantly plays this Pokemon out. For Alter Ego, I want that Blastoise to remain. That Blastoise, those higher type moves are really picture perfect coming down into the last letter in those team fights.
Yeah, and also that Blissey. As far as I know, they do have the Blissey, providing a lot of assistance as well for their team. That's actually quite phenomenal as well in their composition, making sure that everyone can actually move freely the way they want to. That's Rita, that's Cirillage, that Mewtwo, They're just doing what they want. They just deploy whatever damage that they could actually do for their team, and it's just their Blastoise and Blissey in the side of Alter Ego doing the wonder of things, doing the things of wonders, and it's just a matter of coordination and trust coming in from their teammates.
Yeah, and the coordination and chemistry definitely is very important, every single one. But right now, just hold on. Just take a little bit of that breather and taking a bit of that snacks and drinks, coming down into watching the stream and watching the tournament. And if ever, we mentioned a while ago, right, that the viewers watching at home has a lot in store for them, not just because of the Pokemon Unite action that's happening around Asia Champions League, but also the giveaways that we're having every single stream day of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025, and one of which would be the QR code just beside PKU there. So if you're interested to join on to the giveaway, again for Pokemon Unite merchandise, right in the bottom right side of your screen. So yeah, that's an opportunity for the viewers watching at home.
Yeah, of course. And of course, not forget that we also have our winter tournament coming up in February. One for the East and one for the West in APAC. So actually, the APAC West winter tournament is going to commence at February 1. Yes, that's February 1 and 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. And of course, for APAC East, that's going to be February 8th and 9th. So that's going to be 2 days. Day 1 is going to be, of course, for the group stage, or rather the elimination round. And day 2 is going to be for the playoffs, which is actually live streamed as well into various platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and many more.
Yeah, a lot of action for Pokemon Unite. We've discussed this already. So it's happening from November last year. It happened from November last year up until, I believe, March. Yeah. Until end of March of this year. So it's how many months of action? That's November, December, January, February, March. That's 5 months. 5 months of Pokemon Unite action. Then right after, it could possibly be the likes of WCS once again. So tune in and stay updated here for Pokemon Unite on what the esports roadmaps are going to be in the foreseeable future, because surely it's going to be a lot.
It's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of actions, but of course the action that we have been waiting for, just sit tight as we are just waiting for Town PH to get back on track, because they're currently facing internet connection issue as far as I know. So definitely we do apologize for that one. No one really wanted for that to happen, but of course while we are waiting for them to get back on track, get the feeling of it, let's actually take a look at more of our community voices here. A lot of community are really cheering in for Paper Rex right now. That is going to be Night Millie watching our live stream. Thank you for supporting Paper Rex. And of course, we also have Lil, who's actually cheering in for Miran Sejong, and Aquari as well, who's excited to see Paper Rex and Full Sense matchup later on.
Yeah, I mean, we still have quite a bit to go. Just on the second series of the day of Talent Esports up against Alter Ego, we still have quite a bit of BRU up against EVOS. Yeah, Blacklist versus Onyx, and then PRX versus Full Sense. So that's still 3 series of gameplay of Pokemon Unite coming down after this series. And I've heard that you mentioned there was a lot of fans, there was a lot of cheering onto the side of Paper Rex, and surely we're gonna get to that, the final, but not the very least, of the matchups for today here in the group stages.
Yeah, a lot of fans are waiting. Same thing with Blacklist International. Paper Rex, Full Sense, Blacklist International is the main character, at least for the fans, as of today. But for sure, let's not forget our other teams here. We also have BRU, we also have Talent here, we also have Alter Ego, and of course, Evo's Onyx, who's actually sitting back, relaxing at the moment. So definitely, we would love to see them later on, and they're going to be fighting for their ranks. So right now, BRU, Paper Rex, and Onyx are fighting for the 1, 2, and 3rd spot, respectively. While on the other hand, Evo's Alter Ego and Talent are fighting for the 4th, 5th, and 6th rank. So Miran Sejong, it's either they get 7th or 8th, and Blacklist is just going to fight for that spot in the playoffs. 1 spot is all that's left, and they're going to be advancing into the playoffs on the next 2 weeks of the tournament.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of games that we have in our hand. And then, once again, in terms of that prize pool, it's going to be 20,000 USD for first place of this tournament. And then you have second place receiving that 10,000, the third place having 7,500, and the rest of the prize pool with a total amount of 50,000 are spread amongst the 4th to 8th place. Unfortunately, 9th and 10th place will not have, but nevertheless, every single one of the teams that will be going to the playoffs will receive a prize.
Yeah, and not just that, because those teams were actually eliminated at the really early stage of this tournament really does have a shot for them into the winter tournament that's going to be coming up again in February. So for Elevate, and who's going to be sitting as well on the last spot, it could be Full Sense, it could be Blacklist, could actually prepare for the winter tournament as early as they can. So definitely that's a huge advantage at the same time. But of course, let's not forget all the other teams waiting at the back here. Specifically for APAC East, I do believe that there are a lot of teams waiting as well. There's Code Unknown Fibonacci, there's the Brotherhoods of Isen, Secret Rare as well. And a lot of teams are still waiting for the APAC West. Arena 9 is actually there. So a lot of teams yet are there to come. But right now, we are here once again in our game number 2. Talon up against Alter Eagle. But right now, the side has already been switched.
Yeah, and I guess this is good. Because right now, in terms of the patterns, purple side selection is always a better pickup. A better side selection, just because you have the priority pick of that first one, and then succeeding you have the double pickups right after. So really, in terms of that mindset, you have a lot more flexibility for the side of the purple. But for now, it's Talon Esports is gonna get picked up in that side selection, and Psyduck and Urshifu going to be.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate here for Talon. I feel like they're really facing a lot of internet connection issue because they weren't able to ban their first Pokemon here, so that's actually a very big disadvantage, and at the same time an advantage they could actually take because there's only 3 Pokemons in total that's gonna be banned here. So they still go for the Hoopa if they want to, but if they're facing a lot of internet connection issues, definitely that might be a setback as well coming in from their team. But I think never mind, they might go for it. Yes, they would go for the Hoopa. Let's see what could be the situation here for Talon.
Yeah, Hoopa going to get picked up. Talon has a significant experience in terms of Hoopa, right? I believe one of the top players in the Philippines in terms of Hoopa being played out would be on the side of Talon. So that is one of the expectations. You never really want to give away the Hoopa towards Talon before. So we'll see how this time around, how it would play it out on that supporter. But for now, Alter Ego answers back with a Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo indeed, but right now Mike is going to be sticking, of course, with that Garchomp. Quite interesting, and Kai actually gets the Blastoise on their favor, so really interesting what could be the setup here. But right now, all that we can conclude here for Talon is they have a faster rotation, and at the same time, they do have a beautiful setup coming in from the Hydro Typhoon from Kai.
Greninja from Talon's side going into Alter Ego side. I love it. But Greninja's gonna get picked up, and then you have the Machoke, Machamp as well for Alter Ego as a follow-up for Eyes. So now they have a double attacker, they have a supporter, and an all-rounder. What they're lacking is that defender. So expectedly, a Mamoswine can get picked up for the side of AE. For the side of Talon Esports, Mimikyu would be a good pickup in terms of putting out damage and dealing with a lot of that utility in their composition.
Oh my god, I think this is going to be the submission support Machamp that I have been seeing for quite some time. Because just take a look at the itemization. We do have the XP share from Ice, same thing with the Float Stone. So definitely the prioritization here, it's going to be the movement and at the same time the locking in of a single member coming in from their team. So definitely submission would give a lot of mobility plus the Float Stone that they do have in their battle items. And if you manage to lock someone in with that submission, definitely that would be a great follow-up coming in from your team. But might tell you, Alter Ego doesn't have a defender on their team.
Yeah. And the one that really would act as a front line here for the side of Talon Esports would none other be a matchup, right? It's his role to go into the front line, set the things up for Alter Ego's side for this type of composition with no defender. But in terms of damage, pretty much they have checked the list, right? Considering that they have locked in onto the Durio, they have the matchup, they have the B2Y alongside with the Greninja.
Yeah, and overall, it's just an overwhelming damage that we could actually see here for Talon. Quite the very opposite of Talon, which is very well organized, and at the same time, they know what their roles are. But as for Eagle, on the other hand, it's very confusing here, but at the same time, it does have a high risk, high reward composition, knowing that they have a better damage output compared to Talon. But here's the thing, if Talon managed to get set footing once and for all, they are on the driver's seat. Definitely, that's gonna be a huge setback for Alter Ego, like a double-edged sword.
For sure. Talon Esports, with their composition, I think they have a lot of frontliners. So this is a drastic composition. Well, rather, a disparity of composition between these two teams. Like Alter Ego is pretty much like pure damage at this point, and Talon Esports is a little bit of that balance with the defender and then that all-rounder alongside with double attackers, or well, possibility of a double attacker with Mimikyu going in for the Shadow Claw instead. So these type of scenarios really occur on what your gameplay is. And Talon Esports, as we all know, is a very aggressive team. So having a Mimikyu, having a Garchomp that has that capability of just diving onto enemy backliners is really good for this.
Yeah, and we actually had a memo here that there will be a remake into the lobby of Talon and Alter Ego, given the fact that Talon seems to be having an issue here, not being able to ban and pick the proper Pokemons that they will be using, at least for the tournament. So, real do apologize for the delay that we are experiencing here. Of course, make sure that it's going to be a full Pokemon Unite action still, despite of the setbacks that we are experiencing nowadays.
Yeah, for sure. We still have a lot of matches to go, and we're gonna have a rematch here. Just for the draft composition, I believe would be that change. I'm still waiting for that final verdict coming in from the production side, but we'll see down the road what will the effect be in terms of that rematch. As we saw a while ago, there was no ban coming in for the side of Talon. At least one ban was not picked up for themselves. Yeah. So we'll see what the difference that is going to make in terms of a rematch here. But nevertheless, I'm really loving how these two teams banter in terms of composition, how these two teams go back and forth in terms of their composition all throughout game number 1 and even game number 2, despite a bit of that hindrances for the side of Talon.
Yeah, and definitely would love to see a lot of expectations here. But I'm really curious if they're really serious on that matchup support they've been trying to do a while ago. So, quite curious if that will be the same case here, at least for game number 2. But right now, we do receive another memo here that 2 players cannot specific the Pokemon that they would want to use. And of course, they weren't able to ban out a Pokemon a while ago. So, really do apologize again for the delay that we are experiencing right now.
Yeah, and I'm mostly curious, like, what would the difference be? What type of Pokemon are we not gonna see? What Pokemon are we gonna see in terms of that composition? And maybe that's also why that the side of Alter Ego did not really go for any defenders at all, did not go for any frontliners, because Machamp in theory can be that frontliner, but overall his defensive capability would not suffice. A damage type of Pokemon of 2 for the side of Talon Esports, and also a Garchomp that can deal a significant amount of impact into those new fights.
Yeah, and it's quite really surprising a while ago at the moment that we have been seeing it on our screens. But we're just waiting again for our teams to get ready, and of course we would like to remind everyone to make sure to scan the QR codes for a chance to win on the giveaways that we will be having at least for today. Again, we do giveaways right now. We do have the keychains, 5 keychains to be specific, 2 official jerseys of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and our puzzle pieces that we have. And of course, we do have the grand prize as well, which is going to be the ticket to ACL finals in Japan. There's going to be 2 winners, and actually, you just have to decode what's on the forms. You have to decode that puzzle later on, and if we're lucky enough, maybe we'll get the shot to go to the ACL finals in Japan.
Yeah, for sure. And the slots coming down into Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2025 with Grand Finals will also be in store coming down into the winter tournament as well. So keep your eyes open for that. It's going to be really exciting, at least just thinking about it, because it's still not occurring. But just thinking about it, it's really fascinating. How do you still have that chance once again? A redemption arc, if you may, to come through into another set of battle, another set of matches, another set of series of games between these teams to battle it out for a slot in the finals in Tokyo.
Yeah, and actually, we'd like to actually invite as well the viewers out there that actually, while this one is happening, the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for India is actually happening as well right now. So make sure to tune in, everyone.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on for Pokemon Unite in general, just because it leads into the Asian Champions League finals. It's all about these regions battling each other out and seeing what the Pokemon competitions are, which team is going to do the best in their own respective regions.
Yeah, and speaking of that, before we hop in, of course, and discuss the draft, I would like to remind everyone else that there are actually teams who have already qualified for Asia Champions League finals. So we do have Luminosity Gaming, who were the champions of the LAIC. We also have the winners of the China Masters. As far as I know, it's going to be Team CHR and Utopia. So right now, we have 3 teams already qualified, of course, for Asia Champions League. And we're just waiting for the Southeast Asia, Japan, India League, and of course, our Winter Tournament opens to commence immediately. And of course, mind to tell you as well that ACL Finals, it's gonna be one big tournament in Japan. And right now, we're gonna be seeing the picks here. And still locked in, by the way, from Talon.
Yeah, for sure. So it's still Hoopa that we're seeing for the side of Talon. I mean, we talked about how Hoopa is one of the players rather of Talon Esports is currently the top, if not the top, one of the top, if not the top players of Hoopa in the leaderboard as of yet. So Bree is just a good pickup overall. Garchomp and Blastoise will remain. So now it's all about discussing what type of attackers are we going to see, or all-rounders for the side of Talon.
Yeah, quite curious right now. But as far as we can tell, that this is actually the first 3 picks coming in from Talon a while ago. So could be Dylan or Sync 1 a while ago who actually had difficulties in picking up a while ago, but still they're gonna be sticking in with the Machamp support here on the side of Alter Ego. I love this one. I love seeing this one, and I'm quite curious how could they actually utilize this one. But they do need a defender at least. But I'm not quite sure what would be it. They could actually go for the Lapras if they want additional damage and a defender for formality, but they could actually go for an all-rounder as well.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see how Alter Ego will lock in. I mean, compared to their prior game of just having matchup as a liner, having one all-rounder overall, having the addition of the Buzzwole is really fantastic for this composition, just because Buzzwole is kind of like a pseudo tank, is kind of a bruiser, a Pokemon that could get quite a bit of damage before he gets KO'd. So really nice adjustments there coming in for the side of Alter Ego. For the side of Talon, just picking up the Dodrio and the Espeon instead.
Yeah, and I think this is the highlight of the day, actually, in my opinion. Highlight of the day, there's gonna be a Machamp supporting your teammates. This is quite fresh, quite phenomenal for Alter Ego. And of course, not just the support here, the support mechanism in terms of the XP share, but of course the total damage as well gonna be deployed here for Alter Ego is gonna be humongous in terms of numbers. But the thing is, can that Blissey do all the work for their team in order for them to be, up in the longer team balance?
Yeah. So what adjustments are going to be here from both sides? Alter Ego right now, ready on match point, 1 win away from securing the whole series. And Talent Esports going for the likes of Dojo means that they could ramp things up. They could close down the distance quite quickly. And still, this comp, what we have discussed into their composition before the rematch occurred, is pretty much the same in essence. Their composition is still heavily going for that dive composition.
Yeah, to do that, really quite phenomenal, because you see, if this Dodrio is going to be diving that triple trample later on, definitely will provide a lot of pressure as well up against Alter Ego, knowing that they are actually squishy compared to the composition of Talon. So there's a lot of pressure that they could actually do later on. And this S1 can just go in and use the Psychic Flare, and everything would be a follow-up coming in from this.
Yeah, for sure. So 94 would be playing the Buzzwall. So this is quite interesting, because the thing is, like, Alter Ego having 94, I believe he played the Sarah Ledge prior in the prior game, and now he's going for a bit of that pseudo frontliner damage dealer. So we'll see how Alter Ego will be playing this out, considering that really 94 dealt a huge chunk of damage in game 1.
Yeah, huge chunk of damage, and definitely a consistent in terms of numbers. But right now, he's going to be a little bit of trouble here with that tri-attack coming in from 6-1. But they're going to be fighting here, of course, for the birds.
Yeah, the Altarius and Swaboo's now being started out by Alter Ego. Garchomp comes through. A KO immediately. That's double down already for Alter Ego.
Yeah, here's the thing. That's actually the double-edged sword coming in from Alter Ego. Yes, they do have a lot of damage, but if Talon managed to get a right footing here, if they do attack first-handed, they would actually take down everyone else on their way, and that's going to be another knockout coming in from their team. And they spotted out Ikura here, but will not overcommit towards that fight.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned a while ago, right? Talon Esports, their aggressiveness really being shown clearly in the first 2 minutes in this game. Talon Esports has always been aggressive and is still going to be aggressive coming down into group stages, and even coming down into the playoffs. You can expect that from Talon Esports overall. But Kai, now a bit of that overextension there, might be a pincer maneuver for the side of Talon Esports.
Ooh, and Mike right now trying to lead the charge here, but Dodrio all the way to the back line once again coming in from Talon, and Ice was punished immediately, trying to support 94 out of that, but still not going to be quite enough here. But on the other hand, at the bottom side, Zero applying the pressure up against Rubix, but not going to be quite enough for the knockout.
Yeah, Talon Esports now going back in standard here. You have Kai and Mike just setting foot into the top lane, and then you have the rest of the crew into the bottom side of the map, just playing towards that objective. Expectantly, Talon Esports wants to go into the Reggie bottom there, gain a significant amount of experience, gain a significant amount of buff coming forward in the preceding team fights. But for now, Alter Ego in danger.
No, that's a good serve, and that's going to take down the Machoke into the casualty. Ikura being pinched down by 3 members of Talon PH, and that's going to be another knockout coming in for Talon. And I can tell you, it wasn't actually the agility that was actually claimed here by the Dodrio up against Talon. It's actually jump kick that Sing managed to get here, but on the other hand, still the last hit lands into Talon. Psychic Solaire popped off immediately, and this is just Alter Ego so far, not in a good spot.
Yeah, now Alter Ego being chased down. Garchomp, well rather Dodrio a bit too overextended there, but the Fruit really clutching things up, and Talon Esports will gain a tier 1 gold zone.
Indeed, and right now Kai is trying to protect the forest here, trying to be the gatekeeper. But right now they're focusing their attention into the goal zone. Kai is left alone. Doesn't have the hyperspace hold to force out a rotation. But that's actually not going to be quite enough yet. But Ikura left alone here. Mike dealing a lot of damage with the Dragon Claw. But the Psy Shock would be there to secure the knockout.
That was really good from Talon Esports' side. It was Kai who just bought time for Garchomp to come through and win that team fight. And now Talon Esports has 160 points in comparison to 31 points for the side of Alter Ego. And this will balloon as they secure the Reggie Lecky. Now Blastoise in danger though, falls down.
goes down immediately. And actually, that wasn't the side shot. That was actually the Sword Power. But speaking of the Sword Power, look at this Sword Power coming in from Talon as they're going to be taking 2 knockouts once again. 1 HP for Sync 1, but still up and going here. And right now, there is actually no resources for both teams, and Talon is controlling the rhythm.
Yeah. So for Alter Ego, huge deficit here. 149 points deficit from Talon is no points to belittle, no disadvantage to really belittle. Kai in danger here, has to retreat back to safety. PUACL has long range distance poke and damage alongside with a Grand Ninja. And Alter Ego will take a KO for themselves, and Talon Esports a member down.
Water Burst Shuriken was expended immediately, but look at that! Eject bottom plus serve. Hydro Typhoon is gonna knock up a lot of things, a lot of members from Alter Ego, but the Psychic Solaire was followed up immediately, and 94 is gonna get taken down. But on the other hand, look at that, Z-Ray suffering a lot of damage up against the Limit Outrage from Mike, and it is Ikura gonna be backing away, running away for his life, avoiding being sent back into the base.
Yeah, now Kai as well, just doing a lot of work there from the sidelines and being a huge help in terms of utility. Now you have Rubix trying to chase down Ikura on top lane, the rest of the crew into the bottom side of the map. Alter Ego playing defense for now.
And having the gatekeepers immediately, but right now Kai is trying to, you know, buy a lot of time here by using the hyperspace hold into its favor. And Ikura is just alone trying to eliminate the Altaria. Quite confusing, but okay.
Yeah, now Mewtwo also using Night Move that early on is a bit of a shocker considering there's no fight occurring, but now Garchomp is in danger, already down KO, going into the side of Alter Ego. Hydro Typhoon now used up.
Oh, Barrage Blow is actually was expended as well a while ago, but still, that Machamp is going to be getting double knockouts. And look at who's pitch, and that's going to be Talon. But on the other hand, that's actually a knockout as well. Psychic Solaire to save the day, and that's going to be another knockout coming in from Talon. And 94 is still up here, but has to be very careful. He might get picked up anytime soon, and Mike is already towards the top path and could actually just blow out a lot of damage. That Dragon Rush is going to be there. Dragon Claw not going to be connected even further, but they have to get the last hit, and yes they do, and the follow-up was going to be there, and Mike was backing away with all its might, going to be set back into the base with the hyperspace hold.
Yeah, and now hyperspace hold retreats, or well, rather brings back Kai into the mix. Yeah, Regieleki now pushing in. Hyperspace hold already set up once again. Dodrio with the perfect timing goes through, and Sync 1 dealt huge amount of damage here, but Sync 1 in danger. Alter Ego just has to retreat for now, play it safe in tier 2 goal zone, and denied Regieleki. But the Reggie bottom coming out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds indeed, but might just tell you that 27 seconds as well. So they just had 20 seconds overall in order for them to claim the objective. So they have to set up this once and for all. But look at the Machamp coming in from Alter Ego, really quite prepared in order for them to zone out and buy a lot of time. Because here's the thing, Alter Ego doesn't need to get the Regirock. They just need to buy a lot of time in order for them to make out the position. But sad to say, Talon was quick enough to take it down.
Yeah, now Alter Ego wants to deny it out of that. Rubix into the front lines as well. Hyperspace hole in the middle of it all. Resets onto Rubix. Now goes in for the TP back with Hyperspace hole once more. As the surf comes through, Alter Ego goes through onto Rubix. Starts up the fight.
Hydro Typhoon is gonna live off a lot of members from Alter Ego, but Sync 1 trying to chase someone, does get Buzzwole out of the casualty, and look at this, all the members of Alter Ego is just falling back. Limit Outrage gonna be dealing a lot of damage. Psychic Solaire to seal it off, and Z-Ray taken down immediately. Psychic Solaire was the hero here for Talon.
And every single one is the champ. Talon Esports brought in that Rayquaza fight. Very streamlined and very clean and collected, and now they have secured the Rayquaza buff and is now on the precipice of pushing this series into 3 games. Talon Esports, phenomenal coordination and phenomenal chemistry amongst each other. And once again, as we have mentioned during the draft, never give Vahupa to Talon Esports.
Yeah, this is their trademark, the signature talent that everyone has been wanting to see. And it is very present in our eyes as Talon forces almost a 600-point lead. This is actually very great for the score differentials because that really does matter right now. And Sync1 will be rewarded by 90 points. No one's gonna be defending that one, so that's actually would minimize the lead of Alter Ego. But never mind, a lot of that's gonna be the jump pad, gonna be defending things up, but still the goal landed immediately. Hydro Typhoon to avoid everything else. Psyche Slayer with the follow-up, but there's not enough damage still for Talon to take the knockouts here in the top path.
And it does not matter. Talon Esports having that Rayquaza buff, having secured over 800 points with 30 points for Alter Ego. There's comeback non-existent comeback there for Alter Ego's side for game number 2. And so far, Talon Esports, we might just get a day filled with reverse sweeps if ever Talon Esports takes down once again another game for themselves.
We might. We definitely might. If this would be a reverse sweep, let's call it. It would be boiled eggs, the egg bomb, in order for their Greninja, their Mewtwo Y to sustain a longer in terms of team fights.
Yeah, for sure. So now we called it, in terms of composition, things will change for game number 2, and it definitely did. There's a lot of these back and forths for both sides, for Talon Esports and Alter Ego's side, and now I'm curious how game 3 would look like. Because if game 1 and game 2 looked like that, I don't know what else to expect coming into game number 3 in terms of composition, in terms of execution, in terms of playstyle for both sides.
Yeah, here's the thing. Alter Ego has a phenomenal playstyle wherein they're so aggressive. Much more aggressive than Talon. But right now, Talon is being a well-coordinated team, knowing that they have that kind of advantage. Because they know that everyone else from Alter Ego is really squishy, so they over-aggress everything. They just go for the Hydro Typhoon, they go in for the Psychic Solaire, and Living Alphys will be there to follow up safely with the Triple Trample.
Yeah, and so far it's really, really good how Sync1 played that in terms of damage. We were quite skeptical into the first initial compositions for either team in game 2, but the rematch, the recomposition for both sides really changed things up and made it a bit more clear on how things would look.
Yeah, right now, quite curious what could be the potential or the next set of draft that both of these teams might be doing at least for game number 3, because right now it's a total reset once again, and definitely a lot of both of these teams rather would want to get the higher ranks in order for them to secure a better spot into the playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about seedings from this point forward. I mean, there's a selected few of series that is really just a do or die in terms of, or rather, a lot of stakes into reaching that top 8 position. So that's something to look forward to, especially the matchup of Blacklist International in Full Sense, I believe, is something to really look at down the road. But this matchup, this series, it's all about placements, it's all about seeding. How Talon Esports will come through into the leaderboard and how they will be matched up against other teams into the playoffs. Same
Yeah,
goes
but-
with Alter Ego.
Yeah, but here's the interesting part. Like, Alter Ego and Talon is fighting for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. So definitely they might be seeing each other like at a faster pace because might tell you because into the playoffs bracket, both 4th and 5th placer in the seedings would face off in round number 1 in our playoffs bracket. So definitely like they might face each other once again into the playoffs right after this matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, that's one of the expectations, right? One of the expectations considering that we're going into a round robin. It's all about matching the first place and the last place pretty much during the playoffs. So it's top 1 versus top 8. It's going to be top 2 versus top 7, so on and so forth. You get the point. So now, we'll see how these two teams are going to be matching up once again in terms of those placements as we jump into Game 3.
Jumping in right off, and Mewtwo Y banned by Alter Ego surprisingly because they were the ones using Mewtwo Y very consistent in this tournament. Same thing with the Italians, so they're gonna be taking down a lot of options when it comes to attackers. But right now, Talon is gonna be banning the Psyduck and Urshifu. So one for the utility and one for the overall damage is their composition to ban.
Yeah, and now we have the Miraidon getting picked up by Alter Ego. So this opens up Mimikyu, this opens up Urshifu. Umbreon is also open for Talon Esports is still, if they still want to pick it up. And so far, one of the expectations that I have in mind, if they pick up the Mimikyu, they can pick up the Umbreon, then down the road, they could even go for the likes of Leafeon or Gaspion. So these are some of the options that Talon has in their vicinity that they could pick up. The Hoopa as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hoopa is one of the most phenomenal Pokemons that you don't want to give to Talon. And we've seen it in game number 2 and might be seeing it once again in game number 3. But I like the addition here for Mimikyu on the side of Talon. We might be seeing the Trick Room Shadow Claw once again if they want a consistent high amount of damage. But not forget, Ikura is going to be using an Umbreon right now. It's going to be very tough if that Minlu could counter out that Trick Room.
Yeah, now Blastoise is getting picked up as well. The Aspion is an option for the, but a good answer coming from Alter Ego. I love this. They denied the Umbreon away from Talon Esports because the thing is, if it's left open, Talon is going to get the Umbreon alongside the Aspion, as we have predicted, right? So these set of denies, these set of compositions, these mind games that these two teams are playing, I love it so far. But Eldegoss and the Metagross, potential lock-ins by Alter Ego, this would mean that they need a couple of experience, they need a couple of time for the likes of Garchomp and Metagross to reach those final evolution and reach the state wherein they're really powerful in those team fights. But nevertheless, if Alter Ego buys time and plays patiently, this could definitely lead them to a better edge in those Urquiza fights down the road.
Yeah, but I'm quite concerned here, actually, for Talon, because they're going to be relying once again into their Unite moves in terms of the setups into team battles, compared to the one and only Ikura that could actually set up the mean look for their team, is really quite enough for them to force out a fight that's going to break through. And that's actually like around 75% guaranteed knockout if you're going to be engaging into a team battle. Knowing that Zire is present, might go for the Electro Drift, the aggressive one, but as far as I can tell, this would be the range or the long range Miraidon, because they do have the Metagross and the Garchomp that could actually get in close. So Charge Beam could be the most could be the move that will be used most out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And now this would be the match, the deciding match between Alter Ego and Talon Esports on who is going to win this series and who's going to really garner more points for a better seeding overall. If ever, Alter Ego and Talon Esports is not fourth place.
Yeah, if ever. Because my tell you, Evo Zonix is currently sitting at the 4th one. They have 15 points. And definitely right now, both the teams got 15 points. So, like, if Evo Zonix cannot get a game, they might actually face once again into the playoffs.
So we'll see. We'll see how this will turn out and what the results are going to be into this series. I'm really excited that Talon Esports currently is on a good track alongside with Alter Ego. well to the point accumulation. I believe they're pretty much even in terms of series wins and losses. They're currently both 4-4, and I know the difference is there in terms of point accumulation overall with the different calculations and computations. But nevertheless, whoever wins this would garner a better edge in accumulating more series wins.
Yeah. And I mean, both of them really want to get the higher seeding because they're going to be applying the pressure and they want that great momentum advancing even further into the tournament. Because if you get a higher seeding, definitely a lot of teams will be looking out to you and they're going to be very cautious whenever they face you. So definitely this would be a great adjustment phase for both of the teams because, you know, they're just going to be doing what they can right now and secure that great spot into the playoffs because it's actually now or never.
No, it's now or never. I mean, it's the last day of the group stage, so it definitely is the right now or never type of scenario. But we're jumping into game 3.
Game 3, it is. And again, quite concerned on the composition of Talon, but you never know what will be their execution still because Alter Ego would be relying a lot into the late game, and Talon, knowing that they're also one of the aggressors here, could actually take advantage of that one.
Yeah, and in this early game, I think there's not really any single one that has that bigger edge, except maybe for Talon if we're talking about it, considering that they have the Mimikyu that's really strong overall in the damage category and even the chasing category. So that's something to look at coming down from Mike. And they also have the Espeon. So these two, in terms of that early game, has that power to be able to match up against Alter Ego. For Alter Ego's side, however, it's going to be a tad bit more difficult considering that they have the likes of the Metagross, the Garchomp. That's something that they really have to stack up in terms of experience.
Oh, I love that Rubix with the eject button to steal the Citrus Berry away from Ice. Quite phenomenal. But at what cost? Actually lost the Swablues and Altarius. But look at that. Mike with a Shadow Claw in order to knock out the opposing team. And that's a lot of score converted for Talon.
Yeah. It's a 30-point lead for Talon Esports in the first minute and a half of the game. So it's a huge deal because aside from gaining points generally, just stacking up and dunking a couple of points down into the early game gives you that level advantage, gives you that XP advantage. So that's something to take note of for the community watching at home right now. But ZZ Ray, quite of an overextension there with that invade.
Yeah, quite overextended indeed, but right now it's going to be a head-to-head matchup. Mike, knowing that he has the advantage here, will try to knock out Shingdi in this situation, and there's a lot of information being given in for Talon, and they might be the over-aggressors here. Ice managed to keep it up, but right now it's going to be Sync 1 on the chase. Ooh, Gyro Wall is going to land immediately, but look at the backup coming in from Talon, making sure that there's going to be response, and Dylan is still up and going after ejecting back, and will be recalling into the base.
Yeah, Talon Esports just trying to find a bit more wow, that Squirtle just going for the eject button on that hyperspace hole just made him with that more with that reset. It's really massive coming down for Rubix.
Yeah, really massive, and Talon is just dominating it so far. Look at that Surf and Hydro Pump, making sure that the company of Talon would be able to sink it down and get a lot of goals here.
Yeah, Talon Esports signing a couple of more points. Everyone goes down into the bottom side of the map. And so far, the Reggie bottom will be open alongside with the Reggie Alecki. Trick Group coming down from Mike. A lot of speed with that, but I think that specifically with the Trick Group means that Mike is going in for damage.
Yeah, going in for the damage, and at the same time trying to focus on the 1v many situation here. As look at that, Mike is going to be over aggressive here, knowing that Trick Room would give a lot of mobility, especially if you are within the Trick Room. You can actually go in and out anytime you want, and that Shadow Claw would be up and again and again.
Yeah, for sure. Now you have the Reggie Alecki pushing down on top side of the map. Talon Esports being those escorts off the Reggie Alecki. They're pulling and pushing it towards the tier 2 goal zone. They want those points accumulation. They want that instant duck, but you have the Miraidon as well with massive amounts of damage as Regieleki goes down here with the 1 HP remaining. But 2 KOs immediately comes through.
Hydro Typhoon plus the Psychic Solaire was popped off, but there is not enough attackers here coming in from Talon as that Greninja was taken down immediately. Surf could be the possible escape mechanism here for Talon, but that's not going to be quite enough as everyone is getting pinched down. But beautiful Surf once again plus the Hydro Pump from Rubex, and Talon is still up defending bottom path.
Yeah, Talon Esports going through, pushing back the Miraidon with that Hydro Pump, and now Eldegoss in danger with that Surf alongside with the Greninja pulling him or pushing him down as Talon Esports once again was able to find value in the trade back from the prior fight they lost.
Phenomenal anchor of defense as well from the Blastoise, and the reaction time from their Hoopa being able to support everyone else. And Kai right now, ooh, nice Phantom Force out in order to avoid the casualties, and Talon is actually looking forward to get this objective all the way into the bottom path, but knowing Ice is already here, they already have the information into the map.
Yeah. Now the Reggie bottom coming out. Already you have the Reggie Rock. Now you have the elevator setup as well. If ever down into what Talon wants to do here. It's a 4-1 situation. You have Talon Esports going in with 4 people for the Reggie Rock setup. Shingdi setting up already, and now you have the Hydro Typhoon.
Ooh, and that's gonna be the Shurikens coming in at the back line, but the Meteorite is gonna be falling as well, coming in from the Miraidon, but Kai is in a little bit of trouble here, but Psychic Solaire once again is gonna be lifting a lot of members from Outer Eagle. That Compute and Crush was invalidated immediately by Talon because of the Espeon, who's doing the works of wonders, and the 4 knockouts would land immediately here at the hands of the Mimikyu. And Mikey tell you, they also have Race and Bound. They could actually go for the fast take of the Regieleki.
Yeah, it could possibly be. I mean, they have quite a bit of time here before the Rayquaza comes up. It's still a 2-minute mark before that occurs. And so far, Talon Esports just has to play for objectives, has to stack up on AO's energy point as they're trying to go in for the fight on top side.
Ooh, not looking good. Kai not present immediately in this team battle. But look at this. Rubik's trying to buy a lot of time for their team, but there's no Hydro Typhoon available to deliver. The outrage is going to be popped off as well at the hands of Outer Eagle, making sure that they get a knockout of this one. But look at the damage. That's gonna hurt a lot. Dylan actually eyeing on the 4th knockout up against 94, but great spin of Gyro Ball here for 94. And Kai is in a bit of a danger here. And wow, phenomenal play there on how to use the Phantom Force.
Wow, that outplay, really amazing. You have now Rubix into the bottom side, going to play defense here, 2v1, as yeah, the tier 1 goes on away and punished already. Talon Esports, you have Greninja following through, wanted to answer back here at the 1v1. Umbreon versus Greninja, and at this point, it won't be Sync 1 who wins it.
Yes, for sure. And right now, they're going to be retaining all the way into the bottom path. 8 seconds on the clock for that Reggie bottom objective. And they have ample of time for them to secure it because all of them has the formation up and going. And right now, Kai, this Hoopa needs to get the Unite move, needs to get that Rings and Bound before the final stretch for a better security into the Rayquaza.
Yeah, you have the Surf as well. Going in for that isolation onto Metagross, but there's no follow-up. Rubik's just getting a good position here in the Rayquaza pit. And so far, Talon Esports playing a bit safe, just playing towards their position in the bottom side of the map and waiting for Alter Ego to start the Rayquaza first before they pound.
And right now, look who is advancing even further. Outer Ego trying to go for a goal all the way into the top path. Not going to be enough to get the lead, but look at the trade happening as well, all the way to the bottom path. And that's not just that. They could actually go for the overcap later on if they do get the Rayquaza. The Ring and Bound is still available here, not being used by Talon yet.
Good sustain. Now Rubik's just zoning them away. Talon Esports fighting the Zom. Alter Ego going for the all in, but the Rhino goes down.
Oh,
Talon Esports just
That's gonna be a huge risk, but the Hydro Typhoon was landed once again. Rings and battle already, but the Psychic Solaire all the way into the middle will lift up a lot of members of Alter Ego and Talon right now. They might have lost their defenders, but they just need to eliminate 2 members of Alter Ego. And right now, one of them is gonna be backing away. 94 is gonna be shredding his HP, and right now it is gonna be a team knockout, and Talon with a reverse sweep again and again up against Alter Ego.
They have found their footing and they will win it. Game 3 will go into the side of Talon to for at least the Rayquaza security would put them at a massive lead, and so far Alter Ego has to do something, has to make a miracle happen for them to be able to make it back, which is mission impossible once more. Alter Ego and Talon Esports, what a series that we have on our hands. And we have mentioned this, we've called it a while ago, Pikachu, that we may just have a day that is filled with reverse sweep.
It's gonna be a long day indeed, and that Greninja doing the works of wonders, proving everyone else that Greninja is an attacker that you can rely on in a competitive scene.
I mean, it has a lot of that sustained DPS, right? It's not a burst DPS, it's a sustained DPS that can consistently put out a lot of damage. So in terms of that prolonged team fights, Greninja is acceptable in a way, if you're gonna think about it. And they have the Hoopa, they have the Blastoise, they have the Mimikyu. So in terms of that regard, I think Greninja quite fits in, for Talon's composition in game number 3. But overall, whew, what a game.
Yeah, what a game indeed. This is Pokemon Unite, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everyone has been waiting for, and Rubik's, despite not getting the most of the goals from their team, quite phenomenal execution as well from the Hydro Typhoon. And I'm a little bit concerned as well from Alter Ego, knowing that Miraidon here actually got the Electro Drift, not the Charge Beam. So they were lacking in range, and I feel like that was the major setback from Alter Ego on why they have dropped this game up against Talon. And so far, we're going to be seeing into the graphs as well that it was a consistent performance once again from Talon. Make sure that there is not going to be a setback or a reverse happenings up against Alter Ego.
Yeah, and I think at that point, it's like one of the aspects. It really depends on how you look at this game, right? Because Miraidon dealt a huge chunk of damage as well. Nevertheless, if it's an all-in type of composition, which is the comp that Alter Ego did in Game of 3. Considering they have the Garchomp, the Metagross, the Umbreon, and the Miraidon, it's pretty much an all-in. You want access into Greninja, you want access to Hoopa, alongside the Espeon, because if these 3 Pokemon are left open, you are gonna get shredded, and that is the pretty much a winning condition of Alter Ego. But just considering how Hoopa is really amazing, Rubik's zoning is top notch, and how sustainable Talon's composition is, it's so hard to do that. And as you have mentioned, Miraidon just going in for the Electro Drift is an all-in type of composition, which once again Alter Ego was not able to do, which really just faltered that composition in game.
Yeah, but still, what a game. Despite all of the things that happened, Talon managed to get back on their track, making sure that they're going to be banking the victory before ending the group stage. And of course, they're going to be sitting for now all the way into the 4th place of the seedings. But let's not forget that Evos will be the ones to dictate what's going to happen on their seeding as well.
Maybe another reverse sweep? Maybe? I'm open for it. I'm open for it. I'm gonna welcome it.
Well, yeah, everyone is gonna be open for it, but of course we're gonna be taking a short break, and right after that is gonna be Barim United Esports up against Evo's Onyx, and we'll be right back. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League in Southeast Asia, and we are halfway already, ladies and gentlemen. Still Picky Heels alongside Infinity, ready to bring you action again, heading towards game number 3 after that masterpiece that we've witnessed up against Talon and Alter Ego.
Yeah, third series of the day. Third series of the day, which means we only have 3 series left, including this one.
Yeah.
We have 5 series of the day. you get what I mean. But
Yeah.
this time around, it's Barium United Esports up against Evos Esports. I think this is one of the matches that will dictate as well the seeding points. But speaking of seeding, let's look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, Barium United Esports, by the way, sitting on top, but followed up by Paper X with 19 points, Onyx Rise with 18 points, Talon with 17 after that victory up against Talon after up against Alter Ego. There we go. Evo's Onyx on 6th and Alter Ego on 5th with 15 points. Ren Sejong secured their spot with 13, Blackfish International with 12, Full Sense with 9, and Elevate with 8 points.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, if Full Sense wins in a 2-0 matchup, that's going to be spicy. And if ever Blacklist International loses in a 0-2 matchup, that's also going to be spicy as well. So really, there are certain situations wherein these teams down into kind of the lower echelon of the leaderboard can still have that chance to secure that top 8 position. But nevertheless, let's stop talking about the leaderboards, shall we? Let's talk about a viewer giveaway that we have on our hands.
Yeah, and of course, our grand prize is tickets to ACL finals in Japan. Of course, with accommodation, and of course, the ticket is going to be free. But of course, we have our prizes every match day, total of 9. We have 5 original keychains of Pikachu, 2 official jerseys, and Pokemon Unite 3rd anniversary original puzzle will be given. So make sure to tune in, scan the QR codes, share the live stream, of course, for your giveaway entry to be counted immediately. But of course, it's not just that. A lot of things are still in the wonders here. We still have the winter tournament as well. We are currently on the 6th day. 7th day will be on January 25. That's going to be the playoff stage. And of course, the APAC Winter Tournament West is going to be on February 1 to 2, who is going to be live streamed. And of course, for our Winter East, it's going to be live streamed on the 9th.
And for the grand finals for Pokemon United Asia Champions League 2025, it's going to happen. It's going to occur in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building Triangle Square in Tokyo in March 29 till the 30th.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of Pokemon Unite action here. But right now, for Barium United Esports and Evil's Onyx is going to be our mashup. But of course, we would like to remind everyone that APAC West Winter Tournament registration is already open. There's going to be the countries, namely Indonesia, Thailand, Indonesia, Thailand, and many more countries are included in this one. And I will enumerate it right now. And that's going to be, again, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand for the APAC West. And of course, for our APAC East, we do have Hong Kong, Macau, Philippines, South Korea, and Taiwan. So make sure to identify on which bracket you are included if you're going to be registered in the tournament.
Yeah, it's APAC East, APAC West for the winter tournament. More spots and more opportunities for the teams that was not able to qualify in the Asia Champions League to be able to come through into the grand finals for 2025 in ACL. But for now, in the series on our hands, as of today, into the 3rd series of the matchup, in day 6, it will be Barium United Esports with very sad story, SCG, SGC, and the rest of the crew, alongside Evos Onyx.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Evo's Onyx because, as far as I know, during day number 5, I think they only played a single game as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, they did, actually, up against Full Sense. So that's why I feel like it's been a while with this crew. But taking a look at Barium United Esports, Rainy D, the main all-rounder of their team, Surlage, Mimikyu, Garchomp, one of the top 3 picks. Not very surprising indeed because these Pokemons, have the highest pick rate in terms of all-rounder, except for Urshifu, who's actually leading the charge as well.
Yeah, this is expected already as all-rounder for the Pokemon selections here. But for the side of Evos Esports, Kane, you have Urshifu, you have Absol, and Mimikyu, which is Absol a bit unique for that early aggressive playstyle, which if we can see it down the road, if we can see it in the series, we know that Evos wants that aggression. So yeah, the caster prediction. It's going to be Buriram United Esports for pretty much 8 casters that we have for the day. And for the side of EVOS, you have 2. 80 to 20. I don't know if it's going to be the caster's curse one. Flips it. I don't know.
Who's gonna activate? Who's gonna use that move set? I'm not quite sure. Let's all together find it out, because game number 1 drafting, it's on its way. Again, Buriram United Esports up against Evil's Onyx. They're gonna be fighting for the first, second, and third spot. They're currently sitting, not quite yet, because Buriram United Esports, they're gonna be fighting for the top spot, and Evil's Onyx is gonna be fighting for the 5th or 4th spot. So right now, currently sitting on 6 spots, so definitely, if they win a single game, they're going to be sitting on 5th. They're going to be going up against Talon in the playoffs in the round 1.
Yeah, pick and ban phase. We're going to have Mimikyu, Umbreon, Psyduck, and Blister ready, so BRU has that option to go for a Miraidon, but Evil's Onyx can answer back. You have the Umbreon as a selection, you have Blastoise, these are strong picks so far, but Buzzwole and Clefable prioritized instead.
Yeah, not quite surprising that we haven't been seeing Urshifu a lot, at least for today, because we have been seeing a lot of Buzzwoles lately with the Superpower and SmackDown composition. So, really surprising, but I kind of understand, because of the kit that could actually be provided as well from the Buzzwole is really handy, just like any other Pokemons, and it's actually a better one because it does provide a little bit of control over your opponent compared to a Urshifu that does take a lot of time, but rewarding in terms of damage output.
Yeah, and then for the side of Evil's Onyx, they answer back with Snorlax and a Mewtwo. So in terms of that category, every single is pretty much set already. They still need a speedster, they still need that farm laner into the middle, so we'll see what Evil's Onyx is gonna get picked up. But Buriram United Esports, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. In terms of the team fighting prowess, they have it. They have the Miraidon, they have the Trevenant, and they have the Urshifu that could set things up for themselves and have significant amount of damage as well.
Yeah, loving the lineup. Very well rounded. They have a blowout damage with the Urshifu. They have a powerful backline, which is going to be the Miraidon, and a secondary option that is going to be the Serena. And with the Queen's Ascendant, definitely could lock in that Mewtwo Y, who's going to be sitting all the way into the back. And because of that, there are tons of frontliners as well for BRU, and they do have a lot of potential for that Serena to move even further into the map, lock in someone with the Queen's Ascendant.
And the final lock-in by Evil's Onyx would be the Dodrio. We mentioned this a while ago. They still need that speedster, they still need that farm laner, and they lock it in. And so far, Dodrio being played out a while ago by Talon Esports specifically has seen a lot of that opportunities to really rise to the occasion and deal a huge amount of damage. So right now, for the likes of Evil's Onyx, alongside with the Buzzwole, alongside with the Mewtwo Y, can deal the same amount of opportunity for Evil's Onyx this time around up against BRU.
Yeah, really excited for this matchup. Let's see if BRU could actually prove that they're going to be the titans of this tournament, because they're currently sitting on top once again, and definitely if they win this one, they would be guaranteed to be on the first spot, and they're just going to be waiting who's they're going to be their opponent later on into the playoff stage. It could be Marin Sejong, it could be Full Sense, it could be Blacklist International, but let's all find it out as we're going to witness game number 1 again. Buriram United Esports up against Evil's Onyx, who's actually sitting at 6th place as of now.
Yeah, for sure. So Buriram United Esports, Evil's Onyx, if they win this, like surprisingly, like out of the gate, because statistically speaking, right, how BRU performed over the past weeks, over the past days of the group stages in Pokemon United Asia Champions League, Buriram United Esports has that capability on beating down Evil's Onyx, statistically speaking. But if Evil's Onyx surprisingly just made a flip, just went in for a miracle play in this series and just wins the whole series, Evil's Onyx is gonna go into the top 5th position, and Alter Ego is going to go down, which means Talon Esports' matchup is not going to be up against Alter Ego in the playoffs. It's going to be up against Evil's Onyx.
Yeah, for sure. And might to tell you, Talon Esports really did got 2-1 up against Evil's Onyx. So I feel like Talon is going to be more confident still, because regardless of who they're going to be matched up in round number 1, they are still confident that they could actually get the victory, because they won up against them in the group stage, and actually, that's one of the things that boosts a lot of your confidence. Knowing that you could beat them once does mean that you could actually beat them once again. But of course, the mindset of these guys, I'm not gonna lose to the same opponent twice, because this is the moment that everyone has been waiting for. The game is BRU up against Evos to determine their standing in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Now we'll see how Evis Onyx will play this out. And so far, down to the early game, I don't think there's any one of these teams that really has that bigger edge. Because if we're going to look at the draft overall, for both sides, it's pretty much even, right? The middle of the game until the late game, this is where everything will start to rumble in for both sides. For Premium United Esports side, for Evis Onyx's composition as well. So that's something that you have to look at. These early games, it's going to be a bit of that back and forth, but not really that all-in type of engages.
Yeah, because here's the thing, we've been talking about the lineup. It's very well balanced. They do have a static and evolutionary state. They do have someone that needs a lot of time in order for them to evolve. So definitely well-distributed composition overall, and that's going to be both of the cases here for both teams. Right now, Swallows and Altaria is going to be up here, and Evil Onyx trying to go for their aggression, and yes, they were very successful indeed, securing the Swallows and Altaria, getting the scores, and getting the knockouts for their team. Wow, phenomenal.
That isolation coming from Buzzroll, phenomenal coming from ALR. But nevertheless, Evis Onyx, surprisingly enough, they're gonna go aggressive this early on to the matchup. I mean, they have Kane, they have Buzzroll, that's still very, very tanky and very capable of receiving a lot of damage, nevertheless. So in that upside of the map, Evis Onyx will be able to take a huge hit up against BRU, but BRU answers back for a value of their own.
Yeah, Charge Beam doing the works here, doing the works up against BRQ, and right now, they're trying to counter it out with a strategy that they are formulating in which to be confident as much as they can, but right now, they're a little bit in a tight spot. That's Hyperspace Hole not going to be making it on time, as that Hoopa was taken down into the casualty. But same thing with the Baridal all the way into the central area, and Bupaza is left alone here. Heavy Slam not going to be landing quite enough, and this is a second opportunity for him not to get knocked out.
And now Evis Onyx playing defense for now. They have to. Pyramid United, the esports, still trying to find values. Evis Onyx are trying to find those experience and still trying to get those AS energy points up. But Miraidon, for BRU's side, is going for that poke damage instead of that all-in, going for that electro drift. So that's something to take note of for BRU in terms of those team fights later on.
Right now, wow, that was actually a quick rotation, or rather, a quick decision coming in from BRU. I really thought that they were trying to go for the aggression, going into 2v1, but right now they will hyper-prioritize the objective all the way into the bottom path with the hyperspace will assist again.
And now Reggie Steele would be the point of contention. Evis Onyx tries to go in, you have the block in already, isolated onto Trevenant. And now Evis Onyx still playing their hand up against BRU's side. Have HP already for Reggie Steele.
Oh, and they're going to be landing in the last hit. Charge Beam all the way to the backline. Not going to be quite enough. It's going to be the Urshifu landing the hit. Great assist coming in from BRU. And right now, everyone is charging even further. But great assist coming in from the Hoopa with Hyperspace Hole. Making sure that everyone comes back at peace. Triple trample to get away right now. But managed to came back immediately. And knocks out two members of Pyramid United Esports. And Evil's Onyx eyeing on the prize. That goes all the way to the bottom path. While the other members are trying to zone out the Miraidon and the Hoopa, who was actually pinched down by the Mewtwo Y all the way into the objectives pit.
Yeah, and now Evis Onyx pivoting themselves, going onto the tier 1 zone. Yeah, Buzzwell defending that top side of the map, but it doesn't matter, as BRU wants to go for the Regieleki instead. This will give them a lot of pressure, this will give them a lot of points capability, or points opportunity. But the thing is, Evis Onyx, if they pivot themselves down on top side of the map, Regieleki might not even able to go into the tier 1 goal zone. But now it goes down. You have the Dodrio onto the backside already, as Buzzwell tries to defend, tries to deny. Evis Onyx is there already with a body slam into the backside with the Dodrio, putting out a lot of damage with a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 indeed there right now. Regieleki marching even further all the way to the goal zone, but that block would protect it from anything. Citrus Berry still up here, not going to be claimed immediately by the Urshifu, trying to go for the last hit, not going to be quite enough yet. And look at that, Dodrio saving that battle once again. ALR defending things down in the Regieleki.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's Arena. Or well, rather, Mewtwo Y was not able to defend on tier 1 goals on the dunk of SGC, but nevertheless, it does not matter. EVO's Onyx right now is playing on those defense, and they still have 82-point advantage up against BRU.
Yeah, and that's actually huge in terms of numbers, especially if you are in the early stages of the game. But of course, you want to build that one up and going because it's actually halfway already the matchup. And right now, they're going to be investing a lot of Unite moves here into the Registeel, as this is going to give a lot of SP and a physical attack to be specific. Hyperspace Hole was there, but that is the rotation happening anytime soon. The block was commenced immediately, but look at that. Puzzle will lead the charge here. Rings and Bound's going to be there. Phantom Force is going to lift up a lot of members from EVO's Onyx, but not going to be quite enough to do the main setup that everyone has been looking forward to. They're going to be eyeing prize in the Regieleki, but look at that charge beam all the way into the back line, making sure that they take down 3 members from EVO's Onyx, and this is just very unfortunate for EVO's as BRU secures the objective.
It's just the power of the Hoopa. Going into the Rings and Bound, immediately stands out his teammates. And now EVO's Onyx wants to really answer back, but so far will not be able to do so, and Buriram United Esports will come out unscathed, getting a tier 1 goal zone and an objective in the process.
And right now, they're going to be eyeing on the Regieleki instead. Spotted out on the map, it's going to be Pupaza, and right now, Snorlax with the heavy slam. Not going to be quite enough yet to do the setup that they want to because they don't have their main attackers to dish out the damage. So that's why it's going to be an opportunity for Very Sad and the others to score a goal all the way to the bottom path. But right now, I think they're a little bit too late. But there's no damage dealers yet for EVO's Onyx to secure the Regieleki.
Now EVO's Onyx is waiting for the right opportunity to go them onto Trevenant, but you have the Regieleki open already as you have Kane chasing down the Miraidon, half HP already, but it's a 2v1, very unfortunate for the Miraidon as he falls down. Hyperspace Hole going to be forced away as Regieleki as well on the flip side of the map is going to get through for the side of BRU.
And right now, they're leading the charge, but look who's gonna get caught immediately. That's gonna be BRU. Moonlight is gonna be there to give enough sustain coming in from their team. Very beautiful execution from EVOs. They're still coming into the chase, while that Clefable is defending the Regieleki with all its might. Great division of task here coming in from EVO's Onyx, making sure that they get a rewarding XP, and at the same time, defend it from the Regieleki marching down into the tier 1 goal zone.
20 seconds left before the Rayquaza comes up here. You're seeing already Buriram United Esports putting out a positional advantage onto the Rayquaza pit. A bit of an overextension there. If he's seen there's no teammate, keep him up alive. Without the leash horn, he's going to be in danger and isolated. But so far, EVO's Onyx still trying to find their bushes, still trying to find a good position in this fight, in this engage. Minute and 50 seconds left. It's still BRU who's at a deficit in a points comparison.
Yeah, and right now this is going to be a very tough time right now. You have to get the spot that you need to claim in order for you to get the advantage. Hyperspace Hole and Rings and Bound very quite available, so they have to be very careful because if that Hoopa gets taken down immediately by EVO's Onyx, definitely not the case that BRU would want to happen.
Rayquaza now being started by Ayaka. Half HP already just because the Rayquaza hits. Hyperspace Hole has to be forced away for those resets to occur for Miraidon. EVO's Onyx still holding their position. They need not to be able to fight the Rayquaza. They just have to defend it. Now block, isolated Serena, but looking at the backside, you also have Trevenant.
Oh, and Rings and Bound was already pop up immediately, but look at that, Infinite Cyburn was deployed immediately by EVOs, and everyone is just falling down one by Buriram United Esports. What a beautiful setup, despite Pupaza leading the front line. That's not going to be enough because of the overwhelming damage and setup that EVO's Onyx is trying to do together with the assist of the Moonlight coming in from the Clefable. And right now, eyes on the prize. Hornleash was very beautiful. Look at that Mirage all the way into the back line. But still not enough. EVO's Onyx takes the Rayquaza, and they're gonna be scoring a lot of points out of this.
Unfortunate for the side of BRU, but EVO's Onyx, they had the point advantage already, so they just played it defensively. They played a goalkeeper in the Rayquaza pit, which was phenomenal. It was so good and incredible to watch how Eva's Onyx just played it out. Just played for position and played towards defending the Rayquaza up against BRU. And when BRU forced it, they answered and they pounced into the backside. No more damage dealer left. And Eva's Onyx won that team fight.
The maximum value of a Snorlax blocking your pathway is going to be very heavy. Just imagine if a Snorlax uses the block, that Hornleash is going to be ineffective. It would not affect you. It would not hinder you from doing what you want, which is to block the pathway of your opponents. And that has been always the main key for a team to win. Use the block immediately by the Snorlax, and the triple trample is ready for the response anytime soon you want it to be.
For sure. And now, in terms of Eva's Onyx, yeah, most of the damage coming through from Kane and B2Y. This is all ready to be expected considering their composition. But Dorio, wow, the type of rotations he was doing, I think is one of a masterclass of Eva's Onyx. How Kane is rotating time and time again, going onto the top side of the map and going into the bottom side of the map, just being present all throughout that matchup and being present all throughout those objectives are quite crucial for Eva's win here in game 1.
Yeah, and this is actually a very great match. Potentially the greatest match that I have ever seen in this day, to be specific, because it's literally anyone's game. Look at the Miraidon a while ago that was just firing the charge beam all the way into the backline. The moment that they were trying to gamble it all out for the Rayquaza, it was just phenomenal, but no one was actually being able to lock him down at the side of Eva's Onyx, and it could have been different if that charge beam was right on time, but sad to say, it wasn't the case. As of now, definitely not going to be the day for BRU in game 1.
Yeah, and whew, I don't know, it could be another upset that we're looking at, right? Considering how Eva's Onyx played at, it was clean and collected all throughout that matchup. They were at a lead from the very beginning up until the very end, which sustained it. So that's something that we have to really take note of, and I'm really thinking about how BRU is going to change their draft composition, because the thing is, like, there's nothing wrong with their composition, but it's a matter of execution that Eva's Onyx did and Kane's rotation time and time again.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong, actually, just like what you've said, because everything was really efficient, just like what I've said as well, because no one was actually locking in that Miraidon at the ends of Eva's Onyx. It's just a matter of timing and at the same time execution, because yes, they do have the Dodrio, but Dodrio a while ago was too focused on eliminating the Rayquaza already and eliminating the main tank, or the one who's tanking it all out, which was the Trevenant at the side of BRU. So definitely the attentions were somehow shifted into the Trevenant. Very unfortunate still for BRU not getting the last hit into the Rayquaza. It could have been different, but still, the draft composition, nothing is wrong so far.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing is wrong so far. So, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to change for the side of BRU. Maybe have the possibility of denying the Dodrio away from Kane for Eva's Onyx. Because the thing is, like, B2Y is strong in terms of that damage output. B2Y is strong in terms of the composition overall, but I think Dodrio is really the big impactful play, and also the Snorlax in addition to that. So I think that's something that maybe BRU can look at down the road, because expectedly, like, Eva's Onyx in game number 2 would hope to choose the purple side selection just because it gives them the priority, just because it gives them that initial advantage in the composition against the likes of BRU. So that's something that we can really just pivot ourselves into looking at, like Eva's Onyx going into the purple side, BRU going into the orange side selection can mean a drastic movement of Pokemon being picked up by Eva's Onyx.
Yeah, and it's gonna be quite exciting on what to see in game number 2 again and again. Draft were awesome. They could have been some of the minor adjustments that we are about to see later on, but not gonna be quite sure what's gonna be that. They could actually change their attackers if they want to. BR could actually shift another all-rounder instead of using an Urshifu, because Urshifu, yes, does deal a lot of damage with the Wicked Blow and Throat Chop combo, but it takes a lot of time for you to deploy that damage. You have to long press that move in order for it to be on its maximum value. Maybe a Guard Jump would actually be a better pick-off for them, but still, Urshifu, still effective.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, there's a lot of there's millions of possibility of compositions there. Millions of possibilities in terms of strength. Excuse me, strength as well. So it's all coming down into what your team wants and what your playstyle is going to be. So we're gonna have like an analogy, right? Talent Esports very early aggressive type of characteristics. So they're going always with the evolutions. They're going for the Hoopa as well, just because it gives them a lot of alleviation of pressure from the side lanes. So that's something to take note of. Like what BRU wants to do and what their playstyle is, they have to play towards it.
Yeah, right now, it's actually a focus of supporters still when it comes to banning here for EVOS Onyx. None of the sides were swapped. That was actually the decision of BRU as far as I know, because I think, as far as I know, the losers get to choose on which side they're going to be in. So right now, it's going to be Ayacup using once again Miraidon. So potentially this could be the same composition, just like what we've said a while ago, because nothing's wrong. It's about timing and execution, to be specific.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm curious, right? Why the orange side selection? But I guess it's a matter of like EVOS Onyx like thinking about like, you know what, it works. And the thing is, the only chance that we're gonna get to run it back onto the same composition is just going in for the orange side once again. So maybe that's the thought process here, but we've talked about it. There's not really anything wrong with any of these two compositions that both these teams played out in the prior matchup. So now I believe like what BRU has to do is those rotations, they have to mirror it on how Kane rotates around the map and how favorable those team fights are going to be for EVOS Onyx if the numbers advantage is more towards them.
Oh, I somehow called it, but instead, Garchomp was replaced from a Serena, so they're not going to be focusing on getting someone at the hands of EVOS Onyx, because there's no need, because if you're going to be taking a look at their composition right now, it's just Dragods that you can actually get from the Queen's Ascendant, because Dragods provides a lot of healing factor and hindrance from their team, because he was using gravity a while ago, and that is an additional hindrance coming in from your team. So definitely, that's the only case possible that you could use the Queen's Ascendant into its maximum potential, because, like, Adulterio is really squishy, and Ayacup is gonna be enough, or Rain D with the Urshifu is gonna be enough to deal with damage.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how BRU is going to play this out, but if everything pans out the same way that it did in the prior game, EVOS Onyx, maybe an upset. Caster's Curse is real.
Could be. We never know. But right now, we're going to be heading in, of course, to our game number 2. Potentially, this might be the first game that we will be having game number 3 because of the momentum that EVOS Onyx is trying to show off. But never know. I called it once again. We called it once again. I don't know what will be the result right now. It's, a phenomenon that was existing for a very long time, that if casters call something, definitely quite the opposite is what's gonna happen. But right now, a lot of people are betting on BRU to win this one. And how do I know that? Well, community voice, we're saying it, but majority of them, they're actually looking forward for Paper Rex and, Filipino teams to be specific. But right now, game number 2 on its way. BRU versus EVOS Onyx. EVOS Onyx looking to close out this game once and for all.
Yeah. So we'll see how this would turn out for both sides here. Because right now, EVOS Onyx is already in match point, 1 win away into securing the series down. And if they do win, they're going up into the 5th position, and that will in turn proceed into Talon seeding up against EVOS Onyx into the playoffs. So that's very interesting. But right now, BRM United Esports will get the first KO in game number 2.
Yeah, first KO indeed. Very quick of events right now. But Ayacup, wow, look at that damage, making everyone back away at the side of EVOS Onyx in the early stages of the game. Quite phenomenal pressure being applied here by BRU. But there is actually still a trade coming in from EVOS Onyx.
Yeah. As you have Kane going up on top here. Altaris and Swablu's going to be a priority, but Buzzwell already low. Kane already low as well. They have to retreat here. And now Urshifu chasing him down. Goes down KO. And Evosonics has to retreat.
Yeah, retreat back. Moonlight is going to be there for an additional support, at least, coming in from their team. Boswell, Kane, not going to be doing a lot of damage still coming in, so definitely very unfortunate coming on their hands. But Evosonics still has an opportunity to bring back the tables on their favor. But again, the ambush not successful by Kane.
Yeah, it's not successful now. Evosonics trying to go for those dunks here, but Buzzwell not really having the best time of his life. As yeah, Urshifu just denying out of him, and now the charge beam as well, bringing him down. ALR in danger. Charge beam being set up once again. That will be it, as Evosonics just goes into the tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure still, but look at that. 2 members from Evosonics trying to go down, you know, potentially knock out the Gabite. Yes, they're going to be successful with it, but there is going to be a response still coming in. Actually, the Gabite is still up. I actually mislooked. I thought it was actually down already because of how little tiny bit of an HP he has, but still up, and 30 seconds on the clock. First objective is gonna get up.
Yeah. The Reggie top and the Reggie bottom is going up in a few. Evosonics though, in terms of positioning, pretty much split apart. 3-2 split. You have 3 players of Evosonics down on top side, and you also have 2 members down into the bottom lane. So now I feel like both teams wants the Reggie, like he wants that early game advantage here at this point. But Pivot's coming through for Evosonics. It might just be the Reggie Alecki here. You have the elevator coming down, so Reggie Steele will be contested. Will be an all-in for BRU. Evosonics tries to deny it, will not be able to do so.
Yeah, and potentially they have an additional attack here. This is going to be a great fight coming in from Brewer United Esports. ALR is going to be backing away for his HP. Look at how little it is. Has to retreat back immediately, and right now, shift of attention has been made. They're going to be going in for the Regilecki. Objectives in one blow for BRU. And very sad, has to back away.
Yeah. Now you have the charge beam as well. Ooh, that was so... Onto Snorlax. Reggie Alecki now pushing on top side of the map. No defensive capability with a Clefable. The only one left standing on top lane to go in for the defense. And now Evosonics. 108 points already, gaining those points into the tier 1 goal zone, into the bottom lane, but BRU answers back. Those KOs coming through, Miraidon goes down.
And that is going to be an additional pressure still, but Evosonics still leading the charge here in terms of numbers, despite those goals being taken down immediately by BRU. Evosonics still prioritization, it's going to be on the trades that they can actually do, and that's a knockout once again coming in from their team, but they have to be very cautious about the Garchomp who's marching in all the way to the top path. And ooh, Swablu's and Altaria is not going to be very favorable for them. Kane will do it even further with a Horn Leech, or rather Pupaza. It's going to be Pupaza still, but Dragon's very unfortunate in HP.
Yeah, Evosonics though being chased out. You have the Garchomp into the backside, Buzzwell as well to follow through. It's a 3v2 situation, however. Garchomp at this stage is just too fed. Level 11 already in terms of those XPs and Aeon's energy points, but Trevenant goes down. Evosonics was able to find their own value from that fight. But Garchomp now isolated. It's a 4v1, 3v1 situation. Buzzwell just utilized his utility for those hindrances to occur, and Hoopa comes down on top as well to go in for that support. So far, these back and forths are so much. Both these teams for BRU and Evo.
But yeah, but right now it's going to be the Urshifu going to be securing the objective all the way to the bottom path. No one is trying to eye on it. Triple trample not available for the rotation to come up even further, but that Snorlax was already there, making sure to contest it, but very unfortunate, they're not going to be getting it so far. Dragon's not using the gravity right now instead, but uses the follow me for some protection mechanism for their team. But right now, still, Evosonics having a tough time to bounce back, though. They're just going to read the situation here, try to play it for objectives, and eventually maintain the lead.
So we'll see as Eagles Onyx at the moment pivoting themselves more towards the top side of the map. Regieleki will be available for themselves. Kane is just hovering around. Altarius and Swablues going to get contested there by Trevenant. Phantom Force already used up. It's just 2v1. I don't know if he's gonna make it out alive. Miraidon comes through though. For that extra support, but too fast, too quick as Trevenant goes away unscathed.
Not making it on time on the hyperspace hole to go back into the base. Very unfortunate. But right now, the Regieleki is already up all the way to the top path. Not gonna be quite sure what's the plan of Evo's Onyx because they are just too focused on the bottom path, not knowing that a lot of members from BRU trying to focus their attention into the Regieleki.
The Regieleki being started already by SCG, SGC. Regieleki goes down, Buzzwole a bit too late. Evo's Onyx missed that opportunity for that objective on top side of the map, but here in the bottom lane, it's going to be Urshifu. That will be the target. Double KO already for Evo's Onyx as they're going to chase down their opponents in the tier 1 goals on top lane. But Garchomp is just too strong.
Wow, look at that. Smooth as silk, and everyone else keeps on moving forward. And that charge beam is going to deal a lot of damage, but that phenomenal blow is going to give a second chance for Dragon, but 50 points, it's going to land all the way into the top path. Members from Evo's Onyx trying to go in for the chase, potentially knock out a lot of members from BRU, but that is not going to be the case here. They're going to be forcing in the fight to 2:30. That's a very important time in Pokemon Unite. You have to eliminate as much as possible your opponents to get the footing and to get the spacing that you need in the mid.
And now in comparison, Evo's Onyx now on the back foot in comparison to game number 1. It was very MUNID Esports that had that disadvantage as Rifu takes down the Regis. Evo's Onyx positioning themselves to go into the flank, into the backside here. A surprise attack into the back lanes. Urshifu now in danger. It's a 4v1, a 5v1, no escape. Urshifu gets KO.
And that was actually phenomenal for Evo's Onyx. They could actually take down this Rayquaza, but they just need to zone out every single members. And what a phenomenal block coming here. Pupaza is actually pinched all the way inside, but this is actually a double-edged sword. They might get caught immediately by the wood hammer, but the Rings and Bound will be there, sending everyone in at the hands of BRU. But right now, they have to fall back immediately. Look at that. Half HP. Who's gonna get the last hit? That's gonna be at the end of BRU as that Garchomp will come in, and everyone else from Evo's Onyx will back away immediately. They just have to protect this goal zone, but there is not gonna be enough opportunity for them to protect it.
A day of 3 games, baby. This is what we mentioned just a while ago. Might not be a reverse sweep. We still don't know yet. Evo's still take it down. But Korea United Esports, what a play coming down at the game number 2. Just one team fight alone just changed things up. And Garchomp specifically was the golden key here for Korea United Esports. It is the one that really led the charge for BRU's success. And so far, that 300-point advantage by BRU is not going to get caught up by Evo's Onyx anytime soon.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that's actually the advantage of a Garchomp. Making sure that you're quick and you have an attack speed could definitely provide a lot of damage, given that there is enough support coming in from your teammates. And just shredded out every single HP that the Conveyor was trying to regenerate all the way from Evo's Onyx, making sure that they seal a lot of team fights and the most important ones, which is the Rayquaza fight.
Now Evo's Onyx. But I have to think about coming down into the next game. This composition, I don't know, it doesn't work anymore. Just because of how Brim United Esports has played it out. Or they remove the Garchomp. I think that's one of the pivots. That's one of the things that can occur. If ever like Evo's Onyx, you know what? We lost game number 2, but we're still sticking with the orange side selection. That's something they could do. They ban away the Garchomp or ban away, deny away some of these Pokemon that Brim United Esports has picked up. Because if you're looking at the points, 220 points for Garchomp, you have 6 KOs and 9 assists overall, and I'm very curious about the battle data as well, how much damage he took and how much damage he provided for the team.
Wow,
it's 27.5%. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, very huge, but let's tell you as well, huge numbers coming in from Evo's Onyx. Coming in from just the Mewtwo White and the Dodrio. Well, that is actually expected, knowing that they are the main damage dealers coming in from their team. But I feel like that Buzzwole a while ago was not quite the maximum potential of a Buzzwole that we have been seeing nowadays. Because like the moment that you talk about Buzzwole, definitely SmackDown and Superpower would be your main key in order to dominate the early game. But that's not quite the case for EVO's Onyx a while ago.
So yeah, it's all about that execution. Here you did, but you know what? There's nothing really wrong about their composition. It's a matter of how they utilize it, how the rotations work. Because we all know how Kane was rotating all over the map, all over the Sky Ruins in Game of Oak, right? And that was pretty much the advantage that Evos was able to secure, and what kept them going, and what led them to a massive advantage at the very end of that game. And BRU understood this, and they applied it. They applied the same thing in game number 2 that led them to a 10-point advantage. And yes, it's not that big of a difference, but coming down at the very last wire, they still got the Rayquaze up for them to end with a win.
Yeah, great W, great last hit, great coordination still. That Hoopa really did a lot of impact coming in from BRU, and definitely EVO's Onyx has to, you know, look forward ahead of time right now, has to be aware that that Koopa is actually a huge setback or a huge threat coming in from their team. Same thing with the Garchomp, was actually able to dominate the facing of the game, because when you're a Gible, you have a sand attack, you could definitely have a lot of attack speed, and at the same time block the vision of your opponent. And onto the late game itself, definitely you have a lot of attack speed, you have a huge amount of damage with the Livid Outrage, and it's just overall domination for a Garchomp.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm curious, like what the type of scenario that we're able to see into game number 3. It's the final matchup. It's a decision game. Is EVO's Esports or EVO's Onyx going to still stick with the orange side selection? Because the thing is, the loser, or well, rather the team who lost, is the one who's gonna get the ability to pick the side selection. So are they still going to go in for the orange side selection, or are they going to switch things up into the purple side that will definitely like shift things around in terms of composition, as we have mentioned a while ago?
You know, here's the thing. There's actually an advantage when you're on the orange side, because if you're in the orange side,
Sure.
you could definitely opt to get 2 major Pokemons on your team that will be the core. Like, let's say example, it could be the Zoroark and the Comfey composition that everyone has been doing a lot recently. And that's the advantage. You can get to secure the Pokemon that you want, but at the same time, getting to secure someone who's even though it's only 1 Pokemon into the purple side is actually phenomenal as well, coming into your composition. Just like what BRU was doing a while ago, they were just securing Rhydon into their first pick, and right now EVO's is going to be batting that one out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I can argue about the Comfey Zoroark type of situation, because the thing is, like, you can go in for the purple side selection, which has a better advantage of picking that up, with the last rotation being 2 picks. Because the thing is, you can't prioritize the Zoroark and the Comfey in the first rotation. Yeah. You're gonna get demolished with a possibility of these hyper priority picks going to the side of the purple side selection. So the thing is that these things are going to be in terms of these things are into consideration for these teams. But nevertheless, moving on, EVO's Esports is now going into the purple side selection, which was something that we talked about a while ago. So the composition that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 is no longer going to be applicable, and no longer something that we get to see, especially considering that Miraidon and Mewtwo Y is going to be banned away, alongside Umbreon and Mimikyu.
But yeah, Blizzy is going to be back, who was actually banned a while ago. Same thing with Psyduck. So that is actually what we expect, and BRU is really a big fan of this Blissey, who's actually doing the egg bombs and the soft boil later on. You know, hindrance, and at the same time, healing's definitely productive coming in from their team, together with Rainy D, who's going to be using Urshifu once again. This is the last dance, at least for the group stage. Will definitely make the most out of it.
Yeah. Now, Psyduck, Garchomp, I think this is a good deny, considering how Alter Ego has played the Garchomp with SCG, SGC. It's phenomenal. Insane to think about. Now, Talon Esports has a supporter, has an all-rounder that can pretty much frontline and deal damage, and you also have Espeon. So now it's a matter of picking up a good defender, which I think right now could be the likes of Blastoise, could be the likes of the Slowbro could be an option, but Mamoswine could also be an option here. So really, these things could be locked in by Talon Esports. However, the Eldegoss is not something that I'm expecting.
Yeah, because there's a lot of supporters who could actually do the job, and might to tell you, they're gonna be they're gonna be sticking with double supporters, so it's gonna be very tough because they don't have their main frontliner, and we actually saw this a while ago, which was Alter Ego who did the job by not having a defender, but instead they did a matchup support. You know, it has the same concept, but different idea to be specific, because two supporters might actually work, but is this going to be enough for them to sustain two attackers, which is very squishy, knowing that BRU has a lot of damage capabilities? Just imagine, they have the snipe shot from Ayacup, they have the dark type Urshifu coming in from Grady, and they also have the Zacian that could charge in even further into the battle realm.
Yeah, and the thing is, I believe this is the untraditional, quote-unquote, of the unorthodoxes. Because the thing is, like, what we have seen so far is the pattern Ultra Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League is a double defender, a double attacker, a double all-rounder, but not a double supporter. And that's considering all supporters in mind. But maybe EVOS Esports can make it work. Not really that sure how they're going to do so, because the thing is, like, in terms of mobility, they're not really having any mobility in mind in comparison to what their compositions was in Game 1 and Game 2 with the Dojo. Now, the only Pokemon that has mobility would be the Garchomp. Espeon doesn't really have that much mobility. The other attacker doesn't really have that much mobility as well, if you're going to consider it. Greninja has a couple of bit with those clones.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how EVOS Onyx is going to play this game to you out.
Yeah, it's actually, you know, very confusing knowing that they don't have a main frontliner. We kept saying this, that the defender is very important. You cannot afford to do to the all-rounder. You cannot dedicate yourself into the all-rounder to do the tanking. And Garchomp has no way out already at this point, because if you use the Dragon Rush or the Dig, you don't have your way out. You just have to depend on your teammates. You just have to depend on the follow-up Psychic Solaire coming in from the Espeon, and everything, that's gonna be it. Despite having the Surf from the Psyduck, still, you're gonna be the main frontliner. You can't afford that Psyduck to be taken down immediately. Same thing with the Eldegoss immediately as well.
Yeah. So, one of the expectations is that EVOS Onyx is going to split up their supporters, one on the bottom side, one on the top side. But aside from that, in terms of rotation as well, it's going to be a bit hard for Kane, because the thing is, like, these two comps, or well, rather, the whole composition for EVOS Onyx is not really that tanky. Like, the only Pokemon that can give off a little bit of that essence in terms of defensive capability would be the Garchomp, but it takes too much time to be able to scale to that.
What a damage coming in from EVOS Onyx, making sure that they're going to be controlling this game. Oh, eject button, but nice deny coming in from the Zacian. Phenomenal decision making coming in from BRU, making sure that no one's going to get the knockouts and no one's going to get the goals so far the first 1.5 minutes of this game.
For sure. But so far, no casualties as of yet for both sides. No one's going for a very aggressive type of situation. No one's going for a little bit of that all-in type of setup. But I believe like BRU just has more of that capability on going for the all-in. Right? They have the Zacian, they have their Trevenant, Inteleon is there as well for that safety into the backside, and you also have Urshifu. So I think it's better off for BRU to be able to go aggressive in this game.
The Surf gonna be connecting somehow here, but it seems like BRU is hesitating a little bit here, knowing that there's gonna be enough backup. Stored Power is gonna be sure hitting a lot of members here from BRU, but look at that, they need that to bite even further. Water Shuriken is gonna be hitting Tuber still from BRU, and I love the pressure that EVOS Onyx is trying to deal out up against BRU right now.
BRU so far getting a bit more points just because of that dunk on top side of the map, but overall, like, this first few minutes of this game has been very close for both sides. Not really a drastic difference from what we have seen into the prior games. There are gods in danger though, Urshifu, huge amounts of damage, a KO going to BRU.
Yes, and that's gonna be a lot of pressure still At the side of Evo's Onyx, BRU applying the pressure with all their might, and they're going to be securing for sure this bot side objective once and for all. But I love the cross-map trade here coming in from their Greninja front side of Evo's Onyx. They're actually going to be taking down the Regieleki as well, but that HP restored, it's not quite convincing if you're going to be taking a look at the bigger picture, if they're not going to be engaging into this team fight.
Yeah. Another Regieleki being secured by the side of Evil's Onyx, now being pushed out onto the tier 2 goal zone on top lane. Actually, are they even going to defend it? Yes, they are. With the Zacian. I was a bit curious if they're not going to do so. That's going to be surprising. But Garchomp now going up on top as well, alongside with Kane. Going to go through, wanting that Regieleki because you have a couple of points to be able to dunk onto the tier 2 goal zone. A BRU going for it. Trying to defend, but not gonna be enough. They don't have that much capability to deny it away from Evo's Onyx.
Yeah, and that Livid Outrage is not going to be converting all the way into a knockout, but rather the Zacian is the ones going to be connecting the KO as well. And Garchomp, on the other hand, ALR trying its best to survive the Dragon Claw, but knockout still connects at the hands of BRU, and right now they're going to be forcing their way. Psychic Solaire to lift up 4 members from Brilliant United Esports, but still, they're not going to be looking for the fight. They're going to be looking in for the goal zone as there's Spy Vision to reveal the tall grasses, but still, Water Shurikens is going to be enough to take down 2 members of BRU, who's backing away right now.
Brilliant United Esports going to play defense for now. As Evo's Onyx, surprisingly, is able to make their composition work despite, you know what, no attack whatsoever, no front lines that could really sustain their composition, but so far they're able to make it work with a double supporter. They are still having a hard time, and I think the thing is, like, they really just need a good set coming in from Trevenant, coming in from the likes of Zacian as well. These two are going to be key important players and key important Pokemon for Brilliant United Esports to find success in those team fights, and they have 3 eyes on Greninja and Espeon.
Yeah, of course, especially that Greninja has been dealing a lot of damage, but right now Resort is all the way into the backline, making sure that he is safe to commence the attack later on. Full power Sai is going to be there, but not going to be quite enough to secure the objective, and it is going to be Brilliant United Esports charging even further. Livid Outrage dealing a lot of damage, but not going to be quite enough to take down all of them because he's just going to take 1, and that is Brilliant United Esports taking down 4 members from Evo's Onyx.
And there we go, those 5v5s is what Brilliant United Esports is looking for. Pretty much like having these 5v5 fights, no time for economics, that will be the demise of EVOS from this game. And Brilliant United Esports, who just won one objective fight, they're now up in 15 points.
Oh, see, that's the damage of a Dark-type Urshifu that you don't want to see over and over again if you're going to be the ones who's going to be knocked out immediately. And there is not enough response here from Evo's Onyx. They're not going to be contesting the Regieleki, so they're just going to wait it out to march all the way into their goal zone and actually take it down later on. So objective, quite easy here for Brilliant United Esports, but on the other hand, Evo's Onyx still trying to contest the resources all the way into the mid side.
Yeah, and now Brilliant United Esports gets a Regieleki on top side of the map. Evo's Onyx going to play defense, and Brilliant United Esports fill themselves into the bot side of the map, or Shifu going aggressive, but the answer back of Kane.
Yeah, and quite phenomenal execution as well from Evo's Onyx. Despite being pressured by BRU, they were able to reassess every single situation on how to counterattack. Right now, ooh, that's a lot of damage. ALR actually a little bit worried here up against the Zacian, but they're going to be trying to coordinate this fight once and for all. They actually want to take him down, but who's going to get taken down first? Yes, it's going to be the Zacian. Great coordination once again from Evo's Onyx, despite losing in terms of the sustain. They were able to get back into their footing by doing a proper coordination to take it down.
Here Keza. Now, or well, rather, the Reggie Ice is going into the bottom side of the map. BRU having a priority onto that, as Evo's Onyx is too far ahead, or too far behind to even contest Reggie Ice. And BRU is going to secure it uncontested.
Yeah, uncontested. Region of HP again. So there's not of an additional buff that they can actually that they can actually get very reliable heading towards the Rayquaza fight, because it's gonna be gone, or actually it's not gonna be used quite enough into this fight. So it could have been better if it was a Registeel or a Regirock, but there's nothing that you could do about him. That's very random. So all they need to do right now is to maximize their kit of Unite moves. But right now, Evo's Onyx, this is actually very dangerous for them, knowing that they don't have the main front line.
Yeah, and now Rayquaza, you have Pufasa just sitting there, just on the edge of the Rayquaza pit, starting it up. This is really good. I think that's one of the mechanics of Rayquaza, right? If you hit it, sooner or later he's gonna pour out those tornadoes up in the air for those people that are near him. So that's something of a mechanic that you can utilize. But we're at the esports starting up those fights already. Psyduck is down low.
Yeah, down low indeed, but we are just waiting for the setup. Oh, look at that. Urshifu trying to go inside the team fight. Woodhammer not going to be connecting, but the big water shuriken, it's going to be off. Full power, Sai, trying to dish out a lot of damage still, but the Dragon Claw not going to be connecting up against ALR. Phantom Force Fight, the Psychic Solaire, it's going to be off, lifting a lot of members still. That is a beautiful counter strategy from both teams, but look at who's in a good position. That's going to be Evo's Onyx trying to take down the Rayquaza, but Pupasa is going to be the ones at the middle as well. They have to chase down Ayaka, who's sniping a lot of damage, but yet again, 3 members are still off of Evo's Onyx, and they're just waiting for the last hit, and BRU gets it!
Ayaka, what are those snipe shots? Buriram United Esports will win it through and through with another reverse sweep in today's games. And with 30 seconds remaining, with a 200-point lead, make it 500-point lead for Buriram United Esports, they will take it down and mark a win once again into the last day of the group stages.
Phenomenal execution for BRU. Pupasa doing everything else to zone out a lot of members from Evo's Onyx, and there was just not enough space for Evo's Onyx down Ayaka, who was doing the snipe shots all the way into the backline. That was been the main problem, despite those limit outreach and the Psychic Solaire connecting and the full power Sai. It's just up. The main damage dealer is still up, and that's gonna be Ayaka. They have to take him down immediately because it was actually the ones doing the unexpected for their team. And if you get hit by the snipe shots, definitely unfortunate coming in from your side.
Yeah, sure. So really good stuff coming from BRU. They might have lost the number 1, but they're able to turn back into a win. And actually just reverse sweep. It's our reverse sweep day today.
Oh my god, it truly is. What is happening, Infinity? So, with that conclusion in mind, BRU is going to be sitting on top of our leaderboards, and Evo's Onyx would be having 16 points. So, they're going to be having a swap with Alter Ego. So, Evo's Onyx is on the 5th spot, and Alter Ego's on the 6th one. So Alter Ego might go head-to-head up against Onyx or Paper Rex. We cannot determine it yet. We have to wait for their games to finish. But all we can tell is that BRU is going to be the ones on top, regardless if Paper Rex or Onyx is going to win their games in 2-0 or in 2-1.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah. That's said and done. Like, BRU haven't been a game here today in the last day of the group stages. Amazing stuff for Evo's Onyx. So I believe they're still on top 1 prior to that series, and they're still sitting at top 1 after that series.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to be enjoying those 23 points, and Paper Rex going to be stuck on 2nd together with Onyx, but they could actually still swap later on when they do commence their games. But the guaranteed matchup that we're going to be seeing all the way to the playoffs, that's going to be Talon up against Evo's Onyx. And we're going to be waiting for the 4th game to commence later on in order to get the idea on who's going to be facing Buriram United Esports in the next 2 weeks of PUACL.
For sure. No. What an amazing set of games so far. But the thing is, like, every single series and every single match that we had for the day is 3 games in a best of 3 series. And it's all a reverse sweep.
We'll definitely find out later on if the sequence will continue, because the next game is going to be Blacklist International up against Onyx Rise. This is going to be very tough for Blacklist International because they need to win a game here in order to secure their playoff spot, because if not, they're going to be relying on the results of Full Sense up against Paper Rex. So you don't want that to happen. You want to secure it with all your might, and definitely you would have a lot of confidence going into this game. So Blacklist International, yes, they won 3 games into the season and definitely would want to get the 4th one for today.
Oh yeah. You always want to take those dubs. You always want to take those wins. And Blacklist International is no other team that is different from any other team as well. So that's something to expect later on.
Yeah, and of course, PUACL 2025 Southeast Asian League will be right back in a couple of minutes, and we're going to be heading to Game 4 later on. fourth series for today, and that's gonna determine a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International up against Onyx Rise, our fourth series for today in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And of course, Big Heels alongside Infinity is still your casters for today. Infinity, what are your thoughts on our next series?
It's a heated battle. It's Blacklist International up against Onyx Esports this time around. And as we all know, Onyx Esports at the current state is one of the strongest here in Southeast Asia as well, here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. So really, it's going to be a heated battle between these two teams. And if Blacklist International all of a sudden wins it, upset day, reverse sweeps, maybe.
Maybe, because that has been the main storyline still for today. Reverse sweeps, upsets, but of course, let us feature our fellow men players here from Pokemon Unite all the way from the Japan League. It's none other than Axis. So it is Japanese esports organization that was founded last 2018, since it was really competing and very formidable at the present of the Pokemon Unite scene, as they bring the established culture of collaborations and focus their fast-paced, objective-driven battles in Pokemon Unite. And of course, their team aims to stand out by leveraging their strategic expertise and training regimens home into the esports arena. Very interesting team here all the way from Japan. But of course, we also have our fellow teams here all the way from India, which is Global Esports.
Yeah, it was pretty much founded in 2017. It's one of the earliest, if not the earliest teams that is in the professional esports scene in the region. So they have achieved success in many international competitions. So that's something that you want to really dive into and really want to explore and support global esports in India. So yeah, this organization overall has grown into a team that represents India in past competitions. They have used many players as well that has been imported. So really, just the vast reach and vast network of global esports is amazing. But jumping back into the game here, PKOs.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna be jumping into the game again. Onyx Rise up against Blacklist International. One of the upsets that we might get to see again and again. But yeah, formidable teams. Onyx Rise is currently the top 3 team. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, they are the top 3 team into this leaderboards, but this is actually not new for Blacklist International. Blacklist International, they are known for, a lot of upsets, but Eeyore here is going to be our featured player for Onyx Rise. Dodrio, Urshifu, and Surledge, the main central laner of their team.
Yeah, Dodrio, Urshifu, and Surledge. Expectedly, it will be that for the team, but on the flip side, looking at Tencent coming from Blacklist International, it also will be that mid laner, that speedster, Urshifu, Surledge, and Leafeon. So in terms of that similarities, in terms of Pokemon that they pick up for these two comparisons of Tencent and the player of Onyx, pretty much a very similar Pokemon pool.
Yeah, and for our prediction, there's debuted once again. So that's 60 and 40 once again. We never got to see 50-50 in our predictions, but our fundamentals from Korea, South Korea to be specific, does predict Blacklist International, yours truly as well. So a lot of expectations still. We're looking for the upsets here. We're looking for Blacklist International to secure their playoff spot, because this is going to be a heartbreaker for Full Sense whenever Blacklist gets a single game in this tournament, or rather in this game.
Oh, and then we're immediately jumping into the matchup for the day. Blacklist International, those Sable Eye, huge respect once again, and this is one of the pocket picks of Blacklist International, if you may, just because of how it has been constantly used by Blacklist International time and time again, reaching to a couple of wins in the respective matchup, just because of how obnoxious it is in Teoskyra wins.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, they have a wide Pokemon pool to be specific. So no matter who you ban, yes, you have someone that you have to respect, but no matter who you ban, they still have a lot of Pokemons on their pocket. And the same thing goes for Onyx. To be specific, AXQ is one of the most interesting attackers that I have been seeing in game. He's actually the only one that, sticks on comfort because he has been using a lot of Venusaur lately into the tournament. But same thing goes for our fellow members in Blacklist International.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry. And then for the side of Onyx Rise, going for the Psyduck, and then you also have the Miraidon and the Blastoise getting locked in here. And so far, they're still lacking on that Speedsters, they're still lacking on that farm. So expectedly, it could possibly be the likes of the Leafeon, the likes of the Dodrio could also go through if it's not banned, which it is by Onyx Rise themselves. So really, the options are going to be something of similar nature that can still deal damage, that's relatively mobile, that could rotate on top lane and the bottom lane quite quickly. And Greninja is one of those options that we have seen, but Absol gonna get locked in instead.
Yeah, and Absol is actually very, reliable when it comes to early game potential. Knowing that it could squish out a lot of damage in those critical hits. But might just tell you, there isn't actually someone that you could actually focus on your attention as an Absol unless Drem picks someone, and that's going to be Inteleon. One of his favorites Pokemon, by the way. If you follow Drem, he has been actually streaming and using a lot of Inteleon. So definitely, this is one of his pocket picks, and I'd love to see this in a competitive scene because I think this is the first time, or not the first time, once in a while that Drem uses this Inteleon in the competitive scene.
Yeah, and I think like Blacklist International generally, what they could do here is to heavily rely on the likes of Sant and Draft in terms of damage as well, lands to close down the distance. Overall, their draft composition is generally well balanced. And for the side of Onyx Rise, going for the Absol is a coin flip. It always is. It's like you have the possibility of steamrolling down into the early game, have huge potential and huge opportunities to give out a massive amounts of damage in the early phase of the matchup. But once you do not utilize that capability of the Absol into that early game, you're not really looking that good in mid-game, late game.
Yeah, and for sure, that Absol is going to be playing a high risk, high reward, double-edged sword to be specific. So sometimes it might hit you, sometimes it's going to hit your opponent. So we don't know what's going to happen here. But to be fair, they do have the Mimikyu for Blacklist International. And if this Mimikyu could actually shut down this Absol later on, definitely that's one thing that you would love to see if you're a fan of Blacklist International. It's the Absol getting shut down immediately, and of course, not being able to scale up or being behind in terms of XP.
Yeah. So now we'll see, as like Blacklist International and Onyx Rise, this will be a relatively slow game for both sides here, except for Onyx Rise. They can start to wrap up pretty early on with that Absol in mind, but Blacklist International can slowly follow through as well into the middle of the game. But Ryu, quite over aggressive and overextending there, just going in and out. Ooh, oh my!
Wow!
Just playing their opponents down into the bottom side here. Ryu, what are you doing?
You see, that's the thing. If you have a scoring item on your pocket, definitely would love to outplay your opponents as early as you can, because you're not going to be losing a lot when you get taken down into the early stages of the game. And your goal is to disrupt, of course, the wild Pokemons of your opponent, and at the same time, score 2 to 3 times as much as you can. And that's actually a nice ambush coming in from Sam all the way into the top path. Taking down 1 could potentially take down 3 coming in from their team, but that's not going to be quite enough damage still for their team.
And this is what we mentioned a while ago, like play onto Sam, play onto Inteleon for the side of Blacklist International. Response though coming in from Absol, jumping right through very quickly as well, gaining a couple of points, and Sion is now back at it, going for the chase onto Eldegoss. Blacklist International will have the double KO going to the side of Absol on track.
Yeah, that's actually a great trade coming in from Onyx Rise, making sure that they catch up little by little. But right now, Dramp is actually putting a lot of pressure still. See, this is the good thing with an Inteleon into the early stages. You can actually lessen down the defense of your opponent and potentially deploy a lot of damage by just using the water gun coming in. So that's actually a great composition and a great advantage as well if you're still a Drizzly. But on the other side of the map, that's going to be Ryu taken down immediately. War Turtle already obtained and available for Onyx Rise.
Now for Blacklist International, once again, just going back out going back at it is that this game is pretty much going to be quite a bit slower than what we have seen over the past few series and over the past few games, except for Onyx Rise that wants to start to ramp things up. However, if that occurs, like a 4v2 situation on top side of the map, it's definitely going to get that quicker for Blacklist International here. But generally speaking, it's not going to be as fast-paced as we could expect. Now, looking at Onyx Rise, it's Absol that is really on a timer. It really wants to capitalize that early game advantage, but so far I'm not seeing it.
We're not seeing it actually, despite being level 8, quite behind compared to the Serial Edge here from Blacklist International. And we're just gonna be waiting for the snipe shot here to hit it, but not gonna be quite available yet, and that is gonna be the Midnight Splash in order to secure that Regice objective. Additional regen coming in from them, but you know, their HP are full, so I don't quite see the maximum value yet. But right now, they're going to focus their attention into this team battle. Fel Stinger is going to be there for Drem in order to relocate himself. But the snipe shots are not connecting yet. He's way too advanced into the map. The support was there actually coming in from his teammates. Revenant Red was popped off, but Zoe's not yet done here. Still up and going, trying to support his teammates.
Yeah, Blacklist International unfortunately lost that team fight overall, if we're going to think about it. Because they lost a couple of players. It's a couple of KOs coming through for Onyx Rise, and then Onyx Rise was able to go in for those defense in tier 1 bottom lane. But overall, in the general perspective of things, Blacklist International is on a really good state. 112 points already coming down into the tier 1 goal zone on top side of the map is massive. And once again, these type of plays coming in from Lance, coming in from Sarah Ledge as well, just going in looking for those KOs time and time again is massive for the team.
Yeah, very massive indeed. And right now, Midnight Splash available once again, but not going to be hitting someone. Very unfortunate for Onyx Rise, as they're going to be expending another set of Unite move here. And Blacklist International really does have a great kit waiting on their pocket all the way into the bottom side. But Azure Spy Vision is going to reveal the information all the way into the tall grass. Iluna cannot defend his on his own. Surf gonna be commencing even further, but that Umbreon coming in from Blacklist International will be overextending a little bit here. That's why they have to look forward to, they have to watch out on this one. Snipe shots being deployed, that's gonna deal a lot of damage, and still, they have to hunt him down. Onyx Rise needs to be very careful of Trent.
Yeah, the Shadow Sneak is there as well, coming from land. Potential to go in for the backside. You have Umbreon now going through, zoning capabilities. Reggie Steel down low already. Who's gonna take it down? It's Blastoise with a Hydro Typhoon.
Yes, but the full power Sai as well was popped off by Onyx Rise, and right now they're leading the charge, taking down the Serial Edge. They can potentially take down Lance in this situation, but look at the protection coming in from the Umbreon of Blacklist International, really doing the works of wonders. But on the top side, that's going to be a 15-point conversion coming in from their Absol.
Massive stuff coming in from Onyx Rise. They may not have huge amounts of damage or huge amounts of impacts from what we have seen so far, but those points are huge with 50 points. But Blacklist International still keeping forth their advantage with a 20-point lead thus far into this matchup. Regieleki is still open. Blacklist International could definitely take it down, put that extra pressure on top side of the map against Onyx Rise.
And right now they're going to be starting things up. This is going to be quick because they have two all-rounders that could dish out a lot of damage and potentially set this one up as a diversion play, and they could actually rotate all the way to the bottom path if they want to. But right now it's getting critical as it could be, so they're going to force their way for that Regieleki to land right now, and the moment that someone defends it, they're going to be rotating all the way into the bottom path.
We'll see as Mimikyu goes in for the Shadow Sneak. Once again, what a KO coming from Blacklist International. Lance getting chased down, but Rhydon is going to get KO'd immediately by Sarah Ledge. Hydro Typhoon coming down into the bottom side, 1v3.
Alright, but who's leading the charge? That's gonna be it. Dremp once again doing the snipe shots on his favorite, trying to hide all the way into the tall grass. But right now, Iluna's left alone to defend things up. They haven't been taking down this goal zone yet and again, but still looking good for Blacklist International in total control in terms of this game.
Yeah. Blacklist International playing it a bit safer for now in the bottom side of the map. That Regieleki dealt huge amounts of points for Blacklist International, getting that tier 2 goal zone. So right now, Blacklist is in a really good state. We're going to think about it on how they are receiving huge amounts of advantage early on to the matchup or mid-game of the matchup.
And we're gonna be seeing things if that is gonna be the case here. But right now, a lot of them are waiting for to start the objective. To just eyeing on the prize, but I feel like this is gonna be a playing of tag once again because as you can see, Onyx Rise repositioned immediately all the way into the Rayquaza, so potentially they might be eyeing on the prize here because they have to catch up in terms of scoring.
Yeah. And now Blacklist International finding their position. Rayquaza is now up in 5 seconds remaining. Onyx Rise is holding their position on top side of the map. Actually going for it. It's Mimikyu in danger already. Play with me going to be the end of him as Blacklist International trying to go away. Ryu zoning away their opponents as well with a Unite move in the backside. But Sarles secures the Rayquaza.
I've seen this before. This is Blacklist International strategy. They cooked this once and for all and manifested it in the competitive scene. They were just about to bait lands a while ago, all the way into the top upper part of the central area. And they actually invested a lot of Unite moves together with the Revenant Rend in order to secure that Rayquaza once and for all. And right now, they just have to go back into their base and defend things down in their goal zone.
Blacklist International, a massive win, a massive to start things off here in this series. Because remember, the thing is actually, I believe Blacklist International, if they lose against Onyx Rise in a 2-0 sweep, I think one of their opponents is going to have that opportunity to secure the top 8 position or have a higher ranking. But now Blacklist International took one game away from that. And that is a really good start for them.
Yes, and that would be it. Blacklist International closed the door for Full Sense as they will be securing their spot into the playoffs. And if they do win this series up against Onyx Rise, they would be positioned as the 7th seeded team in this tournament. And this is just very unfortunate for Full Sense.
Now Blacklist International, I mean, at this point, they're really looking sleek. Onyx Rise, this is what we mentioned a while ago, right? That their competition is rid of that coin flip. They went for the Absol. They're going in for that early game prowess that the Absol innately has in terms of that power. But the thing is, we also mentioned this and we also discussed this during the draft that, you know what, if Absol is not able to capitalize and utilize that strength in the early game, it's not going to look good. And that is exactly what happened here.
Yes, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. This is Blacklist International showing off their prowess. But much to tell you, Onyx Rise was actually doing well, but I think they need to find a better replacement out of that Absol. You see, Absol is really effective, but again, if you are getting behind already, and if you are on an equal footing with your opponent, definitely Absol is not one of the best decisions or best Pokemon that you could have on your lineup. It could have been better if you do have a Zoroark on your favor, because Zoroark could actually go head to head compared to an Absol. And you know, there's just overall a lot of better options in an Absol, and we haven't been seeing the value as well from the Garchomp a while ago. If you saw it, Infinity.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, good start coming from Blacklist International. Let's see if they close it out with a 2-0 win. I'm really excited to see if that's going to go up for them. But for now, for the side of Onyx Rise, I don't really dislike their composition, right? There's nothing wrong with their composition. It's a bit of a balance. You have that Absol for the game. Mid-game, late game, you have the Garchomp right on the Blastoise. But the thing is, really in terms of that utility, there's a bit too much going to the side for Blacklist International. In terms of damage, you have the Sarledge, you have the Inteleon, and then for that utility, pretty much the rest of the crew has it. So that's just the perspective that Blacklist International has in their position.
Yeah, and definitely Onyx Rise really has to reassess on how Blacklist International will try to play it all out, because as you noticed a while ago, Blacklist International, their strategy in taking up the Rayquaza was a double-edged sword. Like, yes, it's really efficient, you could save a lot of time, you could actually surprise your opponents, but it's not gonna work the same case on the second time. And definitely Onyx Rise saw it through already, and potentially they have a counter strategy in it already. So they just have to play tag, they just have to overextend a little bit and avoid Blacklist International for advancing even further all the way from the pit of Rayquaza.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like what happened in the Rayquaza pit team fight overall. If we're gonna look back at it, it was Umbreon who was with someone else. I believe it was Mimikyu, was it? On more towards the top side of the map, wherein it was where Onyx Rise was more on position. That it was Blacklist International that went in for a 3-2 split. So the three remainder people that was not Umbreon and the Mimikyu was fighting up against the Rayquaza, and then the rest of the crew was actually going for that team fight. So it was really, really fascinating to watch how that worked out overall, because they may have lost the Mimikyu, they may have lost Umbreon in the process, but they're able to still secure the objective.
Yeah, they have it secured indeed, and that was actually really, really great job done coming in from Blacklist International. But right now, Onyx Rise here on the other hand, quite curious what will be the shift of strategy or composition that they might actually do. But Absol on the other hand, it's actually a great option, but at the same time, it's not that consistent compared to other speedsters. If Onyx Rise actually did opt to get an all-rounder as their central laner, it could have been actually a better option for them, because you have the sustain, you have the damage as well, so overall the impact of you would be much more consistent compared to an Absol.
Yeah, so I think that's like one of the key adjustments they could do potentially in game number 2. Or they could retain the Absol or change things up in a matter of changing the guard jump, just making it like an Espeon, having that early game advantage, committing into that early game power spike, and trying to balloon your advantage in the early game instead of mixing everything up. Or just commit towards that late game, retain the guard jump, maybe retain the Blastoise along with the Miraidon, but put in a speedster that's capable enough into having that strength in the middle of the game that can roam around the map and also sustain that damage later down the road. So I think one of which is Dodrio. Like, Onyx Rise need not to be able to ban it away and just pick it up for themselves. That's like one of the perspectives that Onyx Rise could go for.
Yeah, and knowing that they actually lost this game, so definitely they could actually go for the first pick once again, all the way to the purple side if they really preferred to, because they need to have this high prioritization. And the moment that they had it a while ago, it was actually Psyduck. Yes, Psyduck was doing well, but you know, there are actually a lot of rooms that you can actually get still, because if you want to get the Dodrio, just avoid banning it, and it's actually 50-50. Blacklist could actually get it, but at the same time, Blacklist, you know, does use it for quite some time, sent to be specific, but not quite sure what's in the minds of Blacklist. But still, they're trying to play it out all safe a while ago because they banned it.
Yeah, for sure. So like, those are some of the perspectives that we could see, but it really all still boils down into how Onyx Rise plays it, on how Onyx Rise goes in for the draft, how Onyx Rise just moves around, how they want to go for the composition. Because the thing is, it all boils down into what kind of strategy you want to play out and what kind of composition you want. And so far, we're not seeing a Dodrio ban. So this is something that Blacklist International, or rather Onyx Rise rather, could go for. I was reading like the names at the bottom. I was like, double Blacklist International?
Oh yeah, what? Apologies for that one, apologies, but Onyx is at the purple side. We're going to be having Blacklist International all the way into the orange side, and definitely Blastoise was retained, but Rhydon as well, but they got Cerulege right now in replacement for the Psyduck, for now at least. But on the other hand, they got the Cerulege away from Blacklist International, so that's going to be the Mimikyu and the Umbreon prioritization, and in exchange for that Cerulege, they're going to be sticking with the Slowbro, and of course replacing their central laner by a Leafeon.
For sure. So yeah, thus far it's looking really good. Blacklist, or well rather Onyx, in that central key for Onyx Rise at this point in time. This is one of the adjustments that we've mentioned and we talked about. For Blacklist International, on the other hand, I think they went in for a bit more of that tanking and a bit more defensive capable lineup. However, the caveat is there's no support.
No one could actually go for the actually there's a debuff as well, because you know This Umbra could actually act as a supporter if you want to Infinity, because might to tell you that they have the debuff as well coming in from your moveset, so definitely that's actually a factor as well by Blacklist International on why they decided to have this double defender setup, because if you have Snarl, definitely you could actually debuff your opponents, specifically in attack and SP attack, by as much as 3%. So that's actually a huge factor as well, knowing that the lineup of Onyx Rise is really really explosive in terms of damage by having that Zero Edge, by having that specific lineup of theirs. They also have their Serena and Miraidon. So this Umbreon would actually good if they actually utilize foul play and Snarl that could actually go in and out, and at the same time do the damage or do the debuff on your opponent.
So that's something that we could expect down the road for game number 2. Blacklist International, they're currently all so 1 game away, 1 win away. This is going to be a lock-in for them. They're able to really just secure the series overall for themselves, which is amazing stuff. But the thing is, they're still up against one of the best teams in Southeast Asia right now. They're still up against Onyx Rise. So really putting your best foot forward rather, and playing your best coming down into the second game, and not really being overconfident is still something that's very crucial for any of these teams in the perspective of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. It's not really just targeting like Blacklist International. Every single one of these teams really have to put out their best.
And really do have to put out their best, because this is the best is yet to come. Once and for all, again, Onyx Rise and Blacklist International, we're just waiting for the game to start itself. But of course, make sure to scan the QR code already. Don't miss your chance for our giveaway for today's live stream, because we're going to be closing our forms later on before the match 5 starts. So make sure to get the operation in. And of course, let's hear our community's voice here on our sheet. And Rebels actually here is saying that Paper Rex will be the champions this year. Mark my words. I love the confidence coming in from Rebels.
And there is a potential, right? There is potential. Paper Rex right now is a very, very strong team. Although there's a lot of struggles, there will be a lot of hindrances for that objective to happen, for that top 1 position. Because if we're gonna think about it, right? You still have the former champions. You have Luminosity Gaming still up there. You have Team CHR and Utopia already securing their spots onto the finals here in ACL. And then you also have like Japan still waiting for their champions and their positions as well here in the tournament. So there's a lot of hindrances, but for sure, like Paper X is one of the best right now in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and definitely could be a huge strength on any other teams. And the chances of Paper Rex getting that final spot all the way to Japan is really high compared to other teams, because number 1, they're proven to be one of the strongest in terms of the rankings right now. And number 2, they have proven themselves into the world many times.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what the difference maker would be. But this time around, we're going back into the game here. Blacklist International, once again, currently on match point. 1 win away, and they will secure the series for themselves. But from what has occurred over the past few games today here in day 6, I think I'm expecting another reverse sweep.
I'm not gonna be surprised if Onyx Rise gets game number 2.
Right.
But I'll be surprised if Blacklist International gets game number 3 at least, if that will be the scenario. But right now, Sent with a quick turn of events takes down a knockout out of himself. So a little bit in a bit of a trouble here, but great escape with a eject button.
Yeah. Blacklist International, in terms of that strength in the early game, they have it, right? They have the Leafeon. They have that strength of like having that early game rotations. That's something that Blacklist International could do alongside the Umbreon. For the side of Onyx Rise, though, in mid game, late game, that is where they start to ramp up. You have the Unite move off the Hydro Typhoon coming from Blastoise. You have the Miraidon that really scales very well. The Sarah and Serena is there as well in the same composition. So this is something that Onyx Rise will bank on. It's pretty much going to be on that latter part of the matchup wherein Rayquaza will be their target and will be one of the win positions.
Oh my god. Did you see that? He was blocking the Citrus Berry. I love that move coming in from Ryu in order for him to secure it and not let his opponents take it away. But right now, Drem, nice spell Stinger to bounce back at the other side of the wall. Rather, and Ryu is going to be forcing his way back all the way to the tall grass, and this is just phenomenal fundamentals coming in from Blacklist International. And right now, they're going to take down Iluna out of the picture.
Yeah, and Blacklist International once again gets under the KO, going in for the dunk in the tier 1 goal zone, but Ryu in danger, going for the jackpot and AXQ.
Wow, that's actually a great move coming in for Blacklist, making sure that Onyx Rise is going to expend a lot of utilities coming in on their favor. And look at that, this is just Ryu having a total control, toying with Onyx Rise, but he gets shut down immediately by AXQ, as that charge beam would be enough. But all of the members of Blacklist International are scaling slowly but surely.
Yeah, Blacklist International, those damages starting to hurt there, coming from Inteleon snipe shots from Dream. And so far, Onyx Rise has still yet to go in for a couple of dunks and have yet to still take those KOs. And so far, Blacklist International, really, really amazing stuff on what they're doing, sustaining here in the early game. But as soon as I said it, the Mickey goes down on the hands of Serena alongside Beyond Beyond.
Ryu trying to stack up those goals, but not going to be quite enough. But Suo is a little bit of a pinch here. Dream members coming in from Onyx Rise, snipe shot. Gonna be hitting Zoe, but not gonna be converting the KO instead. But I love how Blacklist International is actually trying to trade off the objectives, but Cell won't let that happen very easy, but they still managed to land the last hit. But right now, that's gonna be a trading system happening here.
Blacklist International is just getting away with a lot of these maneuvers and risky plays for some reason. Like this, like Ryu's just going back into their opponents' lanes, but it doesn't matter, like he's sustaining himself so much. But Blacklist International might just be the end of it, with Onyx Rise just going in for the 4-man rotation in the bottom lane. Slowbro isolated.
Isolated indeed, but they get the KO here at the side of Onyx Rise. But Drem is left alone. Ooh, and Cell takes down the knockout here. That's all gonna be left to Ryu to defend this goal zone. But I feel like Onyx Rise doesn't have to overextend or overcommit into this one unless they do have a lot of members that could actually take him down. But the response is actually available already coming in from Blacklist International. Electro Drift not gonna be quite enough still, but the Scald not hitting as well from Sususu.
Yeah, Blacklist International from kind of a 20-point lead. Onyx Rise came back with a tier 1 goal zone being brought down in top side of the map. Umbreon going in with that Unite move, but so far no follow-up. Onyx Rise dominates with a double KO.
Yeah, double KO indeed, and right now we are seeing Onyx Rise being able to reverse dominate this game. Skull not gonna be on time to deny the goal of Zell, and that is gonna be it. Another goal zone coming in at the side of Onyx Rise, and they do have the rings unbound as well in order to have a faster phasing and eliminating the Leafeon coming in from Scent.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Scent now in danger, being chased out by Serena into the backside, trying to maneuver around the map here, but not gonna be enough. Onyx Rise gets pounced, and that will be under KO.
And right now, they're waiting for the objectives to spawn once again. Ryu forcing his way, score a little goals to be specific. Gonna be foul playing and snarl back into the goal zone immediately. Hyperspace hole activated immediately, but I love how Onyx Rise being able to apply the pressure on both objectives. Just imagine that Blastoise as well is waiting at the tall grass all the way to the top path, and there is just no room for Blacklist International to get in.
Yeah. Now you have Blacklist International. They still have to yet find anything in the middle of the game, and this is what we mentioned a while ago, right? In terms of Onyx Rise, they have to just commit into a single thread of composition. If they want to go late game, go late game. If they want to go early game, go early game. And so far, Onyx Rise committed onto that mid game, late game type of situation, mid game, late game composition, and so far it's working for them. Really, really good.
Yeah, really good indeed. But right now, Reg Lecky is going to be marching in. Blacklist International successfully takes hit, and we're going to be waiting for the snipe shots to land even further. But Cell applying the pressure here up against Blacklist International despite the debuffs happening. Electro Drift is going to land. Emerald 2-step was expended as well. But right now, one member was only taken down at the side of Onyx Rise, and Blacklist International is really losing in terms of quantity.
Now Blacklist International, you can't do the same thing that he's done coming down into the game, and it's a bit unfortunate if you're going to think about it, that those early game pressures or early game aggression that he was doing just gave in a lot of those points, a lot of experience going to the side of Onyx Rise. Blacklist International, 170 point deficit in 3-minute mark, so they definitely have to get those Rayquaza in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. And what they really need to have is the Azure Spy Vision later on Tramp, because that's gonna be the main key factor. You have to reveal their position, you have to reveal tall grasses in order for you to have a better opportunity to eliminate your opponents. But right now, they're just waiting, testing the waters here. They know that Onyx Rise is positioned somewhere all the way into the top path, and they want to knock out as much people as they can.
And the Regirock is up. Onyx Rise. I was expecting more for them to actually go in for the objective. Just gain an extra buff, and there you go.
Yeah, there you go. And 15 seconds on the clock. They could actually take it. Calculated well indeed in order for them to get the SP def and defense as well during the fight in Rayquaza. So this is going to be very tough for Blacklist International. They would have to rely on Drem, who has the snipe shots, who could actually or potentially steal the Rayquaza. But look, it's gonna be starting it. It's gonna be Blacklist International taking down the Hoopa. There's no hyperspace zone immediately. Azure Spy Vision gonna be revealing the location of the tall grasses. But look at that Electro Drift. Gonna be dealing a lot of damage. Gonna be the Hydro Typhoon that was sent out on a and was taken down by Blacklist International. But right now, Rayquaza is on its 1/3 HP only. Onyx Rise controlling the game. But Leafeon, it's still up. And he gets Rayquaza once and for all. Blacklist International needs to force his way all the way to the goal zone. But there's not enough men who can do it for their team.
Yeah, there's not enough time as well. Like Blacklist International, they may have gotten the Rayquaza buff, but the thing is, it's only Scent who has it in his hands. And right now, it's Onyx Rise who wants to deny the Rayquaza buff away from Blacklist International, as Cell's trying to chase him down. Not going to be enough. Miraidon going to the backside though, having to chase down the Leafeon. No more Rayquaza buff. ASQ in danger as they get chased down. Blacklist International still have yet to take the advantage for themselves, as right now, Onyx Rise is all about playing defense.
They just have to eliminate the Cyril Edge and take down the goal into the bottom path. That is what they need. It has to be Lance, it has to be Ryu, any single members of them, and they have an ample space. And yes, they got it immediately, but not gonna be quite enough yet. And there it goes. They just have to back away, but that Hoopa was able to trade it off, and the Cyril Edge as well is gonna hit another 100. And Blacklist International is running out of time. And look at those multiple damages coming in. Slow Beam is gonna be there, but there was a Surf all the way behind of Blacklist International, and they only have 10 seconds to shoot it down, and they're falling one by one. Blacklist International, despite getting the objective, not gonna be securing the victory in this game.
What a play from Onyx Rise. That Hoopa just swept in like a ninja on top side of the map there, dunking a couple of points like thief in the night. Absolute insane plays from Onyx Rise, and once again we're back at game 3.
I'm not surprised that Onyx Rise got the victory here, but I'm gonna be very surprised if Blacklist International would get this series once and for all. But I do love the overall impact coming in from Drem and Scent in Blacklist International, but I do feel like that Hoopa was a main prioritization of Onyx Rise in order to dominate their game, because they were much more of a faster team in terms of rotation, in terms of execution, and that has been actually the main pressure for Blacklist International.
Yeah, for sure. And with that said, that was some good and heated matchup. This is what I love. Like the difference in terms of composition, the adjustments coming in from the side of Onyx Rise, committed into like going for a late game, mid game type of composition, and Blacklist International playing a bit aggressive there from the early game, and then the steal of Rayquaza, but nevertheless Blacklist International was able to win it. It's just a storyline. It was really, really amazing.
Yeah, really amazing stuff here, and that was really unexpected, but I love the confidence as well coming in from Onyx, because they were able to gamble the results of the Rayquaza fights. And you know, they just go in, go for the KOs, and excuse me, go for the KOs, and eventually take down everyone else. Because there's no sense if it's just one or two opponent who's gonna get the Rayquaza. 200 points, not gonna be enough as well. You can just score down another 50.
Good though. That was good. The Blacklist International, that was really close. If ever there was a couple of more members that got the Rayquaza buff at the very end, they could definitely have won that. But the thing is, like, the point difference was, I believe, like 200, and then you have the Hoopa just sneaking himself down on top side of the map and then dunking some points, and then you have one more coming through with 100 points as well as a dunk, and then you have the defense playing out. It was really amazing stuff overall, and I'm excited to see game number 3. Is there going to be something more the Blacklist International is going to hide, or is Onyx Rise still going to be on top?
Yeah, and Blacklist International, will they take the purple side? Because for 2 games, they have been on the orange side. They do have the last picks, or rather, the second pick. So, quite curious if they're going to be swapping things down, because they do have the option to choose if they're going to be on the purple side. And yes, if they do want to get that Hoopa, they have to make sure that they're on the purple side. Or, it's either they ban it away because it was really of a huge impact up against Onyx.
Oh, for sure. So that's something that we're gonna expect down the road, but we're jumping quickly into game number 3 here. Blacklist International opted to go for the purple side selection this time around.
And right now, we're going to be seeing a lot of action still. This is the last day of group stage, ladies and gentlemen. You are really on heated battles. You get to witness this. And of course, Onyx Rise would have to respect that Sableye once again coming in from Blacklist International. We're not going to be seeing that. So, not surprised, but Darkrai as well, banned here by Blacklist International. And by the way, we haven't seen Darkrai yet, at least for this day, despite not being banned.
Right? I'm curious. I'm curious, like, what the selections are going to be. But so for Blacklist International, immediate denial of the Sarah Ledge, picking it up for themselves instead. But Urshifu's going to be the answer back for Onyx Rise.
Yeah, quite understandable, because that Ceruledge really did play a lot of role up against Onyx Rise, because it's Ceruledge that we are talking about, and definitely Ceruledge is one of the most reliable, I would say, all-rounders in the game. So definitely it has an early game it is really good in early game, can deal a lot of damage, has a mobility, definitely a full package.
For sure. And now for said Blacklist International, pretty much having quite a bit of stacked composition as well. Having a Mimikyu as well gives them a bit of damage. Expectedly, if they're going to lock in onto the Crustle and Mr. Mime, this will be kind of a bit of a Shadow Sneak, and then that Shadow Claw potential for a Lance, or even a Trick Room as well. So that's something to look forward to. For Onyx Rise, actually very balanced as well. So these 2 comps are very valid.
Yeah, very valid. And here's the thing. I love the Mr. Mime pick here by Blacklist International, because if we're going to be taking a look at it, 2 members from Onyx Rise would have to get closer to you. And that's it. That's the answer back. Because they're the main damage dealer, Cell and Eeyore to be specific, they are the main damage dealers, and it's only Mr. Mime that could actually stop them down on their track with Barrier or with the Showtime, their Unite move itself.
Yeah, for sure. So now Blacklist International and Onyx Rise. I'm not really because the thing is, like, these 2 compositions are pretty much like well balanced. We're not really taking like a very strong reliance onto the game or mid game or even late game for any of these 2 teams. So it's going to be a difficult matchup, but Onyx Rise, just the performance in game number 2 was just phenomenal. They're able to keep up and control like Blacklist International, what Blacklist International was doing. And I think at this point, like, Blacklist cannot do what they did in the early game of just going very aggressive without any trade-offs.
Yeah. And it's just, a matter of fact, an execution. But Blacklist International really does have an edge here because of their defender and their supporter that they have. I mean, they have the Rubble Rouser from the Crustle, they have the Showtime to definitely, do a lot of crowd controls up against Onyx Rise. Despite Onyx Rise, it could be a double-edged sword right now, because just imagine if there's going to be Rings Unbound and there's a Raul Rouser and Showtime waiting for you. Definitely quite the opposite. Instead of being a responsive team, definitely you would respond in a negative way.
For sure. And now, Onyx Rise, Blacklist International, in terms of this early game, we're not really going to see that big explosive matchups. There's not any single one of these Pokemon that's on a timer compared to like having that absolute game number 1 for the side of Onyx Rise. And so far, it's a Blacklist International. And the Onyx Rise having a bit of that stalemate all throughout this first couple of minutes, if I may.
Yeah. And that is what we expect. But right now, 850, that's going to be the Swablu's and Altaria. Sand charging in. I love the concept. X attack to deal much more damage. And they swept a knockout, as well as the wild Pokemons all the way into their path. Great execution.
Yeah, the confusion onto the wall and then the barrier to deny any movements from Onyx Rise, that was... So, if ever, like, Mr. Mime for Blacklist International definitely work things out here. But Onyx Rise still able to have that capability down the road. They still have that Blastoise, which takes a bit of time for those Hydro Typhoon.
Oh, Mega Evolve AXQ is in a bit of a trouble here. Charge Beam gonna be hitting. Oh, Rock Tomb is gonna be enough to take down the knockout. Illuna cannot evolve even further. He needs more wild Pokemons and he needs to score. But unfortunately, the spacing won't be given by Ryu. Oh, but managed to get the wild Pokemon instead.
Yeah. And now it is Scent who's able to really get the wild Pokemon on top side of the map. You have Dreamt as well going to the backside. There's a lot of Pokemon here. Scent going through into the backside.
Oh, and Cell was pinched down by the light screen immediately. Great execution once again from the Mr. Mime for Susu. But look at that, Serena all the way into the bottom side of the bottom map. Indeed, so they're just waiting for a great opportunity to ambush 5 members to be specific. But right now they're going to be rotating back all the way to the top path and they're trying to eliminate Lance as much as they could.
Yeah. Now Onyx Rise going for it. Altaris and Swab who's now being contested. Blacklist International still holding her fort. They're not going very aggressive, and this is what we mentioned a while ago. Blacklist International cannot afford to be as aggressive as they did in game number 2.
Yes, and that's going to be the barrier and the confusion moveset coming in from Susu. That is what we expected. Block the pathway of your opponents as much as you can. And when you have the showtime, it's time for you to go in. But right now, you have to go in as well. Oh, getting a lot of damage! What is that? Triple simultaneous knockout coming in from Sen. That has to be the play of the day here in PUACL.
That Revenant Red was just picture perfect. It came right straight through into 3 people and 3 opponents from Onyx Rise, and also the objective being taken down. Now the Regiel like it being started down by Onyx Rise, and Blacklist International knows with a Trick Room as well, but El Shadow, Claw, Hoopa in danger, a bit isolated as well, coming back with a hyperspace hole, and Regiel like it will be secured.
And wow, what a barrier setup coming in here from Susu, making sure that their opponents are gonna get pinched down immediately, and they have it. They made it work. Knockout plus a barrier, quite efficient here coming in from Blacklist International. And Onyx Rise managed to score their first goal of the game, so potentially this is gonna be an overcap on the top path, but still looking good at the hands of Blacklist International.
Yeah, it could possibly be. I was expecting a 30-point overcap, but I'm not sure why it did fall down, but there we go. Onyx Rise lose their tier 1 goal zone on top side of the map. You have Crystal defending in the bottom side, though. Why is Illuna there?
Oh, Illuna? Hello? Well, yeah. Going back to what you've been asking into the 30-point overcap. I feel like the hardened engine, that was actually the special skill of Merlida, really did activate it. Wherein you're gonna be expending some of your AO's energy in exchange for your damage. I feel like that is one of the cases wherein why the AO's energy was gone and the overcap didn't happen a while ago. So you know, it's just one of the Miraidon things and Beauty-wise things as well. Like, you lose your AO's energies out of nowhere. But great escape coming in from Cell after being pinched down by Susu. But the rotation will be happening anytime soon, as they're going to be fighting it all out for their objective into the bottom side.
Yeah. Now you have the Regi bottom, you have the Regi Steel coming right through. Onyx Rise going to start things up. Blackest International, Rock Tomb onto Illuna, isolated already, the serve coming back, and to retreat, the Hydro Typhoon is phenomenal.
Phenomenal indeed, but right now Cell is pinched out all the way into the middle of Ryu and the other members of Blackness International, and that is going to be a knockout still coming in from the Zero Edge, but that Meteor White is not going to be hitting the objective itself, as that Urshifu is going to be landing it. The Showtime is going to be there, incapacitated all the other members of Onyx Rise, and Susu is just roaming around, doing the works of wonders, trying to go and set up the barrier and confusion, but not going to be quite enough for them to take out the knockouts. But on the other side, that's going to be Ryu buying a lot of time for Onyx Rise not to score a goal. Charge Beam is going to be there all the way from behind, but there is not enough front line, and Dram has to back off immediately and save up his HP.
Now the Regieleki is open. That will be something that Blackest International has to go. Well, Onyx Rise has to go in for the resets for now, but I think that's enough time for them to be able to come through and to contest the Regieleki on top side of the map. Blackest International hovering up. Going towards that top side, you have the Hoopa running through. There's no Unite move for the Hoopa. Nevertheless, he's able to really go in and get those information, but Regieleki will be free for Blackest International.
Oh yeah, and that Shadow Claw is very quick from Lance by having the Trick Room. So right now, that's going to be the diversion play here coming in from Blackest International. But there is no wild Pokemons available into their forest, so they just have to get positions here, wait for someone to overextend, and actually go for the knockouts. That is going to be the main game plan here so far.
Yeah, for sure. And we have the elevator as well. No more tier 1 goal zones left for Black, or well, rather for Onyx Rise. So Blackness International, in the 50 seconds before the Rayquaza comes up, it's all about playing those defense and not getting or not giving any values for Onyx Rise. Because if you're looking at the XP difference, I think it's pretty much even. Nevertheless, like Serena is already level 14 across the board. Blackness International averages level 13. Same goes with Onyx Rise. So I think at this stage, like both these teams really just has to pour in that good position and good amount of execution and damage in the Rayquaza fight now.
Oh, I've seen this in game number 1, Infinity. I've seen this before, and they have to set up the distance up against Onyx Rise for them to invest a lot of Unite moves towards Rayquaza, but I feel like that's not going to be the case as of now. But Illuna is already pinched down. Showtime was pop up at a very early stage, but still that's going to be very rewarding here for Blackest International. Infinite Cybern is going to be popped off as well, but not going to be quite enough the response or the results that you want to happen. But Mr. Mime taken down as well. Ryu, very low in HP, has to do the X-Scissor up against Hoopa, and look at the backup coming in from Lance, but there is AXQ from behind, gets the knockout. It is not looking good for Blackness International, but look at that response coming in once again from the Zero Edge. Meteor is going to be falling down for the Miraidon of Blackness International, and they're going to be taking down a lot of members, but still Rayquaza is still up here. Illuna back in action. They have to take him down if they want the opening. Hydro Typhoon set up to prolong the team fight once again, but that is going to be the result. 2 members are still up for Onyx Rise, and they have to set the distance to secure Rayquaza.
Karina in the Rayquaza pit, down low, ready for Rayquaza. They're gonna steal it! Ooh.
They stole it immediately! And right now, Onyx Rise, they don't have that much buff yet. Only 3 members has it, but Cell is gonna be scoring the sure 100 here. And Blackness International has to remove that shield immediately, and they have to score back immediately as fast as they can. It's only a little bit of a point, 17 points to be specific. 1 goal is enough. They just have to defend things down.
Yeah, and now Onyx Rise, what a play from Serena. That was crazy coming from Cell. That clutch really just enabled the Onyx Rise at this point. Then you also have the Hoopa on top of that. That will be,
We don't know.
that will be crazy good from themselves as well. And Onyx Rise with that amount of advantage, it's all about playing defense from here on forward. And look at Serena going down into the base, just playing tag right up against the opponent.
They don't know that they were behind. Miraidon was just sitting at the base trying to defend it, wherein there could have been other members to go in for the defense. They don't know that they were behind a while ago because of the 100 points that Onyx Rise did. And there was just enough shield still for their team in order to secure the game, because it's a blind game unless you count every single goals that your opponents and your team made. And Onyx Rise but the securing factor by this arena made everything possible again for the 4th consecutive time for this day to do the reverse sweep.
Yeah, truly. Amazing stuff coming from Onyx Rise. That was really, really good on how they put that out overall. And Onyx Rise, I think Cell is really someone that just changed things up. Because the thing is, like, looking at the graph, right? The thing is, like, Onyx did not know that they were at a huge deficit. Or, well, rather, it was kind of that they were in a deficit when the Rayquaza fight was occurring. It was pretty much like an 80-point advantage for Blacklist International when it was occurring. And Cell just stealing that Rayquaza just changed things up. Because the thing is, like, if they did not get the Rayquaza, Blacklist International wins. Like, 100%.
Yeah, 100% sure, because, you know, I love the composition of Blacklist International. It's just a matter of fact on how Onyx Rise managed to control the final stretch a while ago. Just imagine their total control a while ago were in. There was this Serena who just actually got back. They weren't falling as a set, as a team. They were falling down one by one. They have to make sure that there has to be someone who is going to be stalling a lot of time for their team. And that is what happened. Just imagine this one. They were overextending, trying to apply the pressure, and Blastoise just came back, and he's going to apply another set of pressure as well. And the moment that the Hoopa and Serena came back all the way to the pit, they executed it, everything. They know that they have the Hoopa already. It could set up TPs, it could set up the elevators, and would definitely result into a comeback factor.
Oh yeah. So it was really good. Like Onyx Rise, clap on the hands. It was amazing. But now, in terms of the viewer giveaway, we had a third hidden letter, which is going to be L. For the viewers watching at home right now, that will be one of the hints given away to the community watching at home.
So far as I know, we have 3 letters that was revealed. So, you know, not gonna reveal the letters here. It's up to you to formulate what is the hidden word here. But, you know, for sure, I remember all the letters coming here. So make sure to remember it as well if you're a fan watching and you want the grand prize, which is a ticket to ACL Finals in Japan.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity. That's 2 tickets to Tokyo, Japan. And then you also have prizes every match day, which we have discussed already a while ago. It will be 5 keychains, it will be 2 jerseys, it will be 2 puzzles.
Yeah, and a lot of prizes are still waiting. Just make sure to scan the QR code. You still have an ample time for you to secure your spot into the giveaway. But of course, I love everyone's support. I love the energy of our fans who's watching our live stream from all across our platforms, to be specific. We have YouTube, we have Twitch, we have Facebook live stream. I love the energy of the fans. I love everyone's support. And, you know, that was actually 4 games already full of reverse sweeps, might I tell you, Infinity. And we still have 1 more in line, which is very unfortunate for Full Sense because they just have to play this for formality. But of course, let's stay tuned in the action because PUACL 2025 for Southeast Asia will be right back. Last game for tonight, Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia is back for the last set of series here for our group stage. Again, PKO's alongside Infinity, ready to bring the action of Full Sense up against Paper Rex, our final game for tonight, as this would dictate where Paper Rex is headed into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. This would be the last series of the day. It's Full Sense up against Paper Rex, one of the strongest in the region so far. The thing is, the pattern of today's matchup in the first 4 series is all 3 games, and it's all reverse sweeps. Is it? I believe it's all reverse sweeps, right? And so far, we have the very last one here today, and I feel like the first team that will win game 1 will lose. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, that was the pattern, to be specific. That was the pattern, we cannot deny, but, you know, everything happens for a reason, and I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. But Paper Rex, with an overall consistent performance in the tournament, makes sure that they are a very promising team. And Full Sense, you know, could be a no pressure to them. But of course, aside from Full Sense as well, they knew that their fate would lie at the hands of Blacklist International, and Blacklist International just made an answer to that dependent results. So they just have to play very strong right now. You have to prove that you're one of the best here, and, you know, have a great exit in PUACL, and we'll definitely see them, of course, in the winter tournament.
And now for Mark Gods, key player here for Full Sense would be Garchomp, would be Sarah Ledge, and or Shifu.
Ooh, strong stuff here. So main all-rounder of the team, that's gonna be Mark Gods, and I love how Mark Gods is really proving himself, especially with the Garchomp. Very promising. But on the other hand, it's gonna be HD, central area laner of Paper Rex. Dodrio as the top pick. We know that they are a big fan of a Dodrio because, you know, they're a fan of scoring as quick as they can. And Dodrio is one of the Pokemons that you could rely on because of the, you know, three division of, you know, scoring. But oh my goodness, I am loving the prediction so far. We have one from Full Sense, and the rest are Paper Rex. Are we gonna be seeing the Caster Curse once again?
This is very interesting. It's a 90% caster prediction, right?
Yeah.
PRX. But the thing is, like, I really do feel like Paper Rex, one of the strongest right now, it's going to be a harder time for Full Sense to be able to reverse up against PRX this time. But there's a possibility, right? There's always a possibility for that.
Yeah, but speaking of statistics, right, that's going to be very tough for their team. Just like what happened to Blacklist International and Onyx Rise, that was actually very tough. But might tell you that despite not having the comparison in terms of statistics, at least for the tournament, Onyx Rise and Blacklist International were really known for having a mini rivalry because they were going head to head, you know, on some parts of this scene in Pokemon Unite. But let's set them aside first. Let's, of course, have the main dish for tonight. That's going to be Full Sense and Paper Rex. We have Gyarados, surprisingly, been taken out. Eldegoss as well, together with the Psyduck and Umbreon.
And Mimikyu will be locked in here by Full Sense. A hyper priority that we have seen so far. But Urshifu's going to be open. Sarledge is open. There's a lot of openings here for Paper Rex. The likes of Umbreon as well. Oh, there's just a lot of options here. Now Darkrai, If that's gonna get locked in, that's the first time that we're gonna see it here in a Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
I do believe that we've seen it before. That was like day number 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think that was day number 4. But day number 5, Darkrai wasn't available for use. That's why we haven't been seeing it. But right now, day number 6, it's gonna be back. And Babel Swine, for the first time, at least for tonight, we get to see it once again. I am missing this Pokemon. This is one of the very efficient Pokemon that you could get with great amount of kit and crowd control for your team.
Yeah, Blastoise and then Hoopa, and now for the likes of Full Sense. That's a long time that we have seen our last Rada coming into a single composition as well. It's quite a bit of a long time already, but so far Full Sense, a bit of a balanced draft here, but kind of unorthodox if we're gonna say it. Like it's a mix if you may. But for Paper Rex as well, last but not the least in terms of their lock-in for their composition would be Urshifu.
Both are very well balanced, if I have to tell you here, for both teams, and I'm loving composition so far. You know, Darkrai could put everyone into sleep. They have a fast rotation, which is going to be the Hoopa, and of course they have a blowout damage as well coming in from Solo and HT. So I love the composition of Paper Rex still, but then again, we cannot deny that their opponent as well, you know, Full Sense, really has an interesting lineup as well. The Meowscarada back on track, same thing with the Sylveon. Sylveon, despite having a limited amount of range, still reliable with that hyper voice.
Yeah, it definitely is. So we'll see. Paper Rex versus Full Sense, final matchup here in this group stage. It will be the final series of the day, but we still can go into the distance. We still can go into the 3 games that we have seen so far as a pattern all throughout the day.
Yeah, it really was a pattern, so we can do it about it. You know, a lot of teams are really competitive right now because a lot of things are already at stake, and definitely we saw it on the first 4 games. But right now, this is going to be Paper Rex who is actually going to be competing for the seeding, because again, Full Sense, the path has been closed for them to advance all the way to the playoffs. Blackness International made sure that they're going to be the ones to conquer it by getting a game up against Onyx Rise. But right now, shift of attentions, ladies and gentlemen, Paper Rex versus Full Sense, our final game for today.
Yeah, and they're really exciting here. Darkrai, it's the first time that we're going to see it here in Asia Champions 2025. However, like Darkrai has been one of the picks that has been being picked time and time again over the past weeks, even starting last year when Asia Champions League 2025 started. Darkrai is one of the things that we keep on seeing and we keep on eyeing on time and time again. So we'll see how Paper Rex will be playing this Pokemon out, but so far, Full Sense being pushed back quite a bit.
Push back. I mean, that's actually a phenomenal strategy. Both teams are very chill. As of now, they're not overextending a lot here. They know that they're going to be Altaria and Swablu's all the way into their pathing, and that's going to be the high prioritization all the way to the top path. I love what I'm seeing right now, and there's going to be someone getting pinched down. HT, on the other hand, tries to fall back immediately after having a lot of damage coming in from Full Sense, and that is going to be a lot of secure coming in from Full Sense in top path.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex. So 4-man rotation on top side. It will be a 4v1. Mimikyu gets down. It's a KO once again for PRX.
KO once again, indeed. And that's going to be the first goal coming in from the War Turtle. 13 points to be specific. And Paper Rex kept on shooting their goals once again. But those Ice Shards rather not going to be, you know, it's going to be preventing Paper Rex from scoring even further. But 79 points, that's actually a huge amount of numbers at the first 2 minutes of the game.
It is. And the top side of the map, wherein it is the tier 1 goal zone, it only has pretty much like 1 HP left. And Paper Rex, if they dunk it, it's a full overcap if they go in for a 30 points or 50 points dunk. It's really, really good. So PRX, we'll see what they could do here. As Sunzage down to 1 HP left, still alive.
Wow, look at that, clutch moments in order to make it alive on that situation. Great escape here coming in from Full Sense. But right now we're going to be seeing the objectives in 30 seconds to be specific. I'm not quite sure what will be the prioritization here, but Paper Rex is eyeing or looking good in taking down that Regieleki later on.
Paper Red setting things up. You have the Altari Sense Wobbly. Wait, the Darkrai. Quite mobile as a Pokemon as well, but Full Sense. Unfortunate. They went in for a 4 or 5 man rotation to bottom pat, but not really getting any wild Pokemons in trade.
Yeah, but they're actually getting this objective once and for all. That's gonna be the Regirock. Additional defense coming in from their team. Very unfortunate, they still have a Swinub on their pocket, not being a Piloswine as well, but that's very rewarding as they take down the Regirock immediately. But there is gonna be the rotation happening at the side of Paper Rex as they're gonna be starting things down all the way out to Regieleki.
Yeah, now you have the Regieleki being taken down by Rex. It is the DPS Blastoise with a water spout. Interesting.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be the traditional setup of a servant hydro pump. So they're gonna be relying more on their consistency in terms of damage because they know that the Hydro Typhoon is gonna be enough for them to, it's a high risk high reward. They're just relying on the Hydro Typhoon and the Rings and Bound. And Mike can tell you, that's not just that. They also have the Nightmares of the Darkrai that could actually put everyone to sleep the moment that you get in touch with it.
Yeah, that's fair, right? But the thing is, like, Paper Rex, having only one defender actually going in for the damage is a bit of a it's a risky move, as you have mentioned, with definitely like high rewards if ever it works out. That will see how Paper Rex would be dealing with this, especially going down into more of the latter half of the game. But so far, Full Sense still at 0 points is quite problematic. If you may end 5 minutes into the game, this is a dangerous point.
Yeah, very, very dangerous right now. Full Sense not being able to score a single goal. At the first, almost 5 minutes off the game to be specific. Jump pads are going to be in anytime soon, and Paper Rex kept on protecting their goals on as quick as they could. So this is actually a major setback immediately, and you can see that Full Sense really does have a lot of energies in stack. They just don't have the spacing so far.
Yeah, for sure. Like Full Sense having like 40 points each. I mean, in an exception with a Piloswine with 30 points alongside with a Blissey. Now Paper Rex going in with the elevator. There is the Regibottom now up already, alongside with the Regieleki coming out pretty soon as well. That's Regice being started by Paper Rex.
Yeah, and this is going to be quicker than we expected right now. They're going to be charging in as quick as they can. That's an additional HP regen, so definitely Full Sense really wants to do an upset here with a Hyper Voice, but not going to be quite enough as that Urshifu will take the last hit. And they have to rotate all the way to the top path, of course, to guarantee and secure the Regieleki as well. But that will be an opportunity for Full Sense for them to go against the goal zone of Paper Rex.
But they could not leave the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom side of the map, considering that there is a 4-man rotation coming in for the side of Full Sense. Darkrai.
Wow. That's actually a great Ice Fang. Perfectly timed coming in at the side of the Mamoswine. And right now, Rings and Bound is going to be here. The response is so quick from Paper Rex. They're not letting Full Sense convert their AO's energies into scores, and this is just quite interesting. Rapid Spin plus the Water Spout is going to be there, and look at that, Meowscarada dancing all the way to the middle. Hydro Typhoon is going to set up the play coming in from Paper Rex, and they are just dominating this fight once again. No room for Full Sense for them to bounce back.
Yeah, now Paper Rex a bit in danger here. You have the Rapid Spin. Just going for it here. The Paper Rex. They're slowly just playing towards their tier 1 goal zone. Full Sense, despite that all in, is not going to be able to dunk any points whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's actually quite a tough time, if I may add up to, because it's not the usual game that we get to see in Paper Rex. Not leaving it opening here. Full Sense is just, playing tag with them, not knowing when to score, because every single goal zone is locked down immediately by Paper Rex, and this is actually not looking good. They can't seem to trade the objectives as well, but, they're relying very much on their Meowscarada and Mimikyu, who's very much ahead of levels, but anytime soon, that might drop out.
Now Paper Rex going down into the bottom side of the map, hyperspace hole. Just to set up the place here. Mamoswine, the Ice Fang on Hoopa, that will set up things up. Full Sense goes in, 1 KO already.
and that is quite a phenomenal exchange here. They can actually secure the Registeel here, and an added attack would be granted for their team. But look at that, almost quite a steal from the charge beam, but that Meowscarada is going to be getting in the last hit, and 20 seconds on the clock, that Rayquaza will be up, but no one's going to be clutching to secure that Regieleki as a diversion play. So that's actually a phenomenal decision as well coming in from Paper Rex. They don't want to overextend, or they don't want to gamble that security of Regieleki just to bait it out, because they know that Full Sense is in full formation to take this objective once and for all.
Rayquaza comes up now. Paper Rex just has to play for time quite a bit. Because the thing is, like, Full Sense still has 0 points. Paper Rex, it's 109. There's tier 1 goal zones across the board for PRX here. So it's all about like positioning yourself in a way that you can reach out on tier 1 goal zone anytime.
That Ice Fang wasn't able to knock up the Blastoise. Very unfortunate. That could have started things off for Full Sense. But right now, I love the positioning here. 1-3-1 for Paper Rex to make sure that there's not going to be anyone who's going to be sneaking in the goals into their tier 1. It hasn't been touched, by the way. It hasn't been scored yet, so it is really a fresh goal zone yet again. Full Sense cannot advance. 1 minute, almost 1 minute has expended. Yet again, there's not enough movement.
Mamoswine has to enter. Mamoswine can't do this, just sitting around pretty in the side lanes. It's a minute left, and Full Sense is still a 100-point deficit.
Yeah, you see, they're just waiting for someone to appear all the way into their minimap and try to go for the Ice Fangs, and that would do everything else. But Mamoswine really needs to initiate things up. He has to start. He has to make something happen, but he is too behind on their lineup. But there we go. The Mammoth Mash is going to be in once and for all. Hydro Typhoon, we're still waiting for the perfect timing. Recent Bound is going to be there, but Hyper Voice all the way to the back line. But Hydro Typhoon would land once again. Going to be knocking up 2 out of nowhere. But look at that Hoopa being able to provide a lot of damage yet again. But that Rayquaza, who's going to be taking a little bit of HP left, but still Paper Rex takes it down. Sylveon is the only ones left as he's going to be backing away, and Paper Rex secures the game with 15 seconds left.
It's too long. Full Sense took so much time to be able to come through and commit to that. And then, in addition to what had occurred, the Mammoth Mash going into the backside, really good setup plays. But the thing is, like, the Ice Fang missed, or well, actually dodged away by Paper Rex. It was just removed all of a sudden, and it was just really unfortunate. There was no isolation coming from Ice Fang right after. There was no follow-up coming in from Full Sense, just because the zoning capability of PRX overall, and it was just really unfortunate. The timing wasn't there pretty much.
Yeah, and it took a lot of time for Spoo to do the setup. It was just sitting at the tall grasses, and that's not going to be enough if you're a defender. You have to force out the fight, knowing that you have a lot of kit. You have the high horsepower, you have the Ice Fang on your kit. You can actually go and start off the team battle as quick as you can, but he decided to play safe, and that is also the game plan coming in from Paper Rex. They're just going to play it out all very safe because they do have the lead.
For sure. Now, in this early stage, it's like, it was okay, like, it was just these back and forth coming from Full Sense and PRX as well. Although there is an annoyance of having, like, the Hoopa for the side of Paper Rex, just those rings and bound made it a little bit difficult for the side of Full Sense to be able to maneuver around those tier 1 goals time and time again. But really, in this stage, like, 40 seconds remained before they committed into a full-blown team fight.
Yeah, really highly agree on that one. But a lot of things really happened here, and it was an overall dominating performance coming in from Paper X. They actually gave a breathing room here for Full Sense, and Full Sense, you know, might actually have a better execution if that Mamoswine was able to formulate the setup coming in from their team, but sad to say that wasn't really the case. So definitely they have to reassess the situation. If they don't want someone as slow as Mamoswine, why not go for a much more of a mobile defender like a Crustle?
It could possibly be. I mean, Mamoswine has innate advantages, right? They have the Ice Fang for the isolation. You have the Mammoth Mash that you go into the backside as an AoE type of situation. But rather, I think more than the composition, it's about the execution. It's all about the timing and also the positioning that's really unfortunate. Like, all throughout the early game, mid game, and even up until the late game, there were 0 points going to the side Full Sense, which is really a bit of a shocker. And then that final phase of fight, it was 40 seconds before they committed. And I think at that point wherein they were on a timer, they really should have committed quite a bit earlier. And I think that's like some of the perspectives that we can look at for game 1.
Yeah, definitely have to look forward onto that one. But right now, I'm not gonna be surprised again if Full Sense takes game number 2. Not gonna be surprised,
Imagine.
Infinity. Just
Yeah.
imagine, you know, could be a possibility, but not
yeah.
gonna be surprised again. But yes, Full Sense needs to do a big adjustment. They have a wonderful draft a while ago, but their execution has to be better still. I feel like there has to be a factor in respect their mindset, knowing that they're really out of the playoffs because of International and Lorenz Stadion's dominance in order for them to secure their spot. Still, they have to finish this one very strong. They have to prove that they're one of the very best teams out here. Definitely, that communication is very important towards their team.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we'll see what the next game entails. Can Full Sense make it back and maybe a reverse sweep? I don't know, but the thing is, like, all throughout the day, it was filled with reverse sweep. It was filled with 3 games. Why stop now?
Yeah, why stop now? This is getting interesting. Things are starting to heat up, so why not? Let's go for the overheat, just like a Blaziken, and enjoy the rest of the show. This might be the last game, at least for tonight, but we'll never know. We are just waiting for players to be ready, and of course, we'd like to remind everyone that the giveaway QR code is already closed, and we'll be announcing the winners later on, before the live stream ends. So make sure to check out the live stream. Maybe you're one of the winners who's gonna be lucky to get the keychain, the jersey, and of course, the 3rd anniversary puzzle.
Oh yeah. Just 9 viewers that has that possibility of winning some stuff, and then that grand prize of 2 tickets to Japan. So we'll see who's going to be able to win those and is able to fly into the finals down in March 29th to the 30th this year. Because there's still a lot of Pokemon Unite action that will occur. Even right after this Southeast Asia League, there will still be Winter League.
Yeah, and
Our
I'd love
Winter
to
tournament.
I'd love to be there, you know. I'd love to be on the winter tournament. I'd love to be on the ACL. Definitely looking forward to it. So, you know, why not, just get back on track, and maybe start earning up for a ticket in Japan because I really want to watch on live here in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, who doesn't, right? Who doesn't?
Yeah, who doesn't,
For
right?
sure, for sure. So now coming forward into the next game, PRX. I'm thinking about like situations where in like full can adjust, but I think it's a matter of executing and the timing of the position. We talked about this during the post game analysis in game number 1. In the composition, it's a bit unorthodox. We haven't seen Meowscarada a bit, and we haven't seen Mamoswine all throughout the day, just because you have a wide variety of options, right? With a Blastoise, with a Slowbro being picked up as well, the Umbreon going to be prioritized time and time again, and even the Trevenant as well. In addition to that, these are some of the options, but really I feel like Full Sense, it boils down to like comfortability in their picks, because it's well balanced. It's well balanced. It's not really like being nitpicky in terms of their composition. So I think it's all a matter of execution. Game number 2, Full Sense. Let's go.
Yeah, and here's the thing that I love the idea of the Meowscarada, but you have to remember that there was a Blastoise already picked ahead of time on your opponent, and definitely that Hydro Typhoon could just, deny the Flora Flourish if you get inside, because Flora Flourish, you have to be at the middle of everyone else, and if there's going to be Hydro Typhoon, you just been lifted up, and that's the end of your Flora Flourish, so that's going to be the negative, or the downside of it, so there has to be something, or there has to be an alternative with a Meowscarada if you do have a Blastoise on the other side.
Oh yeah, for sure. So those are some of the options. Those are some of the perspectives or POVs that we can look at overall. I'm really excited here, because the thing is, like, once again, for the new viewers that has been currently watching or just arrived here in this stream, we only have today as the final match for the group stages at the very least, because after that it's now down into the playoffs. 2 teams will get eliminated after today, and this final series will dictate who that is.
Yeah, and we are just waiting for game number 2. We do apologize for the delays that we are experiencing. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I just called it. Just imagine we're having a caster curse. Not on the game, but at the lobby itself. We jinxed it again. I jinxed it again. But yeah, going back, that's gonna be Full Sense banning Hoopa, and Paper X gonna be banning Psyduck as well. So they have to respect that Darkrai as well. I love the respect here coming in from Full Sense.
Yeah, for sure. Darkrai being banned away. I don't know. The Darkrai had significant amount of impact from the prior game, but what I'm sure of that it's new, and it's really really exciting to watch how the Darkrai movements work, because it's a very mobile Pokemon, as well as a bit of a chunk of damage going to the side of Full Sense. But for now, in terms of that priority, Gyarados as the first pick here, a surprising priority by FS.
Yeah, and that's Oatmeal for you. That is his trademark. One of the top picks that Oatmeal does is, Gyarados. And actually, when you do have a Gyarados right now, you need to have a very reliable defender so far. So, looking forward to it, and at the same time, Hoopa is open. Not open, rather, but there is actually a lot of options still that Full Sense could actually go. They're going to be sticking with the Mamoswine, so I do hope that there is going to be a better execution here by Spoon.
Yeah, the Mamoswine, you have the Blissey as well. So overall, I think it's a very similar draft that we're looking at, with the difference of the Gyarados. In addition to that, Paper Rex going in with Zoroark and the Comfey.
Oh, they did it. This is gonna be fire. This is gonna be an overheat, a flamethrower, whatever you want to call it, whatever fire type moves, because this is an unstoppable combo. Comfey and Zoroark is just way too hard to block it out. And yes, they do have the Mamoswine, but this is just so quick enough. And Mamoswine is a slow starter Pokemon, so definitely would be a tough time. But if there's an opportunity, if that Ice Fang is gonna land immediately, definitely would love to see that happen.
Oh yeah. And I think Ice Fang is really good here. Onto Zoro, I think that's something that's phenomenal. Once you isolate Zoro, and once you kind of hinder him for even a second, since Zoroark is a very squishy target, it's a very squishy Pokemon, it could lead to kind of a win and advantage for Full Sense coming down to game 2. So that's something that we could expect, and something that we could look at for Mamoswine on how he maneuvers around the map later on, and how he maneuvers and set those things up for Full Sense as a team.
Yeah, very excited for Full Sense. There has been a similar, yet there has been a different draft, yet similar idea of what we're going to be seeing, at least for game number 2. But I love the consistency that Paper Rex is trying to offer to their fans, to their table, and definitely Paper Rex, because it really does have a huge shot for them to take this one in 2-0. But again, not going to be surprised if Full Sense takes this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, having the pattern on today, reverse sweeps, 3 games, one to stop now, sense, you can do it. Yes?
Yes. I mean, very possible, So right now, potentially this could be the last game for tonight at least. And, a lot of things can still happen, right? But right now, this Gyarados could be a game changer for Full Sense if they can take advantage of this into the early game.
Yeah. See, as you have Paper Rex and Full Sense, I think this will be a bit slower, right? Especially coming down into the side of FS. They need a bit of time for the Gyarados to scale. They need a bit of time for that Mamoswine to reach the final evolution. PRX, I think level 5 is the time we're in. Zoroark will try to rotate, and Comfey will just stick with him rather, into just rotating around the map and trying to help him and be that menace in those team fights.
Yeah, that is what I am talking about a while ago. They're going to be an unstoppable combo here. The moment that these two work together hand in hand like a double battle, and look at that, cleaning off the Swablues and Altarius, plus the knockout in return in exchange of a reward. But he is not yet done. He's gonna be taking down Oatmeal if he does want to, but it is very far away and he has to go back and score instead. You know, quite phenomenal execution still for Paper Rex.
Yeah, Paper Rex 62 points already, and we're just starting. Minute and a half into the game, and Paper Rex has already a significant amount of lead here up against Full Sense, but this time around they still have to wait for Blastoise to reach the final evolution. Same goes with Gyarados for the side of FS, so this takes a bit of time for both ends.
Terratobi, on the other hand, managed to land every single batch of those goals. Phenomenal execution, and you know, I love that concept because whenever you're a Dodrio, you just want to sink in one goal, but he managed to sink 3 of those, but it's actually very great because, you know, that's very difficult, especially if there's someone who's trying to defend your goal zone.
Yeah, Paper Rex. Full Sense already reached the Gyarados, and then you also have Paper Rex who had reached the Blastoise already. So now this is where things start to really scale up quite a bit for both sides, although level 9 is still going to be very important, with PR Rex having level 9 on Blastoise would be crucial for those team fighting prowess. We'll see though, as you have Zoroark, 1 KO already.
1 KO, but rapid spin to back away immediately, but there is still Zoroark who's actually up and going, and double knockout! That's gonna be the answer back, and that Grass Knot is gonna hinder a little bit of an amount of time for that Blissey. Soft Boil not gonna be enough to sustain the damage as well, and that's gonna be the goal zone taken down on the top path.
Yeah, and Paper Rex with the tier 1 goal zone removed. Regielect to be up next to be taken down here by the side of PR Rex. And you also have Full Sense answering back with a handshake here, but the Resi still not being started, but Snorlax just on the horizon, lost out with a Miraidon, trying to catch up and get that information. However, Full Sense secures the Regi steal.
Yeah, great secure indeed, and right now they're trying to charge in even further all the way to the bottom path goal zone, but look at this, Blastoise is trying to disrupt the formation by the use of the rapid spin and the water spout. I love how they are trying to move back and forth, and look at this, Regieleki is up all the way to the top path, and that Zoroark is trying to go in for the scores.
Snorlax went in for the yawn instead of the... I mean, it still works. It still works. Like, Paper Rex could set things up. You have the sleep coming in from the yawn on Snorlax, and then Zoroark will follow through. I mean, there's still potential. I see the coordination and the chemistry of these two Pokemon would work for the side of PRX. Because the thing is, like, Zoroark is pretty much the main character of Paper Rex's composition.
Oh yeah, and speaking of main character, he managed to knock out that Dodrio all the way to the top path. No questions asked, and he's been giving a lot of vision for his team, making sure that they know the rotation. They are just reading Full Sense like a book.
Well, to be fair, you can't ask a question to anything that's KO. Yes?
Yes, indeed. yeah, you know, it does make sense. Yeah. And, you know, it's just pure dominance still for Paper Rex. I cannot see any opening yet for Full Sense for them to bounce back, and just Phantom Force out all the way.
Yeah, you have the you have Oatmeal as well, backing away, trying to dunk in, but he's still the Blastoise, being a menace and just being that annoyance into the top side of the map. And so far, Full Sense backs away. They cannot go in for that farming rotation without getting any value. Because the thing is, like, there's buying time and waiting time, where in PRX still has sustained a huge amount of lead.
Triple Trample is going to be out as well, and that is going to be Oatmeal bouncing all the way inside. Hydro Typhoon to prolong the fight, but that is not going to be quite the value that they were looking for. The Dragon Skirt as well was out, but look at this. Zoroark trying to do the 1v5. Software plus the Bliss assistance will definitely provide a lot of value, but still, they're just shredding the HPs of their opponent. Full Sense, 2 knocked out members, and they are advancing even further into the top path, because that is a guaranteed goal.
Yeah, what a play coming from PRX. I mean, that was really, really good. What we have seen, I mean, it was are coming in for that 1v4, bought enough time for the rest of the crew coming from the side of PRX to rise to the top lane. It was a really good showing of coordination and team there. PRX on the top lane. But the Reggie Steel will be up next, stealing it away. Yemu, what was that?
And this is actually a quite interesting Electro Drift to back away. That was the response of Paper Rex from solo to be specific. I love the concept that he has been doing so far with his Miraidon. Really giving a hard time for Full Sense to bounce back. And just look at that. They have been stacking a lot of AO's energy, but they cannot seem to find an opening for them to convert it into their scoreboard.
Yeah. And now Full Sense has her eyes onto the top side here. Paper Rex still have yet to go through, but the Yawn bought time for them. You now have the Blastoise coming through into the backside, and Zoroark backs away here. He knows that PRX is sufficient enough to defend the tier 1 gold zone without him in the top lane.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they do want to take that tier 1 as well, all the way into the bottom path in order to apply more pressure up against Full Sense, because Full Sense so far only has 29 points, very little amount of points in total, and they're just going to be shifting their attention toward
PRX. It's all about like funneling towards your Zoroark. It's putting all your eggs in one basket, which is the Zoroark. But here we go, the leaderboard.
Oh, I did my math right. I am so proud of myself. So again, BRU on the top, followed by Paper Rex, Onyx Rice, Talon, Evil's Onyx, Alter Eagle, Blackness International, and Moran Syndrome are your top 8 teams that has qualified for the playoffs. And Full Sense and Elevate are the 9th and 10th who will have their exit, and we'll see them again into the winter tournament. So BRU versus Moran Syndrome, Paper Rex versus Blackness International, Onyx Rice versus Alter Eagle, and Talon versus Evil's Onyx is our round number 1 for our playoff stage on January 25. That is going to be on the next 2 weeks, specifically on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's a top 8 position for the playoffs. So it's BRU up until year-end session. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye onto Full Sense and Elevate, but they still did a good job. They still played it out all throughout the weeks, all throughout the group stages. So still tipping my hats off to these teams. Still a very, very phenomenal team overall. Nevertheless, which we can expect them, at the very least, if they apply, if they go through into the APAC East and APAC West matchup.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a great show to be specific, because and it's not just that, it's not just Elevate and Full Sense. If the 4 teams who will not qualify by the means of participating or being the top 4 team in the PUACL SEA, definitely there would be more teams participating into the winter tournament, because they are eyeing on the prize in the grand finals in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building Triangle Square in Tokyo this coming March 29th to 30th, 2025 for PUACL finals.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Top 8 position going into the playoff, and then going into the finals will be 4 spots. 4 spots coming in from ACL Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
Japan also has 4 slots, and then you also have 1 slot for India, for Laik, you have China, you have 2 spots for China rather, and then the Winter Open is pretty much the next ones. But we have the winners.
HT won a keychain. Hello. Also, F Ginksy, he won a keychain as well.
You know who else won a prize? JJ Kun.
Oh yeah, he got the jersey during day number. Is that day number 4 or day number 5? I cannot recall. That he won a jersey as well. But still, congratulations to Flying Dutch, Kempong, Enigmarium, MBS Kino, Hey, Suwale, and X Keen. And of course, we'll make sure that the team contacts you for your prizes.
Yeah, that is 9 winners for the day. But once again, a reminder to those watching at home: you may, the teams will not. The teams that were not able to at least make it into the playoffs still has their chance into the winter tournament, as we have 2. You have APAC West with a prize pool of 5,000 USD, which the champion will earn a spot in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals in Japan.
course, let's not forget as well APAC East with the same mechanics, $5,000 prize pool. And make sure to register if you want to earn a spot in PUACL finals. For APAC West, we do have Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. And for APAC East, we do have Hong Kong, Macau, Philippines, South Korea, and Taiwan. So make sure to register already for our winter tournament, as this is your last chance shot to qualify for PUACL League 2025 in Japan.
And of course, we still have those viewers giveaways for those tickets to Japan, so stay tuned for the following days. But once again, the winner advances to PUACL 2025 for the champions in Winter Open, APAC West and APAC East.
Oh yeah, you would love to get that free ticket and hotel accommodation for free if you win our winter tournament, of course, for APAC West and APAC West. So you want to be my teammate, Infinity? Why not? Let's give it a shot here for APAC East.
We're not even getting far, brother.
No,
these teams are probably going to Japan. We're probably getting set foot into another city. Not even, just like a block away from our homes.
We're just gonna go to the airport, to be specific. We're not gonna go into Japan. We're just gonna wait for them. We're just gonna greet them. But yeah, still quite interesting. What a story that has unfolded in the whole duration of the group stage of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League here in Southeast Asia. And not just here, also in India and of course in Japan.
Yeah, there's a lot at stakes on the line. A lot more to go. We're still at the end of the group stage. We have more to go for the playoffs.
And of course, this has been Pikachu's and Infinity signing off for now, but we'll be back in January 25 for the playoffs. We'll see you there next time.